Here we go. Good morning, everyone. And sorry for that little bit of a delay. We had a little bit of an issue with the network, of course. Best laid plans. Well, I didn't want to start the show in the yellow. So we took care of that. I hope everyone is well this morning. I'd like to talk about one thing right away. Um, Yesterday, we heard during one of the interviews is something that I actually put on my community tab that Alex Murdaugh had said, I did them so bad. And yet I saw quite a few tweets from a few of the people in the courtroom who said on that video, when they played it back, that he said they did him so wrong. And I'm curious as to what y'all heard. Like, I went with what was being posted at first as when I put it on the community tab. But I played it back a few times on yesterday's feed, and I can't really tell. So I'm curious. I'm curious to what you all think. Good morning, Icarus, and Always, and Anna, and Mark. Yeah. Are you glad I'm bringing it up always? Because, like, I want to know, what did you hear? Did you hear they or did you hear I? Because this is important. Because if the prosecution is saying he said I, but he said they, that's a very different statement. Now, the witness, Croft, said it was I. Okay. And everyone else is saying they. I wonder what the jury heard. And I wonder in the cross today with Harpootlian what we're going to hear. I would say if he thinks they said they, that he said they instead of I, that's going to be a bone of contention. And he's going to call that a mistake by the prosecution and another error. Anna, you thought you heard I? I did too. I did. And it is those let me just pull this up. Let me get over to the comments here. It is one of those things. At one point I can hear I, but when I heard people say they, then I hear they. Isn't that strange that that does happen? That happens more often than not, doesn't it? Yeah, I can see that because I think that's what happened to myself also, Kim. I really do. I think that I just Like it's like the power of suggestion or something, correct? Like, mm, mm. Oh, so anyway, uh, I'm glad that you're lurking while you're feeding your animals, Anna. Well, you thought you saw heard I thought I did also, and I can't wait to see what happens. You know. Oh no, like that blue, brown, gold dress. Do you see a blue dress? Do you see a gold dress? Like what's going on? You know. Hey, Robski, good morning. And yes, today is Tuesday, and everybody knows tacos on Tuesday. Yay! I'm looking forward to it, Robski. I am hoping that I have tacos tonight for dinner because I do enjoy my tacos on Tuesday. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, Tina. Sandy heard I also. Okay, yeah. Let's see what they do. I wonder if they'll play the audio back and forth for us. I wonder. Hmm. Yeah. Peekaboo, Tina. Well, anyway, it's good to see you guys. It was a long day yesterday. A long day of trial. Okay. And a long day of feeds back and forth. I have a couple of different feeds today that I'll be switching back and forth. Hopefully, we will have actually live feed right away with sound maybe. Who knows? Okay. It's hard to tell, you know. Each feed is different. I'm gonna keep trying until I get them, right. Okay, I've got mm, I'm trying to decide. I've got like 3 minutes to decide which feed to go with. First, every time I pick that feed that doesn't have the sound when I start in the morning. Mark Caesar, that's a very good question. If I was the defense attorney, I'd be on this like, what do they say? White on rice. Mm-hmm. I'd be all over it. How do you guys feel? Like I would bring that up. I mean, his job is to, say the evidence isn't 100% against his client. I mean, let's be honest, okay? When we're looking at this from Harpootlian side, okay, and from Alex Murdaugh's side, they state that prosecution honed in on him and never looked for anyone else, that they're ignoring the two-gun theory, that they're ignoring that it could be anybody else and they stop looking for them. So if they start picking apart things like, well, can you identify this footprint, and which was a bloody footprint from one of the officers, they stepped in it and made a mess. That's why you couldn't identify it. It wasn't identified. They knew it was one of them. Well, hey, you're talking about like a different number on a graph, even though that graph was meant for just directional and it wasn't that specific. Still, she wrote the wrong number on it from her own notes. They're going to pick this stuff out. They're going to make it look like shoddy police work. This happens often in trials. They often go for how things were collected and mistakes that were made to discredit any evidence against their client. And a big thing like I versus they, those are two different statements. They did them bad. Two shooters, someone else, not me. I did them bad. Oops. Freudian slip? Like, come on. They're two totally different statements. I'd be all over it. I agree. Michelle, good morning. Yeah. Michelle, good morning. And tomorrow, kiddo, good morning to you also, or good afternoon, or wherever you guys are. Afternoon, evening. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you're hunting that video I thought had that clip in it. I think it was in yesterday's testimony. It was what they played in court. I don't know if it's out there yet. If you find it, Sandy, if it's out there yet, let me know where to go to get it. I'm keeping track of whatever they release as far as video clips because I can play them during lunch and etc. for you guys. But I'd love to hear that again. I would. Hmm. Yep, Michelle, I would definitely bring it up. I'm with you. All right. Let me get my videos all ready to go because they're gonna be going any minute. Ah, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, you guys, pick a number 1 or 2 in the chat. I won't help picking the feed this morning. Maybe luck will go my way. Can you just play a game with me? Indulge me. Put a number 1 or 2, please. 7. Okay, Mark. Okay. Anna says 2. Icarus says 2. Oh no, Mark says 9 now. Oh yeah, 9. 9. 9. Now I'm gonna have to go back between all of that. Okay. Michelle says 1. All right, the twos, the twos are outweighing the 7s, the 9s, and the 1s. So at least I have 2 of them. Okay, just checking the placement. Look, there's the South Carolina seal. We have a feed. We'll see. So far, I think I'm gonna go with 2. Mark, I'm changing your 7 and a 9. That's 16. I'm gonna divide it by 8. 8 is divisible by 2. I think you mean 2, dude. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play math games with your numbers and turn it into a 2. How about that? I'm gonna factor it down. I'm gonna factor it down to a 2 and say that there are 3 2s now in the chat and 1 1. Okay. All right. I hope you all have coffee like I do. Yeah. I read you my. Thanks for playing, Mark. Yep, I factored that down. All right, so, all right, we'll try the feed that came up for number 2 first, but I have another one ready, and if I can keep my eye out for a third, like I was yesterday, but I wasn't happy with any of the ones I found last night. It seemed everybody had some kind of like little glitch. I shouldn't be so hard on myself about the little glitches, but damn, they all frustrating for me. Thanks for the tea. Is that green tea? I like green tea. Mm, It's a different kind of caffeine for me. It's a much different boost when I drink green tea. You did follow the rules? Um, that too. And I have one more thing. Okay, I see that they haven't started yet. Okay. But and one more thing also. What about the fact that Alex Murdaugh told the SLED agent who was trying to protect attorney-client privilege that it wasn't a big deal? Yeah, I get that. I get that. I would be upset, truly. But on the other hand, there's one other thing. Did you guys pick up in those interviews yesterday that in one interview he said the last time he saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner? But in the opening statement by the prosecution, we already heard about a video And it shows the hour before they were all talking at Moselle about the dog with the chicken in its mouth. Remember? That's a conflict there. I don't know if he misspoke, but I'm wondering if more is going to be made out of that. Oh, the cam feed you found was of the gum room? Hold on a minute. Sandy says, sorry. The cam feed I found today was of the gun room. I was looking for any that might have been released, but seriously here no, that's fine. I'm glad. Well, that's what I asked, like what you all heard, because I haven't got a separate clip of it yet, but as soon as I get it, we're going to we're gonna talk about that too. We'll play it and see what we think, and we're gonna see what happens today about it. But you got cam feed of the gun room, Sandy. Are you on Twitter? I know we have Discord or Instagram. If there's any way you can link me where I can find that, that'd be great. I slept in a little bit this morning, so I didn't do as much investigation as I normally do. We're starting court a little late. Like, what's going on here? Hmm. When he picked up the shells. Yes, that would have been Croft. Yes, when he picked up all those shells in the gun room. So is that because that's the one they didn't have any audio on, right? They didn't want us to hear the audio because of the people that were on there with attorney-client privilege, right? Now, I was asked about that. Why didn't they play the audio? And that's what I was thinking. There were people on there that they had to protect their privacy. Attorney-client privilege would be one of them. Okay. Mark says, I was impressed by his lying. If I lie, my eyes give me away all the time. I am a bad liar. Maybe that's why he looked down most of the time in his interview and he didn't look at anybody. Hmm. Oh, really, Sandy? Okay, no, that's okay. Oh, I understand that. Well, okay, on that note later. Mm, I didn't mean to bring up anything terrible, Sandy, so whatever. But you'll get very emotional about this. Yeah, I do get it. I know you deleted your channel. I was there. I know it wasn't because of me. But that's not the point. Um, I give all the grace that I can. Well, maybe you should read your DMs to me after that, and what you say to me, and you'll understand maybe. Because I'm really, I'm not a horrible person. I'm really kind of getting a little insulted at the inference that I am. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Ready for the jury?
Please tell me you got audio or not. Please,
Yes.
someone in the chat. Maybe Kim, can you tell me?
All here. We want to thank the clerk of court for her assistance every time we need something. She has been there for us. The Colleton County Sheriff's Department is providing security, has given us total access to our client. We feel like we've been treated extraordinarily well by all court personnel. And I want to put on the record, since there seems to be a national media interest here, I've tried many cases in many jurisdictions, and I've never been treated at this level of courtesy and understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely echo that. Everybody's been great. Absolutely.
Okay, I echo that as well. Very good. Let's bring the jury. Okay, good morning. Day number 7, state's case. We'll have our witness back. Yeah, remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Good morning, Agent Croft. Good morning, sir. On June 8th, I understood that was your first involvement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you went to Moselle on the morning of the June 8th?
I was en route to Moselle, got rerouted to the office, and then went and conducted an interview and then back to Moselle.
That's right. You interviewed Rogan Gibson and then went to Moselle.
That is correct.
And what time did you get to Moselle?
I was around lunchtime when I got there.
And as I understood from your testimony that your role primarily is because in this case is that because you know a lot about guns and ammunition. Did I understand that correctly?
That was not my sole role. I was at the search of the residence because of my familiarity with firearms.
Yes, sir. And you went and searched the residence with other agents, and we saw those agents, some of them on the body cam video that played yesterday.
Yes, sir, I was in the gun room.
And this search was a consent search, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you weren't there executing a search warrant, right?
No, sir, I was not.
And were you aware, though, that it was a search warrant that had been obtained the night before?
I was aware of the consent, the search at the incident location. It's common practice that they get a search warrant to process the scene.
Yes. Were there any limitations that you were aware of on the scope of the consent to search?
No, sir.
And so, as far as you knew and understood then and understand today, you or other agents at SLED could have searched that house from top to bottom on the 8th. Is that correct?
Other agents went through the residence with family members.
And there were no limitations on what the other agents could have looked for, right?
Again, I can't say what limitations was placed on them as they walked through the house. I was in the gun room.
Well, to your knowledge, did anyone look for bloody clothes or dirty clothes in the house while you were there on the 8th?
I was in the gun room and I was collecting guns and ammunition, sir.
Now you mentioned that you had been provided some information about the type of ammunition that was used down at the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were murdered.
That is correct.
And one ammunition was a .300 blackout shell casing. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And who relayed the information to you as the type of ammo that was used for the murder of Maggie and Paul?
It came from the investigative team. I don't recall exactly who called me or who told me the information, but I was relayed the information through our investigative team that was at the scene.
All right, so you were informed that, look out, see what you can find in the gun room related to .300 blackout. Is that correct?
It wasn't limited to specifically .300 blackout. That was a round of interest.
Okay. And then the other round of interest was 12 gauge, correct?
That is correct.
And were you given any information as to what specific type of 12 gauge ammunition was used at the crime scene?
I knew we had a 12 gauge, what believed to be a turkey load or BB load, and then a buckshot.
Okay. And let me talk to you a little bit about the .300 blackout ammunition. You testified yesterday that the grains, the weight of the ammunition found was 107 grains, correct?
That's on the empty box, which I located in.
Is box, State's Exhibit 213 that you're referring to?
That is correct.
And this, I recall, this pack of ammo on this exhibit has a label of Woody's Pawn and Jewelry and $11.99. You couldn't buy this ammunition in June of 2021 for $11.99, could you?
I don't know what the ammunition cost.
Well, you know, it was a lot more than $11.99.
I don't know the price of the ammunition at that time.
All right. And are you familiar? There's basically two types of ammunition for the 300 blackout. There's the supersonic and subsonic.
I am, sir.
And the subsonic is the heavier of the two, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be a 220 grain.
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
Yes. And the most popular ammunition for hunting is the supersonic, the 147 grain ammunition. You aware of that?
I can't say the most popular would be, but I am aware that 147 grain is used for hunting.
And you're aware that the 300 blackout has it's not a rare gun in that area of Hampton and Colleton County, is it?
As common as the General 2.2, the AR-15, 3 different caliber rifles.
But there are plenty out there, correct?
I can't testify as to how many's out there, sir.
I understand, but it's not the first time you'd seen the 300 blackout on June 8th, 2021, it wasn't.
I had seen one before, yes, sir.
And and then the 12 gauge, you didn't know what type, you weren't given any type 12 gauge you were looking for. You just, from the information from the crime scene, right?
The type of weapon I was looking for? No,
Yes,
sir. No, sir.
And then were you given information as to the size of the 12 gauge shell? 2.5 inch, 3 inch?
It was, I was given 3-inch Magnum was what I was given.
And that was on the buckshot.
I was given 3-inch Magnum of shotgun capable. Magnum.
Okay. Now, and we're gonna get to some of these shotguns here in a minute, but that the Browning Light doesn't even shoot a 3-inch shell, does it?
It does not. 2 3/4 what it shoots.
Right. And yet you seized it
I secured it, yes, sir.
and you brought it here. And one of the shotguns that you brought yesterday, according to the ballistic report, your lab analysis fired the shots that killed Paul. Correct? Bays. Looking for the murder weapon.
That's outside the scope of his knowledge.
Objections overruled.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And are you familiar with what ballistics tests were done on Buster's 300 blackout and whether that was excluded as a weapon used to kill his mother?
Again, I am not I don't have the report in front of me, and I'm not able to testify to that, sir.
And you brought these empty turkey load, exhibit 214, I believe, brought these into evidence, the box of turkey shells,
That is the boxes I collected, yes, sir.
and these were empty,
Yes, sir, they were.
and they found in the trash can?
Yes, sir. They were found in a trash bag, yes, sir.
Okay. And you, let's see. Exhibit. Has a exhibits the Ring Auto 5 Light 12 gauge, which we already talked about, wouldn't even hold a 3-inch shell, but there was no shells, no ammo in the Browning weapon, which is exhibit 90 you brought to court, right?
There was no rounds in that weapon.
When you seized it on the 8th, no rounds, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. The Mossberg model Ulti-Mag, which is exhibit 89, you have a 12 gauge shot shell written on the outside. So there was one shot shell in this, loaded in this gun, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you remember if it was buckshot or shot?
It was black. I don't remember what it was.
Will you be able to look at it and tell us?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna hand you exhibit 89 and ask you if you can pull out the shot, the ammo in there, and tell this jury if that's birdshot or buckshot first.
It is Browning half-inch mag in the quarter, number 7 and 9.
And that's for hunting turkeys, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Put it back in there.
This end is closer.
Here we go. Thank you. Yes, sir. So in the Mossberg, there's one birdshot. Now the other, the Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 had 2 unfired shot shells according to your notes on the box. And this is exhibit 91, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether any of these is birdshot, buckshot? Do you remember?
I would have to look at them again, sir.
All right. That was exhibit 91 for the record.
There's a black round in here that's a 3-inch number 4 pellet, and then there's a 7 2.25 ounce 3.5 inch with an 89 millimeter.
And those are both turkey loads, right?
It could be used for turkey, yes, sir.
Well, let's just be clear. Neither one of those are buckshot, correct?
No, sir.
Thank you. again, these were ruled out as having any involvement in the murder of Paul, right? Exhibit 91.
I can't testify to any lab reports. I don't have the lab reports, and that's out of the scope of what I did.
Was it correct to say, Agent Croft, that you did not find any guns loaded in the gun room or anywhere at Moselle that had a bird shot and a buckshot loaded at the same time?
The only weapons I've recovered are the weapons that are there with the rounds that we have just looked at. Yes, sir.
And if you or another agent in your presence made a representation that we found in the gun room a gun with similar loads as that we found at the crime scene, that would be an incorrect statement, would it?
I don't think it would be incorrect to say that guns were loaded in a similar fashion using two different types of ammunition, two different loads.
Well, there's no buckshot in any of the two guns that you found loaded, correct?
Not when we collected them, no, sir.
And the turkey loads or the bird loads that we just looked at, those the pellets in those are lead, are they not?
I would have to look at the actual boxes that came in or the pellets that are in it. Some of them are steel. I'm not sure.
So do you know the difference between steel and lead?
Do I know the difference?
Yeah. And what's the difference? Why would you have steel versus lead?
Steel shot is used a lot in waterfowl hunt. Lead shot is used for normal everyday rabbit roll, dove.
Well, we do have some boxes here, 214. Can you tell us whether this is lead or steel?
The Winchester 12 gauge shot lock lead is a turkey load, number 4. The Browning box, I do not see it indicated on the box what the ball is or the pellets are.
Well, let me ask you, is there a turkey on the face of that box?
There is a turkey on the face of the box, yes, sir.
And turkey a waterfowl bird or land bird?
Turkey is a land bird, sir. And the other box is the same on Federal. It's got a turkey on the front.
All right. So those 3 boxes look like they're turkey loads, right?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Did you find any waterfowl shell boxes? That was all on June 8th.
I did not collect any waterfowl shell boxes from Moselle.
Did you collect any waterfowl unfired shotgun, 12 gauge shotgun shells at Moselle on June the 8th?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Have you ever collected unfired shotgun shells for waterfowl at Moselle in part of this investigation?
I do not recall collecting any waterfowl shot.
Are you aware, sir, that the shot that blew Paul Murdaugh's head off was Winchester dry lock, steel waterfowl, 12 gauge ammunition?
I was aware that the pellets were steel.
Well, you can look at the outside of the spent shell casing and see that it's Winchester dry lock, correct?
If I had the shell casing, yes, sir, I can see it.
And you know that to be about a duck load, correct?
I know that it's primarily used for duck load, yes, sir.
And you know that's what killed Paul Murdaugh.
I do know that it was still shot.
And you didn't find any similar ammunition at Moselle on June the 8th or any time after that, correct?
I did.
Now, you were showing pictures of the gun room and and I think you testified there were some 25 guns and gun racks.
It's 20, 25 guns.
And this is 1,700 acres of hunting land.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, did it shock you to see that many guns? They were all hunting guns, were they not?
It did not shock me to see that many hunting guns.
And a lot of people in Hampton, Colleton, this part of Low Country, when they hunt with those types of guns. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't find anything unusual about the number of guns they had in their house, right?
I did not, sir.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that you know something about the injection pattern of the black. Remember testifying about that?
I remember testifying that it ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
And I'm gonna let you take it out. I'm a city boy.
May I stand?
Yeah, yes, sir, please. Do you mind, y'all? Good stuff. Thank you. So if you could, while you're standing, if you could just step down and point the gun at that door, and hopefully no one comes through, and show the jury the direction that the shells would go.
Can I point it up further?
Point it up
than
would
the
be
door?
great. That's probably safer. Told you I was a city boy.
The rounds would be ejected from this side across would be my right shoulder.
Okay. And so, and this is semi-automatic, I mean, you have to pull the trigger each time, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And every time you pull the trigger, it shoots a shell, ejects off toward your right shoulder, toward the rear, right?
As long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
And how far does it go before it lands, roughly?
I can't answer that, sir.
Foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I can't testify to how far an ejected shell is going to expend from the
Okay.
weapon.
That's fine. Can you put it back, please?
Yes, sir.
But just while you have it up, when you point to the jury, I think they saw it before, but let's just be clear. The thermal scope, can you point that out?
This would be this item here.
And you've got to charge that, right? That's sort of you've got to plug it in, battery operated of some sort.
It would have some sort of power. I don't know if it's a rechargeable battery or batteries that has to be replaced.
Okay. And the thermal scope is for hunting at night, is that right?
It can be used for hunting at night, yes, sir.
Regular scope
To
is
pick
kind
up infrared, it's heat sensitive.
of hard to hunt at night with a regular scope. Because it doesn't pick up.
Scope and a
infrared heat.
light would work, but this is also used.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Agent Croft, I'm gonna show you what went into evidence yesterday is Defendant's Exhibit 29. And can you see it from up there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And these like marker 7, 5, 6, I'll just, it's identified in the legend over here, but these are 300 blackout shell casings. Do you understand that to be the case?
I don't see marker 5 on the printout on the left-hand side there.
Well, you're right, it's not on. 1, 2. Well, let's just follow along. If these are in fact shell casings, from what you just described to the jury, the ejection path of the 300 blackout, where would the person shooting the gun be standing in relation to these 6, 5, 6, and 7?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
If 7, 5, and 6 are shell casings, that it would be likely that the shooter would be to the upper side of those frames.
Somewhere near this line in that area?
I can't testify to that line or any kind of angle of that line. No, sir.
Understand, it would be on the side of the line. It'd be up in here somewhere, right?
It would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are. It would be likely that the shooter would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are if you're looking at it from where I'm sitting.
The shooter be on the left-hand side of these numbers and a little forward of these numbers. Is that right?
I can't say because I'm not sure if the ejection hit something on the way out, or if there was an obstruction on the ejection. I don't know. I can't testify to how far they would go. I just know that a normal 300 ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
Yes, thank you. Oh, you were at Moselle on the 8th. I think we've established that. And did you go back on the 13th?
I did, sir.
And you went to the house on the 13th as well?
I did, sir.
Okay. And we saw body cam from where you're picking up shell casings around the side door, 300 blackout shell casings around the side door. And I think, was that the 8th when you got the shell casing next to the?
That was around 2 o'clock on the 8th, a little after 2.
Now, jury will have the video if they want to see it, but as you're standing out there, you could see the rooftops of the shed building and some other structures down at the kennels where the murders took place. You remember, you could see the rooftops?
I would think you could see the rooftops.
But that's all you could see, correct? You couldn't see SLED agents working around down there by the dog kennels.
No, sir, there's planted pines between the residents and the kennels.
So the fact of the matter is, you can't see people at the dog kennels from the house based on your personal observations. Is that correct?
From where I was standing, no, sir.
Now, you also testified about the location of Maggie's phone, how it was found.
Yes, sir.
Did you go out there when it was located?
Yes, sir, I did.
You recall how it was located?
Yes, sir, I do.
How was it located?
We sent information to the phone company for a ping. The ping was actually 20-something hundred meters, which is a long ways. We then learned that she had Find My iPhone on her phone. One of the family members assisted with locating that phone, getting a better location on the phone, and we were ultimately able to find it.
So you found the phone, Maggie's phone, by family member using Find My iPhone.
And I think it was John Marvin is the one that assisted us with that.
And do you think John Marvin was using Buster's phone to do that?
I don't have a clue what he was using.
And then when the phone was collected, you provided the password. Remember, you testified the password was provided.
We were provided the PIN to open the phone. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Alex Murdaugh provided the pin to SLED so they could open Maggie's?
Again, I don't know where the passcode or PIN came from, but we were provided a PIN.
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did anyone have a Faraday bag?
I did not have a Faraday bag that day.
What's the purpose of a Faraday bag?
To prevent any tampering from outside sources once a cell phone is collected.
And you can put the cell phone inside a Faraday bag so it can't hit cell phone towers.
And it prevents any tampering from outside to prevent anybody from being able to communicate with the phone.
It
Any
helps.
outside sources.
It's a tool to secure the evidence to prevent tampering.
It is
Inadvertent or intentional tampering, right?
Yes, sir. It is one tool that can be used.
And was Maggie's phone put in a Faraday bag when it was not in the
It does not.
Did anyone ask or bring up the fact that, hey, maybe we should get a Faraday bag before we move this phone?
I did not ask.
Anybody ask in your presence?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, on June 8th, you were briefed and you were advised that Alec found his wife and son murdered. He was the one that discovered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on June 8th, you knew that he was Maggie's husband, Paul's father, immediate family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your long-time experience investigating crimes, murders in particular, someone who finds the bodies and is related to the victims is always going to be looked at. Is that fair?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
And y'all were looking at Alex on the 8th. SLED was, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you have a label? Was he person of interest or suspect on the 8th?
We were looking at Alec being the one that found the deceased, being the husband, the father, in an attempt to get Mr. Alec out of that immediate circle.
And you described this investigative, you draw a circle around potential persons of interest, and Alex was in that circle, correct?
We don't draw a circle around any individual person. We work with the crime scene, which is what we consider the circle. And we work from our way inside out in order to find any potential suspects, identify suspects, clear individuals. So we start with the small circle.
So when you started with the small circle, although you don't draw it, I mean, it's a sort of an investigative mental tool. Who was the person in the small circle?
We had Miss Maggie was in the crime scene, Paul was in the crime scene, and Alec was in the crime scene.
And you remember that on the 8th or it was his wife and son? You remember? No.
Avoid the media on any investigation because I don't want to be influenced by anything that's said.
And the, what do you recall SLED putting out a press release on the morning of the 8th that the public need not be alarmed?
I do not recall any press release being put out by SLED.
Never. Well, the point being, on the 8th, there was a circle, and it was only around Alec. He was the only living and breathing person in the circle. Is that correct?
That is the only person that we could place in the circle at that time.
And on the 8th, SLED knew that, from what interviews with Alec, that he said he left shortly after 9 p.m., went to visit his mother in Alameda, stayed for a while, and came back. SLED, and you were that fact.
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
anybody at SLED ever on the morning of the 8th hightail it over to Alameda and search the house for any evidence whatsoever?
I did not go to Alameda and search the house on the 8th.
Are you aware of anyone ever going to Alameda to search the house until sometime in September of 2021?
There was a number of agents out working. I'm not sure what the other agents did.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea to go to Alameda on the morning of the 8th, where the guy in the circle says he was, right?
I did not go, and I can't testify to what other agents did.
Well, you've been working this investigation. You the lead case agent?
No, sir, I'm not.
Who's the lead case agent?
David Owen.
Now, every interview that Alex Murdaugh gave, you participated in, right?
I did, sir.
So were you working, sort of Agent Owen's right hand in this investigation?
I was assigned by the captain to assist Agent Owens.
So it's fair that you knew daily developments as the investigation progressed, right?
We had briefings with each other on the case. Yes, sir.
And you knew that at no point in time in June, July, August, anyone went over to Alameda, searched the house, searched the property for any dirty clothes or any murder weapons.
I know that I did not go, and I'm not sure what other agents in the investigative circle had done.
Well, if you went over there, you hadn't over there on the morning of the 8th, scoured the place and not find anything, that would sort of help nudge Alec outside this investigative circle, would it not?
I can't testify to what ifs, sir. I did not go.
Okay. On the 8th, you were asked to point out who's that person, who's that person, who's that person. That's Ronnie Crosby. He's a lawyer. That's Mark Ball. He's a lawyer. That's Lee Cope. He's a lawyer. You remember that testimony?
I do, sir.
Now, Alec wasn't lawyering up on the 8th. Those were his friends who came over to help him, correct?
They were giving counsel to Alec as far as what we were doing. They were making phone calls to his counsel. That was the instruction which we gave. We were given.
And they were assisting you, as you saw on the body cam, go through the evidence that you ended up seizing in the gun room, right?
They pointed out some items that they had concerns about.
Did you find that their efforts were obstructing your investigation?
They didn't obstruct our search within that gun room, no, sir.
Now, you went back, I think, on June 13th, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And remind me, what was the purpose of the search on June 13th?
Search on June 13th was a follow-up search of the residence. I would have to see the search warrant, actual search warrant, to see what items was being sought at that time.
Are you testifying that you had to get a search warrant on the 13th?
Search warrant or consent, I'm not sure. I don't know what everything that was being looked for at that time.
Well, in fact, Alex Murdaugh gave consent anytime he was asked by SLED if they could go on the property, right?
My understanding is consent was obtained each time.
And so there was no search warrant on the 13th, was there, Agent Croft?
I would have to see our legal grounds for being there, whether it was consent or a search warrant. I do not know.
Right. And you don't need a search warrant if there's consent.
No, sir, you do not.
And in this interview, this search, you've seized Exhibit 151, which is, and I'll hand it to you. That's 300 blackout clip. Is that right?
It's a magazine with 300 blackout ammunition, yes, sir.
And that was found where?
Collected from a black Ford F-150.
On the property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I think you testified it was found on the floorboard of the truck. Is that right?
I didn't testify to where it was found, no, sir.
Do you know where it was found?
No, sir.
Did
Just
you
a black
find it?
Ford F-150.
Did you find it?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, it was just provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jury heard this videotape interview of Alec on June 10th, where he told you that Paul left everything everywhere. Do you remember hearing that statement?
I do remember that, yes, sir.
And does this evidence support what Alec told you, that Paul left everything everywhere? If you found a clip, 300 blackout?
I can't testify to who had the magazine in the F-150.
Do you know who last drove that F-150?
I do not, sir.
Was any analysis done of that clip?
The way it's packaged there, it does not appear that there's been any analysis done.
Were any fingerprints taken of that clip?
Again, sir, the way it's packaged, it does not appear that there was any analysis done.
And I think there was another clip that was seized from the shelf in the gun room. I don't have that pulled up, but I think it's 150 perhaps. Did you remember seizing another clip from the gun room?
Yes, sir, there was another magazine with 300 blackout.
Fingerprints taken from the clip seized from the shelf in the gun room?
I don't think so, sir.
Was there any analysis done of the clip taken from the shelf in the gun room?
The way I recall it being packaged yesterday, it would appear that there was analysis performed.
Yeah, you brought it to court. You want this jury to have it? Why is that?
Basis for the objection.
I believe that's outside the scope of this witness's purpose here as to why it's being offered into court.
Response to the objection.
You're not asking his knowledge, not anything beyond his knowledge. He can say, I don't know, or if he has a reason.
Overruled objection.
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
Do you know why you were asked to bring those clips here to court and put them in evidence before this jury?
I do not, sir.
Now, you also did a search of the shooting range. I couldn't go through my notes, and I don't have a date. Was that on the 13th or a different day?
I'm not sure if it's the 13th or the 16th.
16th? I think you may be right. Either way, again, that was a consent search, right? Didn't have a search warrant for that.
We did get consent for that, yes, sir.
And the jury saw the video. We're not belabor that again, but there was a shooting house, if you will, with a chair and a thing you would rest a gun on. And we saw you picking up a lot of shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
And the shell casings you were picking up were the 300 blackout spent shell casings, cartridges, right?
That is correct, sir.
But there was a lot of brass in there that were not 300 blackout cartridges.
There was additional brass that's not 300, yes, sir.
Now, we didn't get a good look. If you're sitting in that chair in that shooting house downrange, do you remember what was on the other end of 100 yards or so away? Do you remember what was on the other end?
I do not recall what's back on that end, no, sir. Target of some sort.
A mound there?
A burn too.
That's safe, right? You don't want to be shooting a rifle, just going down without something to stop it. So there's a berm there to stop it.
It was
right?
going into a wooded area.
But there was a
There was a dirt
berm.
mound. There was a dirt mound.
There's a target and then a dirt mound behind it.
That's
Sorry.
correct.
Now, we saw you picking up brass. Who went down to the other end and started digging that earthen dirt mound to find fired projectiles?
I did not go down to the other end, no, sir.
In fact, nobody at SLED went to that other end to dig out 300 blackout fired projectiles, did they?
I did not, and I don't know what the other agents did, no, sir.
Well, you're assisting Agent Owen. You're going to briefings. You didn't hear at any point in time while we should have, or we did dig out projectiles from the dirt mound.
I never heard of anyone digging out the dirt mounds, digging out brass from the dirt mound.
If you had dug out projectiles from the dirt mound, that could have been sent to the ballistics lab at SLED and done a comparison to projectiles found at the crime scene, correct?
There would be a lot of elements that would go into whether it could actually be looked at or not.
Or you could certainly compare it to what was, I mean, you could take a 300 blackout, shoot it out of Buster's gun right there leaning next to you and compare it to the projectiles. You're aware that could be done at SLED, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
But it wasn't, was it?
I'm not sure what testing was done on this particular rifle to compare it to anything at the scene.
Okay. Now let's go to the June 10th interview. You and Agent Owens interviewed Alec in Agent Owens' SUV, SLED issued vehicle on June 10th, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that was at Brother John Marvin's hunting lodge in Barnville or somewhere close by, right?
Yes, sir.
Not yet, not yet. The a lot of people were interviewed that day, right?
There was a number of interviews going on at the same time. Yes, sir.
And again, that was consent, correct? The interviews were consensual.
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed, the folks being interviewed that day not only included Alec, but they included John Marvin, his brother, his son Buster, and his other brother Randy. Is that correct?
To my recollection, yes, sir.
And when you pulled up on June the 10th, it's about, was it early afternoon, it's like?
The timestamp should be on the video. I don't recall what time it was.
But it was a little bit like the cavalry coming, wasn't it? Because there were a lot of cars that pulled up at one time, right?
They were aware we were coming.
They were, how many agents went?
We took these to interview each person that was there.
You took 2 agents for each interview, right?
I think there was 2 agents for each interview. Yes, sir.
And each agent came in their own car, right?
I think I may have rode with Special Agent Owen. I'm not sure if the others drove their own cars or not.
Well, and so there's at least 4, could have been more than that, cars, right?
That was probably full cars. Yes, sir.
And you put each person, Randy, John Marvin, Buster, and Alec, in a separate car all at one time.
Pretty close to the same time. Yes, sir. Each one got in a car with agents.
And that's a law enforcement investigative technique so that you don't want witnesses to be comparing notes. You want to interview them in separate places, same time, and to get what's fresh on their mind without learning of what another witness has said, right?
We wanted to interview them individually. Yes, sir.
And you said they knew that it was coming, but did you alert anyone that we're all going to be coming in, at least 4 cars and we're going to interview you separately at the same time?
There was some other things that was going to take place while we were conducting the interviews. So it was arranged that they would all be at that location and we were going to meet them there and conduct the interviews.
And you also had a guy there to do the phone extraction.
Yes, sir. Those are the other things I'm talking about.
Now, that wasn't told to Alec or John Marvin or Buster or Randy before SLED rolled in on the 8th at John Marvin's hunting lodge, right?
It's my understanding that they knew we were coming and that we were going to request the phone analysis be done.
You think someone, when SLED would have told Alec ahead of time, told John Marvin ahead of time, that we're going, when we get there, be sure not to erase anything off your phone because we're going to download it?
I didn't set the meeting up. I went with Agent Owen to conduct the interview.
So, but one of the first things you did in the interview was, you and Agent Owen, was ask Alec if he would give over his phone so that it could be extracted, right?
That was one of the first things we asked for.
And that extraction was done, by another agent who came in a separate vehicle, I assume. Is that right?
He's not an agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, no, sir.
Okay. He was investigated with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office,
That's my understanding of his job title, yes, sir.
and that would be Investigator Hightower. Is that who did that?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
And during the interview, you also, at the end of the interview, you got a buccal swab from Alec, right?
I did, sir.
You got a buccal swab from, not you, but everybody who was interviewed gave buccal swabs, meaning John Marvin, Randy, Buster, and Alec, correct?
I know that Alec, we secured a buckle from Alec. I'm pretty sure that there was one collected from Buster. I'm not sure about John Marvin and Randy.
Now, yesterday, we listened to the entire video interview with Alec, and it ran for almost an hour, could have been longer, but you sat on the stand and heard that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at various points in time, you were asked, what did he just tell you? Did he just tell you this? Do you remember that?
I do, sir.
And then you get to one point in the interview where you're asked, what did he just say after you said it must be tormenting? And you testified that Alex said on the video captured by audio that it was so bad, I did him so bad. That's what you testified to yesterday.
Yes, sir, that is what I testified to.
Now, are you 100% confident that Alex said, I did him so bad, rather than they did him so bad?
I'm 100% confident in what I heard and I interpreted him as saying.
But you would agree that this jury can hear the same thing you heard on June the 10th by playing what was captured on the body cam or the recording equipment in Agent Owen's car, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard what you said, you're confident what you heard, that he said, I did him so bad. What'd you do in response to that?
I made a mental note of it. Again, we were still in the early stages of investigation. It was more of an information gathering from Mr. Alec. And we did not have information at that point, to my opinion, to challenge Mr. Alec on any of his statements.
Your arm 11. So Alex Murdaugh was the one and only in this circle on June the 10th. You're in the car with him, and according to your testimony, he says, I did him so bad.
That is what I understood him to say, yes, sir.
And yet, you just said you took a mental note of it.
Yes, sir, I did.
I mean, if the guy in the middle of the circle the one in the circle says, I did him so bad. Isn't that a significant statement if he actually said that?
It's definitely something we would follow up with.
You never followed up with it, did you?
There was a third interview conducted with Mr. Alex.
There was a third interview. There was a third interview conducted on August the 11th, 2021, right?
I don't recall the exact date.
We hear about it, but you were there, right?
Yes, sir, I was.
Tell the jury, if you asked Alex Murdaugh on August 11th, 2021, what did you mean back on June 10th when you said, I did him so bad?
We didn't make it to that point, sir.
In fact, back on June 10th, after you had this, what you heard him say, I did him so bad, you went on to talk about funeral arrangements, whether they're going to be public or private. Isn't that right?
There was questions concerning funeral arrangements, yes, sir.
And Agent Owen says, well, Alex said he's trying to make arrangements so it wouldn't be, a lot of media there or any media there. And, the guy who just said, I did him so bad, I mean, the response to that was, they don't deserve to be there. You recall that?
Repeat that again, sir.
Do you recall
If you don't
Agent
mind.
Owen saying in your presence to Alex, the media did not deserve to be at Maggie and Paul's funeral?
I do recall Agent Owen saying something about the media not being there. Yes, sir.
And that was after, according to you, he said, I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider that to be some sort of confession on June the 10th?
Again, it was something that we were definitely going to follow up on. Yes, sir.
Getting ready for your testimony yesterday,
Excuse me.
did you review a transcript that was prepared by SLED of that interview of June 10th with Alex?
No, sir. I've never seen a transcript that was prepared for that.
Are you aware the transcript was prepared at SLED?
No, sir, I'm not.
Are you hearing that the first time?
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, let me ask you back on June 10th. Why didn't you ask him right then and there when he said, I did him so bad? Why didn't you ask him, what do you mean by that, Alex?
Again, it was early in the investigation. It was more of an information gathering interview, if you would call it an interview, with Mr. Alex. And we did not, at that particular time in the investigation, we did not have evidence to challenge anything that Mr. Alex would have told us. It was decided that we would not cross that at that time.
I mean, my question wasn't, why didn't you challenge him? My question is, why didn't you ask for clarification? Like, what are you talking about? You did him so bad.
Asking for clarification of I did him so bad would ultimately be a challenge of what he said.
So what were the things going through your mind when you heard or misheard, I did him so bad? I mean, like, I wasn't a good dad? I spoiled him? Or I killed him? I mean, what was going through your mental note?
There was a mental note that it was definitely something that we needed to follow up on and ask at a later time.
Now, from the video, it appears you're back there taking some notes.
Yes, sir.
Did you take notes?
I was writing specific stuff
You
down.
mentioned you made a mental note of this, what you heard or misheard, I did him so bad, but did you make a written note of him saying that?
I don't recall if I wrote it or not, sir.
So it's possible that you're sitting there with a guy who's now been charged with murder on June 10th in the interview, the father, the only one in the circle, and he says, I did him so bad, and you can't tell the jury you even wrote it down on a piece of paper.
I don't recall if I actually made a physical note of it or not, sir.
I'm going to play that clip from State's Exhibit 243, which is in evidence. I want you to listen again with the jury. Hang on, Your Honor. All right, let's play it. Exhibit 243 in evidence.
It's tough. It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
All right, back it up and play it in real time again, Doug. Real time.
Or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Did you hear now, they or I?
I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Your Honor, we'd like to play it again at 1/3 speed to slow it down. It's just the same. Thank you.
Playing it at 1/3 speed, with no foundation laid for who's manipulating it, how it's being manipulated. I think obviously we have it in real time, but there would have to be some additional foundation.
Play at 1/3 speed.
And sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. It's so bad.
Did you hear they then?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You would agree the jury gets to decide what he said on that tape. That's the best evidence.
I agree that they get to hear the tape and make their own mind up as to what he said. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have on that. Now, I said the date August 11th. You said you weren't sure, but there was another interview with Alex Murdaugh came to the SLED Low Country office, and you and Agent Owen sat down and interviewed him, correct?
That is correct.
Now, on all these interviews that were conducted and that have been played, or body cam conversations, except for Alex, when you're doing them, do you tell the person that you're interviewing, hey, I'm going to turn the audio recorder on, you're now being recorded? Is that standard operating procedure?
We normally don't advise that we're recording, no, sir.
Okay. And you certainly didn't advise Alec that you're recording him on any of the interviews that you conducted with Agent Owen, correct?
I never advised that anyone that I was that they were being recorded.
And in this meeting that you had, were you aware that Alec was asking for the meeting so that he could get an update on whether you made any progress in the investigation of the murder of his wife and son?
I was aware that Alec had requested a meeting to raise some questions as to what was going on.
I mean, he wanted information as to what was going on, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
But y'all had other plans for that meeting, correct?
No, sir, I'm not going to say we had other plans for that meeting. It was an interview.
Yeah, I mean, he came there he didn't go to that meeting thinking, I'm going to be interviewed. To your knowledge, did he?
To my knowledge, I don't know what his thinking was. He knew he was coming there to meet with myself and Agent Owen.
Okay. And during that interview, pretty much you made it known to him that, well, I mean, you asked him point blank, did you kill your wife and son?
He was asked that.
And you made it pretty clear that, well, let me ask you, at that point in time, was he full bore suspect in your murder investigation?
He was still a person of interest. There was questions that we had regarding information that we had obtained that only he could answer.
And did he answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that interview, he asked you to meet with Maggie's mom and dad, Mr. and Ms. Brandstetter, and her family, correct?
I think that was the end of the second interview, not the third interview.
All right. Well, shortly after that, shortly after that third interview with Alec, which we'll get the date in the record eventually. A few days later, you and Agent Owen went and met with Maggie's mom and dad, sister and brother-in-law, and nieces, correct?
That is correct.
And part of that interview, well, that interview was recorded, right?
The interview with
With the
Brandstetters?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It was audio recorded.
Did you tell them you were recording it?
We did not.
And
I don't think. I did not tell them.
And part of the interview was the interview was conducted as part of your investigation to get information to assist you in next steps, correct?
The interview was a combination interview. It was to share information and also to gather information concerning family dynamics. Yes, sir.
In that interview, you and or Agent Owen told the Brandstetters and the Proctors that Alec is in this circle of investigation, correct?
It was no secret that Alec was in that circle at that point. No, sir.
And that you also told them he's the only one that you've identified in the circle, correct?
I don't recall saying he's the only one in that circle.
Well, did you identify for the Brandstetters or the Proctors any other people in the circle?
They particularly asked about Alex, so I don't recall giving them any other names that was being looked at.
In early August of 2021, was there anybody else in the circle that your SLED was focused on?
Again, sir, at that particular date, I'm not sure who all was still within that circle.
And during this interview, Maggie's mother, Ms. Kennedy Brandstetter, her father, Mr. Terry Brandstetter, her sister, Mary, and brother-in-law, Bart, and their children described for y'all their observations of Alex's relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
From their observation of their relationship, yes, sir.
And that was, you were asking that as part of your investigative tool and getting
Yes, sir,
information.
that's correct.
And they reported to you that Alec had a loving relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
Rule 801 and 802.
Pardon?
Objection, Rule 801 and 802.
Response?
It's not being offered for the matter asserted, Your Honors, what he did in response to that.
Objection sustained.
Were you given that information in that interview? Did they identify other people who had warned Maggie that word on the street in Hampton that there was some family safety resulting from the boating accident?
I don't recall any specific information concerning warning of threats of any nature. No, sir, I don't recall that.
You don't recall being provided the name Barber Mixon?
I do recall being provided names of those that may have information, but as far as specific information, I do not recall any specific information that was shared by the Brandstetters.
You know whether Ms. Mixon was ever interviewed following your meeting with the Brandstetters?
I know I never interviewed Ms. Mixon.
Were you given information about Ms. Traherne of a similar nature?
Again, I never interviewed Ms. Traherne, if her name was given. No, sir.
1 minute, Your Honor, may I check to see what I left?
Excuse me.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Senior Special Agent Croft, going back, or you went and searched that house. Your focus was searching for guns, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And to your knowledge, when other agents walked through the house with the family members, and this is on June 8th, fundamentally, they were looking for firearms, is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
You were asked about these weapons that you seized that are put into evidence, and you were looking for any potential weapon that could fire rounds consistent with those that were used at the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm on redirect, Your Honor. That's what we'll do.
Don't leave the witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. What is the point of gathering as much evidence as you can when you have that opportunity? What are you trying to do there?
We were trying to gather as much evidence that could be tested as potential weapons for the scene to be able to include or to exclude Mr. Alex or these weapons from being the person responsible for the murders.
You were asked a little bit about this right here, and this was June of 2021, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
I'm sorry?
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what, if any, effect that was.
Ammunition was difficult to get during that time because of the shutdowns during COVID.
Did you find a lot of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
There was quite a bit of ammunition.
Did you
inside.
find a lot of different types of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you find a lot of S&B 300 blackout in the defendant's residence?
That was mostly what we found.
You were asked about the commonality of various rounds blackout through others, and you mentioned 308, 223, and 556. Can you tell the jury a little bit about those rounds and why they tend to be a bit more common as you testified to, please?
I'm sorry, can you mind repeating?
Yeah, sure. You testified.
Objects beyond the scope. I didn't ask anything about 223s and whatever he said.
He asked about the commonality of blackout, and he answered about those
The
other
witness
calibers.
asked you to repeat the question. I would like to hear it as well.
Yes, sir. You were asked earlier about the commonality of blackout, and you mentioned it was not as common as 308, 223, and 556. I was asking you to explain a little bit about those calibers and why they are more common.
223 is a very common round. It's utilized in law enforcement. 556 is utilized within law enforcement and also within the military. It's prior to COVID, it was easily found, fairly cheap ammunition to go out and shoot as rifle goes. 308 is a hunting rifle, which can be used for larger game such as whitetail and stuff like that. 308 is also a common round that's used within the law enforcement and the military side. It's a very common round. 300, on the other hand, it's just at that particular time, 300 rounds or weapons were just not that common.
How many criminal investigations have you worked where 300 blackout was the murder round?
I have none.
None. You were asked earlier about the boxes and what has been admitted into evidence as states 214. And Are there multiple exhibits in that particular bag that was not opened?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right? And aside from the boxes, what, if any, other exhibit is in that particular bag?
It is what appears to be a credit card receipt with one particular item circled.
And that item circled was what?
Gucci.
Of course, it's all just one over here. You're asked something about, a few questions about the what the lab report found. And where your experience is in general firearms knowledge, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes,
Are
sir.
you a firearm marks and tool mark examiner?
No, sir, I'm not.
Is it your role to do that specific analysis?
It is not, sir.
Is that analysis for others to do?
That is, sir. That is correct, sir.
Others who will testify later?
That is correct, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the various loads in some of these shotguns. Did you find weapons that had mixed loads, that had different types of ammunition in them?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked a couple of questions about the board that Mr. Harpootlian put into evidence yesterday. You recall those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you aware that both victims had stippling on them from their gunshot injuries?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is a powder burn pattern which is left on an individual due to a close range shot.
To a close range shot.
That is correct.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about the location of where shell casings land when they're ejected out of the weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Are there a number of factors that go into where a shell casing might actually land?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can people move?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do people move?
People can move. Yes, sir.
You were asked a couple of questions about the cell phone and whether or not it was put in the Faraday bag. Do you know if that phone was put in airplane mode?
I think it was. Yes, sir.
You've been asked a number of questions about the defendant and the investigation. Do you recall during the course of the interview on June 10th, did Agent Owen mention that y'all had talked to 100 people at that point?
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. Was the investigation just focused on Alex Murdaugh, or was it focused on anyone and everyone it could focus on?
It was absolutely not just focused on Alex Murdaugh.
In that particular interview, did Agent Owen mention victim advocates or any sort of grief counseling to Alex Murdaugh? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
When you're that early in an interview, and you are interviewing someone who might be in the circle, as Mr. Griffin describes it, are you trying to keep your ears open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you trying to keep the lines of communication open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you going to confront somebody that early on, or are you going to try to keep the dialogue going?
Action leading, Your Honor.
Don't lead the witness.
What is your goal when you're that early in an investigation and interviewing witnesses or potential subjects?
Again, based on what we had in this particular case, the interviews conducted with Mr. Alex was more of an information gathering type of interview. It wasn't an interrogation by no means.
You were asked about whether or not anyone dug some potential projectiles out of mound of dirt. Were you aware that there were 300 blackout cases found around Maggie's body at the scene?
Yes, I was.
And what was your goal as finding similar evidence in other parts of the property?
Similar casings to the shell casings that were located at Miss Maggie's body.
Did you know that casings can be compared to casings which has been recovered already at the murder scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find cases outside of the side door?
Yes, sir, I did.
300 blackout cases?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find 300 blackout cases at the range across the street?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked about interviewing a number of witnesses on that day on June the 10th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is it common standard operating procedure to interview witnesses separately?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything different or unusual about that being done?
No, sir, it's not.
Would you do that in any case?
Yes, sir, I would.
The June 10th interview with Alex Murdaugh, who all was in that car?
It was myself, Senior Special Agent David Owen, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, and counsel.
Jim Griffin was there.
That is correct.
His lawyer was there.
That is correct.
Remind the jury what Alex Murdaugh did for a living.
He was a trial lawyer and a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Was that interview aggressive in any way?
Not at all, sir.
You're asked a number of questions about various firearms evidence that was seized in this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you personally seize every single piece of evidence, firearms related evidence in this case?
Not personally, no, sir.
And describe just generally what the SOP is. When you have multiple agents working a scene and they find evidence, what do they do with it?
They generally will mark it or locate it, and then one particular person actually does the collection to package and make sure that it gets to our lab.
All right. And there could be multiple individuals doing that collection?
Yes, sir.
And then where does it go from there? What happens to sync it all back together?
It's generally packaged, turned over to our crime scene or an analyst at our lab. Chain of custody is provided to track that particular piece of evidence as to where it went.
Are efforts made by those collecting it to avoid tampering with the evidence?
Absolutely.
Is the evidence collected in a manner to preserve it as much as possible in its form?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure for all of SLED?
Yes, sir.
Right, may I have 1 minute to locate an exhibit that's in evidence?
So I'll stand for a moment.
We are doing a stretch break.
Is this what you're looking for, Creighton?
Judge is back.
out the bottom. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 145 in evidence. And can you publish what the crime scene notes reflect about where that was recovered?
It's one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Can I ask you to take these scissors and carefully cut that open, please? Could I have the Elmo up, please? About that as well. The Elmo. All right. Tell me, can you describe that, what that is to the jury, please?
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. And does the plastic part of the shell have any identifying information?
It's got dry lock, 3-inch number 2.
Can I hold that real quick? Is this what the round you were just seeing?
It appears to be, yes, sir. That's if the glare's on it, you can't hardly see it.
All right. Can you put that back in that bag for me? All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State 149. And if you could, first of all, publish again what the crime scene notes say about that particular round.
Just one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, and if you could, please, again, carefully open that bag and pull out what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
So black in color, Winchester 12 gauge. On the side, the writing is dry lock, 3-inch number 2.
This is the unfired 12 gauge shell that you were just describing?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And again, what's written on this particular round?
Dry lock, 3-inch number 2.
If you could return that to that package, please. And I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146. And again, if you could tell us what the crime scene notes say on that, please.
One unfired shot shell from Kent box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, if you could, again, carefully open that and see what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, Winchester head stamp, dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
Is it the same as the previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can I hold it? All right, if you'll put that one back for me. Do the fourth verse. Again, if you'd sort of publish those crime scene notes, and then we'll follow the same procedure, please.
One unfired shot shell, flat stand in Paul's room, head stamped, Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. Tell me what, describe it to the jury, please.
Head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the side is got writing dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
All right. Same thing?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to the next one. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150 into evidence, State's Exhibit 150. And again, if you can, as best you can, tell the jury the crime scene notes on that exhibit.
It's one, and I can read shell head stamp 12 gauge, found on red bin on workshop bench. The State's exhibit tag is over the writing.
Gotcha. On workshop bench, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would carefully open that and then describe what you find to the jury, please.
So red in color, federal 12 gauge shotgun shell. On the side is federal premium double aught buck 3-inch mag, 76 millimeter maximum, 1050 bar.
Federal buckshot.
Federal buckshot, yes, sir.
Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
This was found where?
On the workbench, from the red bin on the workbench.
I can't tell if that helps or not, but I'm gonna try it.
You can't read it on there, sir.
I'll just walk it back to you. All right, if you could secure that back. All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as States 144. Let's do the same procedure. If you could tell the jury what the crime scene notes on that particular exhibit reflect.
One unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
And if you could carefully open it and describe to the jury what you found.
It's a red in color federal 12 gauge. Writing on the side is federal premium double aught buckshot double aught buck 3-inch magnum.
If you could secure that back for me, please. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143 and have you take a look through that one, if you would, please. If you could read what the crime scene notes say.
One unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
Again, carefully open it and describe to the jury what's inside.
It's a red in color 12 gauge federal shotgun shell stamped on the side federal premium double aught buck 3-inch magnum.
Same thing as that previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Federal buckshot, correct?
That is correct.
All right, if you could put that back for me. And we'll do one more. Got State's Exhibit 148. If you could again, tell the jury what the crime scene notes reflect about its location, please.
Says one unfired shot shell, head stamp, 12 gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
All right, if you could carefully open it and tell the jury what's inside.
It's a red in color, Federal 12 gauge shotgun shell. On the side writing is Federal Premium, double-aught buck, 3-inch mag.
Same as the previous three, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. 4 draw locks,
Yes, sir.
4 buckshot.
Yes, sir.
The draw locks are what? Brand?
They're black in color. They are Winchester,
And the buckshots are what?
Federal.
Just got a couple more questions for you. You were asked whether or not you took down any notes at any point in the interview or at a particular point in the interview.
Yes, sir.
The interview is being recorded, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Was Alex Murdaugh in custody at that interview?
He was not, sir.
Was that interview voluntary?
It was, sir.
Was that interview aggressive?
It was not, sir.
Was his lawyer present?
His attorney was present, sir.
And he's a lawyer too, or
Yes.
was a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Further recross.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Agent Croft, you mentioned stippling with regard to the injuries of Maggie. Do you know how many bullet wounds she had that had stippling?
I know at least one bullet wound had stippling. Yes,
Just
sir.
one. That's all you remember.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then talking about on the June 10th, y'all had interviewed 100 people or more, broad investigation. But did you have anybody else in the circle on June 10th besides Alex Murdaugh?
We had names of interest that we were interviewing. Yes, sir.
And then you were asked about projectiles versus shell cartridges. Are you aware that projectiles were found? 300 blackout projectiles were found in the dog house and the dog bed?
I am aware of that now. Yes, sir.
And that there's a 300 blackout projectile found in the dirt by the tire track?
Yes, sir.
So there were projectiles that were found.
That is correct, sir.
Yet you're out of the range, you don't look for projectiles, right?
I was collecting the 300 blackout spent shell casings from the gun room, or not the gun room, I apologize, the shoot house.
Now you were showed a number of shot shells, buckshot, and apparently dry lock. What date were those seized?
Looks like 9/13 of 2021.
Those were seized 3 months after the murders?
Hang on a second. 9/13/2021
Okay.
is the date that's written on it.
You got June, July, August, September. I mean, 4 months after the murders.
That's correct, sir.
And do you know whether that property had been secured during that period of time?
It had not been secured by law enforcement during that period of time.
You know if any of that in front of you was on the property on June 7th or before?
It was there the day we collected it. I can't answer that other question.
And I understand you didn't collect any of that, correct?
No, sir.
And you don't know where it was collected from other than what you're reading on the envelope, right? And you're reading someone else's evidence description. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. That's all I have now.
Okay, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
And we'll take a break now, about 10 minutes or so.
Okay, we're on a 10-minute break. That was quite interesting. For me, I'm glad that they addressed the I versus they. Some of you in the chat said you still heard I when they played it back, even when they slowed it down so much. It's going to be interesting that they're leaving it to the jury. I still heard I. However, leaving it to the jury, there's a good play by the defense. Who knows? Seeds of doubt, right? That's their job. They're doing a good job. However, BCE, that big Creighton energy coming in today, pushing back on everything that defense attorney Griffin laid out with the witness Croft. Absolutely pushing back on every angle, how the interview was done, where the evidence was collected. I'm wondering if he's going to do a redirect when they come back, which he can because, the defense did it again. But we'll see. We'll see. Mm. No, it's okay. Always, would you here? Always, if you want, let me just find you on Twitter. Let me send you. If you want to pop up, you're always more than welcome. But don't feel no pressure. I understand if you're busy too, because I know you're working, girl. I do. If anybody else is interested, let me know. Hey, Randy, thanks for joining us. What is going on with my feed here? Okay. So, have you been watching the trial, Randy, at all? It's interesting. It's very interesting, this case, because it does look, there was a lot that came up today. First of all, whether they had any other suspects. He does say that there were people of interest, just like there was for Alex Murdaugh. That was new to me, Good morning, Native. Nice to see you also. They did have some pushback, They're definitely saying that they had other people of interest that they did interview, that at the time of some of these interviews, Alex was not a suspect, but only a person of interest, and they were trying to clear things up, which was why there was not exactly an aggressive tone to any of the conversations that were going on. But ouch, what's the ouch? What the big? I think the ouch should be like on the defense side this morning, because Griffin, although trying to make his points, he did put out there about things being collected. That last part about the bullets and stuff being, the evidence being months later. You remember the crimes? They were still actually checking stuff out for months and months and months. As a matter of fact, they are still gathering evidence as we speak. They haven't closed anything just because it's at trial. So if anything comes up, they would still be bringing it forward. It's not unusual to enter things into evidence months later. I don't know. They're just trying to do that seeds of doubt with the jury, make it look like they're like a mess of a team over there. Well, with the amount that they had all collected and what they had to do, it's really not too bad. But they're doing a good job of slaying those seeds of doubt. Many of us are looking at it like, I don't know now. I don't know. I'm waiting for more evidence. what I did here today, what I heard in the interviews yesterday, his actual spoken word, okay?
Is Jen Wood. I am the Director of Research at Fitz News, and I am hopping on to answer any questions.
Okay, I just had to stop the feed for a second. It was bleeding through. Um, one thing that came up in the interviews that we're talking, did you hear him say that he was napping and that he did not see them until after they were demised? And also in another statement that he hadn't seen them since dinner. And yet, in the opening statement, I do believe that Creighton Waters had stated that there was video from Paul's phone that places all three of them an hour before speaking outside. And that is the hour before, like speaking outside, and then, according to Murdaugh's alibi, he left then to go visit his mother. But he's sleeping in the house and he saw them for dinner. Is conflicting statements between all of the interviews there and the alibi. I need to see the timeline exactly as to where he says he was actually. And I think that's why they played those videos. Yes, Anna, that's what they're saying, that it wasn't that they didn't look at anyone else. It's saying that they focused on Alex based on his statements. So, you know, we don't want to presume guilty just based on what we've heard yet. Still got to go to the jury, right? And there's a lot more testimony to come up, a lot. But what we want to do is actually we we want to keep an open mind the best that we can, right? Because we want, to hear all the evidence kind of as unbiased as we can, although with all the stuff we've heard about Alex Murdaugh, and all the other charges and all, being guilty of financial crimes doesn't mean you're capable of murder. This is his wife and his son. There was a lot going on, and we got to look at his mental state and all, but the jury hasn't heard any of that yet. So when we're looking at it now and following the trial, we're kind of just put ourselves in the jury's shoes and then just only listen to what they're presenting. That's the actual case, not all the other stuff that we know or read about out there in the media. We get to talk about it amongst ourselves here, but when it comes to the case, it's really not that important, is it? They will bring some of the issues up, like they did today with the I versus they, which was interesting, you know, for us to discuss first and then to listen to how they handled it in the court. I'm glad they addressed it. It was weird how they played it like that clip, like kind of low like that and slow. Like it did make it confusing, and I wonder how the jury's going to deal with that. Just this is true, Anna. There could have been many different reasons as to why he said what he said. But in order to contest what he said, he has to take the stand to do it. And I'm not sure in a murder trial the defense would be too pleased with him taking the stand. He could misspeak. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about a speak language expert. I think they're leaving it to the jury at this point. Both sides have addressed it with, bringing it up and then pushing back, and they brought it to the witness, and now they're just going to leave it there in the transcript for the jury. Always says, plus all those shotgun shells were unfired, so I believe they may have been collected just to show connection to the types of shells which were collected at the time of the crime. Exactly. Exactly. They're not saying that those shells ejected from gun in the purpose of a crime. And I don't know, Andrew. I really don't think that they will just on those statements. Looks like, the I versus they thing has been left just for the jury. It is part, I hope that the jury tomorrow, does not like jump to conclusions or overanalyze anything. I'm sure with the film they could slow it down even more, but they got to play within the transcript. They're going to go by the transcripts mostly. And always and others have brought up that it's also part of like the accent and the dialect that they use and common language. It always was talking about mhm. Yes, and being such a sad, sad situation, I'm sure that they were, that Alex, when he was talking about that, maybe he meant that it was just like so bad, like the situation was so bad. Who knows exactly what he meant? Only he does. And I don't know if he's going to take the stand against that statement. The defense already pushed back and prosecution already answered. So we'll see. We'll see. So they're not back yet, but they should be soon. I keep checking the feed because I don't want to miss them. And wasn't that nice that the judge had us up there actually stretching again, huh? Yes, the judge back to form. He doesn't seem like yesterday he seemed a little tense. Okay. Well, this morning he's back his usual self. Oh, got us stretching first thing in the morning. And I think they're coming back. Okay, let me put it up so we don't miss anything. No, not yet. As soon as she disappears, this is one of the reporters from Fitz News doing an analysis, about the whole thing. I'll keep that there, but she should be back soon. Mandy, no, I do not. But during lunch, I do have a clip from Twitter. And let me just go to mine and I'll give you the Twitter link to it and you can play it and you can hear some stuff. I think it's included in there and it might be helpful, Mandy. Hold on one second. Here's my Twitter link to the post and I do believe it's in this compilation. Yes, you see, some people are saying that they hear they. Yes, and this morning some people said I, some people said they, and even when they replayed it, it's interesting. Some everybody's hearing something different. Hi, Turtle Moves. Is the news reporting better than JD versus AH? Let's just say that the media is trying to sensationalize a few things, but there is kind of like an evidence gag on the case, and they just release things slowly, so they only get little dribs and drabs here. Some of the media is being quite respectful. Some of them are getting things leaked to them and still not putting it out until everything's been said and getting approval. Um, there's still speculation as always, but I don't think it's anywhere near Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I tell you, they sneezed in that trial, and it was everywhere. Like it was insane. This is huge. A lot of people are covering it. More and more every day. I saw not as many last week were covering it, and then it got big and they saw what's going on, and now more people are covering it as of yesterday and today. Well, it's interesting. We're going to actually be uh, I want to look into the courtroom again today to see if we can, number one, find our purple dress lady who then went into the burnt orange. And I don't know what she was wearing yesterday. I forgot. I did not make note of it. Mm. Is this a blue dress, gold dress situation? It absolutely is, Andrea. Everybody's hearing something different. The defense hears one thing, the prosecution hears another. The witness is standing by that is what he hears. Even when they slowed it down, he said, "Nope, I still hear the same. That's what my notes say." He didn't back down on me. But they're going to leave it for the jury, which is the right thing to do, because if there's any question about it, let the jury decide. It's in the transcripts what the witness says it says. It's in the transcripts that defense says, I don't really think that's what it is. In prosecution, pull it back. It's all there for the jury. It will be one of those seeds of doubt kind of things, perhaps, or not. It's up to the jury, as it should be. They're playing it again. Yes, they probably are in the other feeds, I would imagine. Okay. The Brooks trial, Anna, was crazy. I will admit that was absolute insanity. Like totally. I did not cover that one. I watched some of the coverage on a few of the channels, and I just got to give that judge a lot of credit, for getting through what they did, But all right. I'm still waiting for this feed. Let's just see. Let me just check my other feed. I don't see them back yet. Hmm. Nope. I don't see them back on the feed yet. Soon. Soon. I would not have the patience that the Brooks judge did. I wouldn't either. He did everything he could to make things difficult for him, did he not? And she had to walk a very fine line there at all. A very fine line. Trying to prevent mistrial, trying to prevent appeal. Yeah, she was amazing. I'm proud of everybody who came forward. Okay, we're back. Here we go. Yeah.
If you bring the jury, please.
And the jury is being seated. The judge is smiling today. He likes these stretch breaks. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Okay. I'm going to mute.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Turn it over to Mr. Conrad.
State calls Anthony Knecht.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Even the witness stand, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Michael Anthony Knecht.
Mr. Knecht, how you doing, sir?
Great, how are you?
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Knecht,
All right. And where are you employed, sir?
Verizon Wireless.
And what are your duties there?
In this capacity, I'm a custodian of records.
All right. And so it's in its normal course of business, does Verizon keep records?
That is correct.
And does it keep call records?
That is correct.
Just generally speaking, what kind of records does Verizon keep in relation to phone accounts and call records?
Subscriber information, cellular data, which could be telephone calls, text message, data sessions.
Okay. All right, and these have been previously shown to council. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 268. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 268 is Alex Murdaugh's telephone number 803-942-1227.
Okay, and have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of on that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information, text messages, anything related to billing purposes of Verizon Wireless.
Okay, and was that, were those records previously turned over to law enforcement?
In request to a search warrant, they were.
And you've reviewed those records, correct?
I have.
After reviewing them, are those true and authentic copies of the records that are kept by Verizon?
They are.
And those are related to Alex Murdaugh's Verizon account, sir,
That is correct.
with a number ending in 1227?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, state moves to enter Exhibit 268 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to approach and hand you State's Exhibit 269. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
States Exhibit 269, Paul, cell phone 803-842-7845.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Cellular information, subscriber information, in response to a search warrant.
Okay. And are the contents of that CD accurate, true and accurate copies of records kept by Verizon in normal course of business?
They are.
And it would enter.
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to hand you, this is Exhibit 265, so a little bit out of order. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is that?
States Exhibit 265, Maggie, cell phone 803-842-9041.
All right. Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
What are the contents of the CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And that's in relation to the number associated with Paul, is that correct?
Maggie,
Oh, excuse me, yes, Maggie. And what's the last four digits of that number?
9041.
All right. And that's Exhibit 265, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And at this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 265 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to approach, and I'm going to hand you what's labeled as State's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And without reading any phone number, full phone number, what is that?
States Exhibit 262, Plod Row records.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have
And what are the contents of that CD?
subscriber information, salary data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And those are related to the account associated with Claude Road, correct?
That is correct.
And there is a phone number associated. We're just not going to read it in the record. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At this time, and what number is that?
States Exhibit 262.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 262 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
I'm going to approach and hand you State's Exhibit 263. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
States Exhibit 263, Marty Cook.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that without reading it?
There is.
And that's a Verizon phone number, correct?
That is correct.
What are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search
And
warrant.
you've had an opportunity to review that, correct?
I have.
And those are a copy of the same records that were provided to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what number was that again?
States Exhibit 263.
All right. This time, state will need to enter Exhibit 263 into evidence.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Whose number is that?
That is, State's Exhibit 263. What's the name on that account?
Marty Cook.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 264. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that, sir?
States Exhibit 264, Rogan.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that?
There is.
All right. And we're not going to read that into the record, but have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, salary data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And the contents of that CD are a accurate copy of the original records provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
They are.
All right. And that's Exhibit 264, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 264 into evidence.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
I hand you is marked as State's Exhibit 266. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
States Exhibit 266, Connor Cook records.
And is there a Verizon associate and account associated with those, with Connor Cook?
There is.
Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And that's a true and accurate copy of the records originally provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
That is correct.
All right. And what's that number you have again?
States Exhibit 266.
All right. This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 266 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
And, last one, this is State's Exhibit 267. I'm going to hand this to you. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
States Exhibit 267, Buster cellular information.
And there's a number and a Verizon account associated with Buster's phone records.
That is correct.
We're not going to read that number to the record, but have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
All right. And what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And is that an accurate copy of the records originally provided by Verizon to law enforcement in response to a search warrant?
They are.
And what number do you have? What number is that again?
States Exhibit 267.
All right. At this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 267 in evidence.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
I'm going to hand you, this is marked as on the back, as State's Exhibit 270. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
This would be a key that is used to explain the VoLTE call detail with cell site explanation.
And is that originally come from a PDF provided with each of these search warrant returns?
That is correct.
And so that document will be found on each of those CDs, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and this is just a printed out version,
That is correct.
but is it exactly similar to the explainer on, contained on those CDs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, state would move to Exhibit 270 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right, sir. So let's talk about that document you have in your hands. I think you told us kind of what it is, but can you give us a little more detail? What does that do, and how does that help someone looking at these records?
In response to a search warrant, Verizon provides a key to be able to read the records that were provided. So this particular record is a VoLTE call detail record key.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take this to you, and I think the Elmo is still up. We need the Elmo, please. Okay. So looking at Exhibit 270, State's Exhibit 270, we see several columns of information across that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you read from your screen there, sir? Can you read some of that information?
Yes, sir. The first column is record open date and time. The second, would you like for me to read across?
Well, let's lay a little more foundation. The records that are provided on those CDs and what they're in digital format, correct?
That is correct.
And what program are they sent in?
Excel.
Okay, Excel format. That's a spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And so when we look at these records, they're all provided in columns in an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And each column going left to right is a different sort of information that is on the records, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so we'll look at an example in a few minutes, but this is the key to look at to understand what each column is in reference to, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's look at the far left column, and I believe that says record open date time. What does that mean, sir?
That would be the date and time the call record transpired in local time.
In local time, okay. And what's the second column from the left?
That would be the date and time the call transpired in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. And Greenwich Mean Time is that also known as universal time?
That is correct.
And on June 7th of 2021, do you know the approximate offset for local time and Eastern time with Greenwich Mean Time? Would it surprise you if I said it was 4 hours difference?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Going to the third from the left column, what is that?
That is the serving system ID.
And what does that mean?
That's a network name on Verizon from which the call transpired.
Okay. And what is the column next to that? I believe it's labeled NID.
That would be the switch number that Verizon uses to route.
Okay. And what is a switch, generally speaking?
It would be what is considered a hub for multi-cell towers.
Okay. So multiple cell towers be connected to one switch.
That is correct.
And then going next, cell ID. What is that column?
That would be the specific cell tower that the target number used to make the cellular data connection.
Okay. And that's the actual tower that a particular call was routed through, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says cell face. What is that? What does
That
it mean?
would be the cell face that the cellular data connection transpired over. There's typically 3 faces on each cell tower.
Okay. And next we see market ID. What is that?
That's fair. That is a switch number. So in some records, it'll have that listed. So it's the same thing as the NID, but depending on the specific record, which column will be used.
Okay. And then next column says ENB. What is that?
It's a 6-digit cell tower number. The first 3 digits is the market ID, and the last 3 digits is the tower identification.
Okay. Next column says DIR. What does that show for and what does it mean?
That's the direction that the call transpired over the Verizon network.
And when you say direction, you mean incoming call or outgoing call? That sort of direction, not north, south, east, or west, right?
That is correct.
All right. The next column says NSISDN. What does that mean, sir?
That is the Verizon subscriber number that the record is for.
Okay. And it says this is your target number, and that's in reference to the search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
And so when a search warrant asks for records for a certain number, that's the target number, correct?
That is correct.
And that's what that column identifies, correct?
That is correct.
And next column says call number. What does that mean?
This is the number dialed to initiate the call. For inbound calls, this number will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN column, and the out calls, this is the number your target dialed.
Okay. So simplifying it, it's simply the number that was called when someone placed a phone call, correct?
That is correct.
Next column is CPN. What is that, sir?
This is the calling party number that initiated the call. If the call is outbound, this column will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN. If the call is inbound, this is a number that dialed your target.
Okay. And the next column says SOU. What is that, sir?
Seconds of duration.
Okay. And that's how long the call lasted, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says RAT. What does that mean, sir?
That is the type of cellular connection that the data session or call transpired over.
And so we see several different categories under that. I see a 3G voice, 4G voice, and some others. What does that stuff mean?
The Verizon wireless technology that's used to allow that call to take place.
Okay. So 3G and 4G are different types of technology Verizon uses?
That is correct.
And depending on which tower and where the phone is located, it could be, a call could be routed over 3G or 4G. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Getting pretty close to the end here. The next column says VICE endpoints. What does that mean, sir?
It's a VoLTE connection with an endpoint. So that's a type of device that can boost the Verizon signal. It's an indicator if that was used or not.
Okay. And VO, you call it VoLTE. What is that?
Voice over LTE. It's a type of technology similar to the 4G.
Okay. And that's a voice call that's routed over the digital network, correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we see VZWNE, network extender, excuse me. What is that column, sir?
That is a device that allows consumers to connect to a network extender to boost their indoor coverage. So there'll be a difference in the call type listed in the records.
So Verizon provides to certain customers network extenders for them to use in buildings to help them calls in buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if a call were routed through such a connector, it would be that column.
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to switch over to the laptop, please. I'm gonna hand you back Exhibit 270 in case you need to look at it here. All right. And I'm going to pull up some of the records that were provided that we just talked about on those CDs. And the first one I'm going to pull up is the one associated with Maggie Murdaugh, and her number is in 9041. And I believe that comes from exhibit. That's State's Exhibit 265. And let me get rid of the annoying. Okay, so we're going to scroll down and we're going to talk about a couple of these calls just so the jury understands or can understand some of these records. And I went too far. Bear with me, please. Okay, I've highlighted column 1846 on this spreadsheet. Can you see that, sir?
I can.
Okay. So let's walk through this particular call. All right. The far left column, column A, we see a number there. What is that number, sir?
That's the phone number that was associated with the search warrant.
Okay, and that's the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In column B, I see a date that says May 1st to 21. What is that date, sir?
That was the date that the search warrant started the request for the search warrant.
Okay. So when law enforcement sent a search warrant to Verizon, they requested a record starting on May 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May 1st, 2021. And then the next column says June 10th of 2021. What is that date, sir?
That is the last day that was requested on the search warrant.
Okay. All right. So in this case, June 10th was the last date from that search warrant.
That is correct.
All right. Okay, so let's look at column D. And what is column D in this record?
Is the time that the actual call took place in local time.
Okay. And what time is that?
1950 and 20 seconds.
All right. Can you convert military to civilian time? Are you good at it?
I am not good at it.
Okay. So generally you subtract 12, is that correct?
That is correct.
So would that be 7:50 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And then the next column, we see it says June 7th, 2021 at 23:50. What is that column?
That's the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
All right. And so that's in the universal time, correct?
That is correct.
And can you convert that to local time? Well, subtracting 12, would it be?
It would be
11:50 p.m.
50 p.m.
All right. Next column, there's a digit that says 13. What is that digit?
Can you scroll to the top where I can see the header on that?
And we're looking at column I.
That is the cell face number.
All right. And so that is the direction based off what you previously testified, that is the direction the call is in the sector from the tower.
That is correct.
Scroll back down. Bear with me, please. Okay, we're back on June 7th, and we're back at column 1846. So we just said the 13 was the direction from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so we see a number next to that that says 459. What is that number, sir?
That is the market ID.
Okay. And market ID, again, what does that mean?
That would be the switch on Verizon wireless network.
All right. And then next to that is column K, and that says, there's a digit that says 459240. What is that, sir?
That is the ENID. The first three digits are the switch. The second three digits are the cell tower information.
Okay. And so that identifies the actual tower that call was routed through, right?
That is correct.
And then next to that, in column L, we see MO. What does that mean, sir?
Mobile originated.
All right. And what does that mean?
The cell phone in question, the search warrant originated the call.
So this means this call is placed with Maggie's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And then next to that, we see a phone number in column M, and it ends in 9041. Is that the target, a phone number?
That is correct.
And next to that, we see a number that ends in 0853. What is that in column M?
That was the number that 9041 dialed.
Okay. And then column O, and we see that 9041 number again. And remind us what that, why that number's there again?
That was the number that dialed the 0853.
Okay. And then next column P, we see 165, a digit of 165. What does that mean?
That is time in seconds.
Okay, so that's how long the call lasted.
That is correct.
And then column Q, it says LTE. What does that mean?
That's the Verizon technology type that was used to make the call.
This call is routed over LTE, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a 4G technology?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's look at the column below that, and that's column 1847. And let's just go ahead and look directly at column D, and that's the date where it says 2021 680104 24. Remind us again what that column means.
Which column?
Column D, and we see the date of June 8th of 2021, and it is a time that says 010424.
That is the time in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. Now, you previously testified that in column D, that time is normally provided in local time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But in this particular record, we see a time in Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
That is correct.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So because the call was not picked up, the call was routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And because of that, Verizon records the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
But I hate to do this. Let's convert that back into local time. So subtract 4 from 010424. And with that, would yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern. So
That would be correct.
okay. PM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, let's skip over column I, column J, and column K. I believe you said previously column K was the digit associated with the particular file calls routed through, correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one NA. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say NA?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So a call was placed to the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
And the 901 phone most likely rang, correct?
That is correct.
But no one answered.
That is correct.
And so Verizon did not record a particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's finish up with this record. Column M, again, that's the target number, correct? 9041.
That is correct.
All right, and then we see in column N, as in November, 9041, again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227 number dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right, and no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
I skipped over column L. It says NT, and what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay, and so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. All right. And after that 9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
All right, I'm going to shift to pulling up the call records for the number ending in 1227. And that is State's Exhibit 268, and that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
That is correct.
All right, bear with me. Okay, and let's look at column 2371. All right, you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we see a time and column D, and that says June 7th, 2021, 21:04:24. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this time is in local time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And a quick conversion on that, or excuse me, so no conversion is necessary on that. So that's 9:04 p.m. and 24 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
And that is in fact the same time that we just saw in Maggie's records that we just reviewed, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so we see if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then we see that this is code MO. And what does MO mean again?
Mobile originated.
So that means this account is placing the call, correct?
That is correct.
The account ending in 1227. All right. And it was placed to the number ending in 9041, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then looking below that, we're not going to review this line by line, but we see a number of other calls starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next hour or two of calls made from the 1227 account, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. No further questions from the state, please.
By the defense.
While he's looking for, I apologize, the technology's about with me here. So you work for Verizon,
That is correct.
and are you just deliver records to different people, or do you have a more, I say the word functional, but do you have a duties beyond just coming to court and delivering records?
Yes, sir. I work in executive relations and I respond to subpoenas, other court records, and other type of cases that are associated with the executive relations team.
And obviously you have to have some understanding of what you're delivering, what these things mean, right?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, I'm going to ask you in a minute what some things mean. So do you see, is this on? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you look down, any way to put that up there? No. Okay. Never mind. So if you look down at 6, 7, and if you look at, I'm trying to find some consistency here, those NAs in lines I and J on several calls above that, you see those?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means that the call was routed to voicemail.
So these are voicemails to Alec.
This record is for 1227. So based off of this record, 1227.
So like that call.
Dialed the 9041, but it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, that's him dialing out. But what about if you go up to 67 at 2208? Is that a call out or a call in?
Is that the line that you have highlighted?
No, I'm talking about go up to 67, maybe go highlight. Okay.
Which one is this?
6, this one, either one of these right here.
Here?
Right, yeah, that's fine. Is that an outgoing or ingoing call? Incoming call?
That was mobile forwarded, so it was forwarded to voicemail.
I get it's forwarded to voicemail. Was Alec making it or somebody else was making it? Who initiated the call?
The 7845.
7845. So that was a call into Alec.
That is
and it went
correct.
to his voicemail.
That is correct.
And tell me where I look on this to see what's outgoing and what's incoming.
Row L or column L, MO, MT, and MF.
Okay. Okay, so MO means what?
Mobile originated.
He's the originating call.
That is correct.
Okay. What was the other one? MT, what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
He was getting an incoming call.
That is correct.
And MF,
Mobile forwarded,
what does that mean?
routed to voicemail.
So there's two of them all of them mean voicemail, but what's the difference between MT, MO, and MF?
The direction of the call on Verizon's network.
Okay. Mobile terminated is he was making a call and it went to voicemail. MO is whoever called them initiated the call and went to voicemail.
No, MO means the cellular subscriber in response to this search warrant made a phone call out.
MO. So that would be Alex calling somebody went to voicemail.
Correct.
MT is somebody called him and it went to voicemail.
Mobile terminated means that our subscriber in response to the search warrant is the one that the call placed to and could have answered.
And so one of them's coming in, goes to voicemail. Another one's going out, goes to voicemail. And MF is what?
No, sir. MO means mobile originated, a phone call transpired over our network. So we could have answered the phone call. It would show up as MO.
We being who? Yeah, on this, if Alec had answered the phone call, it would
be mobile terminated because our subscriber answered the phone call.
Oh, okay. So MO, he answers it. Are you losing me or am I losing you?
MO is mobile originated. So that means subscriber 1227 dialed out on Verizon's network.
Okay. And it was answered.
It could have been answered, yes. I mean, it was a call that transpired and it would create a cellular connection, which would connect to a cell tower.
Okay. And it wasn't answered by voicemail.
Which record?
The MO.
MO is mobile originated. Which
I got
means-
that. I got that part. I just want to know how you differentiate between these calls as one's going out, one's coming in, one's going to voicemail, either way.
MF is mobile forwarding. So
Right.
that call would have went to voicemail.
Whether he was getting it or giving it. Whether
Well,
it's
if
making-
someone were calling him
Right,
and he didn't answer, then it would be forwarded to voicemail.
SMF.
That is correct.
Okay, I got it. I finally get it. Took me a while. But again, I'm not a technological expert here. So, as you look at his calls, to the extent that they are made at certain times, you can figure out whether it's coming, going, or went to voicemail based on these records.
That is correct.
Now, can I see Maggie's phone? Just a second, please?
Is there any time yours?
Yeah, let's look at 6-7. Put 6-7 up high. So we went below 6-7.
Okay, so these are all calls.
Okay, and these are her phone calls starting at 7:02. And when we get down to, so tell me after that 7:02 PM, 23:02, that's, when is everything after that? Well, does she, when is the first time her phone goes to voicemail?
The 2340 call went to voicemail. Then the next call log after that is a mobile originated, which means there were 2 outbound calls made. And then after those 2 calls, the rest of the calls were routed to mobile telephone number 9041's voicemail.
What's the last time she made a call out?
$19.50.
What time is
20.
that in non-military time? 1950 is what? 7 p.m. 7:50 p.m. Call she makes out, right?
That is correct.
What about the last call she received and answered?
Well, the 2 calls that were mobile originated, after that, the rest of them were routed to voicemail.
Yeah, but what are the 2 calls after that?
Could you please highlight?
It's complicated, I know, even for you.
Which one you point out?
Any,
Talking about this one?
I don't know. So we were up here at 7:02, right? And then
Those are all outbound calls.
from her. Yeah, and the last one is at 8:00.
Last outbound is at 7:50.
At 7:50, okay,
That's connected.
okay. And was there any inbound that was answered after 7:50?
There were not.
Okay, and what, one other thing. Just take that 7:50 and put it up top. Scroll, in other words, I want to see the calls after that, okay? And this, and, no, okay, no, it's okay. So, now go back down a little bit. Matter of fact, let's start with 6-9. Okay, can you scroll that up to the top? So how about look at this for 6-9 and 6-10, and it stops at 6-10. Are there any outgoing or incoming or, in other words, any outgoing call, first of all, from that phone after on 6-9?
Mobile telephone number 9041 did not place a call outgoing.
Okay, what about any incoming calls?
The rest of the records are incoming calls that were routed to voicemail.
Voicemail, so the calls into her, it routed to voicemail, no calls after 6-9 or further.
That
Okay,
is
now,
correct.
let me ask you this, text messages. Are they shown on these records? You charge for them, right?
They are in a separate record, yes.
Were you asked to produce those?
They are in the file.
They're in the file. It's just, we're not looking at them.
That is correct.
And are they reflected on this kind of same format?
Very similar. They have a separate key to translate exactly what each column and row means.
Okay. But you've produced those text messages for all the phones we've talked about here today.
That is correct.
Were any other phone records subpoenaed from you other than the ones that have been put into evidence?
The only ones that I'm aware of is the ones that I received the records of.
Did you ask for more records than these?
I did not.
Did the search warrant designate records other than these?
We would have to review the search warrant.
You don't have it with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment. What's the data retention policy for Verizon? How long do these records stick around?
Verizon maintains records for billing purposes for around 18 months. In response to a subpoena or search warrant, we do keep the detailed records on file for those search warrants.
But absent somebody serving a search warrant after 18 months, they're purged.
We no longer have that information on file typically.
Does anybody have them?
I mean, the billing information would be available like through My Verizon where you could go and look at your bill.
But this kind of information would not.
That is correct.
Okay, and when you indicate these calls went to voicemail, how long does a phone ring before it kicks into voicemail?
There's no set time.
Who sets it?
Well, it depends on how long it takes the network to locate the call. So when you hear a ring, when you're dialing someone, it's really just the network trying to locate. So the phone itself may never ring if the network can't find you.
And that may take 2 or 3 or 4 rings.
It could take 2, 3, up to 6.
So when my wife accuses me of being impatient and hanging up on her before she gets to answer the phone, you just told me it's because the network, many instances, has not connected with her phone yet.
The network is locating your phone. When you hear the ringing, the network is locating where you are on the
And that
network.
could take a while. And so if I'm hearing 5 rings and figure she's not going to answer it, I want to leave a voicemail, I hang up. And so there's no voicemail. It's just an incomplete call on your records.
Well, I mean, if she didn't answer your phone call and let it go to voicemail, then it would ring out if the network
Maybe I don't
found you.
want to leave a voicemail. It's rang 4 or 5 times. And I hang up before she can get to the phone.
Sure.
That solves a mystery. Thank you.
All right.
One quick question, Your Honor. Just to clarify, when the Verizon records indicate that a call is routed to voicemail, I believe you previously testified that could mean the phone itself rang, correct?
That is correct.
But there's another condition the phone could be in as well. If the phone is turned off and someone dials that number, what would the Verizon record indicate?
It would route to voicemail.
And it would look exactly the same, correct?
Yes.
And there's no way to look at these records and tell whether a phone is off, just not answering, or potentially shut off or otherwise not connected to the network, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all from me. Thank you.
One further. What about if it's in airplane mode? Would the same thing happen? Goes to voicemail, right? Airplane mode, it doesn't ring, doesn't answer. It goes, would it go to voicemail?
The network would still try to find where you're located. So if you're in airplane mode, the network may not know where you are, so it would still attempt to ring.
And these records don't give you any GPS location on phones, correct? You can't get that GPS.
According to the records that I've seen, they have the cell tower information, but not the specific GPS.
Cell tower information, depending on how many cells are connecting it, sometimes, I mean, can be very, if you're in New York City and there are 5 cell towers, you can probably get it pretty close. But if you're in rural Colleton County or Hampton County, and there's one over here and maybe one way back there, it's much more difficult to find a specific location, correct?
Your Honor, the state's going to object. This witness is not qualified and expert on cell tower location.
You can say I'm not qualified to answer that.
Yes, sir.
That information,
Just a moment. Response if you want.
Senator, he can answer whether he's able to answer the question. However, he's not qualified as an expert.
I don't,
All right. You may answer the question if you can.
I would have no way of knowing. I'm not qualified as far as the triangulation of the cell tower information.
is that what you were getting ready to say before he objected and said you weren't qualified, or is that something? You
That
really
would be
are
a
qualified?
standard
You've never
response.
testified about location before.
Repeat the
You've
question.
never testified about what cell phone tower location means and how it's used.
I testified to the accuracy of the records that were provided.
Okay, thank you.
Step down, thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Paul McManigle.
Raise your right hand. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name for the record. Spell your last name loudly, please.
Paul David McManigle, MC, MANIGAL.
Good morning, Mr. McManigle.
Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon, excuse me. Where are you currently employed, sir?
I am currently employed as a sergeant with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office.
All right, and what are your duties there entail?
I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service as a task force officer on the cyber fraud task force.
All right. And generally, in your work on the cyber crimes task force, what does that entail?
I'm a digital forensic examiner, so I'm responsible for gathering electronic data from computers, tablets, cell phones, DVRs, vehicle infotainment systems.
All right. And when you say task force officer for the state, for the Secret Service is a federal agency, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you're actually paid and there's still an officer with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. In this case, you're provided some records in June of 2021 by an individual by the name of Dylan Hightower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did he provide you?
He provided me with a electronic extraction from a cell phone that was extracted as binary data and not yet processed by forensic software.
All right. And when he provided that to you, did he tell you which phone it was from?
I believe he said it was belonged to Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. And that's the one he extracted from Alex Murdaugh on June 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
And what role, what did you do with that information that he provided you, with that data?
I was asked to redact potential client lawyer privileged information by reducing it down to a certain time frame that was more pertinent to the case and potentially reducing any privileged communication.
And did you make the decision of what to remove and what not to remove personally?
I did not. The decision of what to remove was made by Price Summer with the Ninth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And she's an attorney?
She is an attorney.
All right. And you then produced a redacted copy of the digital evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
You provided that back to Dylan Hightower.
That is correct.
Did you provide any further analysis to the data itself?
I did not.
Did you redact any call logs from that data you provided?
Call logs were not redacted at all.
All right. Let's move on. You've also been involved in one other aspect of this case. I'm sure it's been marked as State's Exhibit 299. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a chain of custody form from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which we commonly refer to as SLED.
All right. And do you see any handwriting on there that is yours?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that form?
June 9th, 2021.
Okay. And that form is related to what phone exactly?
There was a Apple iPhone 11 that was collected and brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly with SLED.
Okay. And was that phone locked when he provided it to you?
It was.
And did you, in your forensic investigation, did you attempt to unlock the phone?
I did.
Were you successful?
I was not.
And is that Paul's phone?
I believe it was. Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, state would move to Exhibit 299 to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. So move it.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked, excuse me. Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 274. This is going to be for ID purposes only. Now, let me ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the iPhone 11 that was brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly with SLED.
And that's the phone you attempted to unlock but were unsuccessful, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I believe on that bag there's an orange sticker. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that orange sticker?
This is a sticker I place on devices that I have attempted to process or processed successfully.
Okay. And at this time, State's going to move to put this in as ID only.
No objection, ID only, Your Honor.
This time, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 298. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is also a chain of custody report from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form, sir?
I do.
What time, what date, excuse me, did you sign that?
This is August 12th, 2021.
And what does that form signify?
This is the date I returned the phone to Special Agent Kelly.
And at this time, State would move to place Exhibit 298 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
And so you attempted to unlock Paul's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And you were unsuccessful.
That is also correct.
Did you alter in any other way the data that was on Paul's phone during that time?
No, sir.
No further questions. Ms. Nick.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Phillip Barber. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I really just have one question. When you received this phone, was the battery completely dead?
The phone was powered off when I received it.
Did you charge the phone after you received it?
I did.
But do you know whether or not it was completely dead, battery dead? When you
I
received
do
it?
not recall if the battery was completely drained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Please go ahead. State calls John VonHouten.
Raise your right hand and left hand on top. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat if you understand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan VonHouten, VanHouten.
Mr. VonHouten, where are you employed, sir?
United States Secret Service.
All right. And how long have you employed there?
This April will be 3 years.
All right. And are you currently a law enforcement agent?
I am not.
Okay. And you're a civilian employee of Secret Service?
I am.
All right. But you do have a background in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, I retired after 21 years with the Columbia Police Department as an investigator. For the last 10 years, I was assigned as a digital forensic examiner with the U.S. Secret Service.
Okay. And you were a task force officer
Correct.
during that time?
Yes.
And you retired from the Columbia Police Department when?
April 20th, 2020.
And in this case, you were provided a phone by, I believe, Britt Dove. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Dove, correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 271. I want to see if you recognize this document, sir.
This is the SLED law enforcement, or Stockton Law Enforcement Division chain of custody that was submitted to me by Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form?
I did sign this one.
What day did you sign that form?
March 21st, 2022.
Okay. All right. At this time, State would move Exhibit 271 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 272. Let me see if you recognize that, sir.
This is an evidence photo that I acquired of the device that was submitted to me.
You took that picture?
I did.
And do we see a sticker on the back of that phone?
There is a yellow sticker on the phone.
What is it? Can you read that sticker, please?
It's, it appears to be some type of case number, evidence number, identified as an Apple iPhone, the model number with a SIM, and an agency case number.
And if you just read the case number and the item number.
7021-0204, item number 10.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, State moves Exhibit 272 in evidence.
No objection.
Submitted. All right, so I believe you said March 29th of 2022 is when Lieutenant Dove provided you that phone, sir?
March 21st.
Excuse me, yes, 21st. All right. And why did he bring it to you?
It's my understanding that the phone was locked and SLED requested assistance of the Secret Service to unlock the device.
And at Secret Service, at that time, did you have tools available that could potentially unlock that phone?
Yes,
And did SLED have those tools, at least on that date?
at that time they did not.
Okay. All right. And what tool did you use to attempt to unlock that phone?
For this, for my unlock attempt, I used a tool called Celebrite Premium.
Okay. And sell by premium is a way to potentially break into, lock phones, correct?
That is the only use for that tool.
And just generally speaking, how does a Celebrite Premium attempt to unlock a locked phone?
It uses its proprietary software in attempt to brute force the device.
Okay, what does brute force mean?
Brute force is if we don't have the code, we will attack the device, attack the data on the device to try to brute force the passcode to get the code for it to unlock the device.
And a device that's locked, why does it need to be unlocked for you to access the data? What underlying condition exists that prevents you from seeing the data?
Well, for Apple iPhone devices, there are two types of locks. There are before first unlock and after first unlock. Before first unlock is the phone is either powered down, it's been turned off and rebooted, or a code has been entered in too many times incorrectly. If you were to an analogy for it, if you think of it as a bank vault, it is the before first unlock at which we have to brute force the device is like the big steel door.
Okay. And that underlying data is encrypted, correct? Otherwise.
Yes.
Okay. And you would not be able to read that data, correct?
I have to unlock the device to get to the data to decrypt it.
Okay. And so Celebrite Premium, you said, attempted to do a brute force unlock, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, was that attempt successful?
It was successful because I generated a predefined dictionary to attempt first prior to the tool using its own dictionary.
Okay. And what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
Well, humans are creatures of habit. They like to use numbers that are relevant to them. Most people will use their date of birth, an anniversary, a child's birth, the death of a parent as the access code. So what we do generally is we get as many social engineered codes or dates that are relevant to the particular phone that we will attempt first. Once that attempt is no longer viable, the tool will use its own dictionary to start a hardcore brute force process.
And absent kind of getting lucky with a preceded number, if the Celebrite Premium has to brute force its way through and unlock a phone, how long would that take?
So for a 4-digit phone, if you had a 4-digit numeric PIN code, we're limited to an attempt of 146, maybe 145 attempts per day. So a 4-digit code has a maximum possible numeric value of 10,000 attempts. So at 146 attempts a day, it would roughly take a little over 2 months to 68 days to unlock that phone. Adding 2 extra numbers to a 6-digit, going from a 4-digit to a 6-digit, there are approximately 1 million possibilities now. At 146 attempts per day, it could take upwards 19 years.
All right. Now, you said that you could only do 146 attempts a day. Is that correct?
Based on technology at the time and current technology is progressing, so it is getting faster.
Okay. Why is the software limited to just 146 attempts a day?
This is a security protocol chip built into Apple. It limits the time frame that somebody can attempt to brute force a device. The first is it's an average of 1 attempt every 15 minutes.
All right. But ultimately, you said you seeded several numbers into Celebrite Premium to give it some potential guesses first before just start going through all the other numbers, correct?
Yes. Once I start the brute force process, there's an option for me to enter my own dictionary or numbers that are relevant, that I think is relevant to the user of the device. In this case, I entered a number that successfully unlocked the phone rather quickly.
Okay. And what was that number associated with?
I believe the number was associated with the date of birth of Paul Murdaugh.
All right. And so once you successfully unlocked the phone, what did you do with it, sir?
I notified Lieutenant Dove that the phone successfully unlocked. I advised him that I was going to be getting a full file system extraction since I still had the phone in my possession. Lieutenant Dove provided me with an external hard drive to place the extraction on, at which time I did.
So you did a full file extraction and placed it on a hard drive, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you examine the contents of that full file extraction?
I did not. SLED has their own examiners. We did the extraction for them, but they analyzed the phone.
And so the data you placed on a hard drive and provided to Britt Dove, is that substantially the exact same data that you extracted from Paul's?
It is.
Is it changed in any significant manner?
It has not.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 273. Do you recognize that document, sir?
This is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division chain of custody where I returned the phone to Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on there?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that?
March 24th, 2022.
All right. And you then provided Paul's phone back to Lieutenant Dove, correct?
Correct.
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 273 into evidence.
Admit it.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as ID. I believe this is 274. Do you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, this is the phone I received.
Okay, and that sticker on the back?
It matches the photograph that I took.
Okay. The photograph we put in evidence, the sticker on his phone matches that, correct?
It does.
Okay. All right, one last question, Mr. VonHouten. There have been a couple questions about Faraday bags in this trial. What is a Faraday bag, sir?
A Faraday bag is basically what it is a bag that shields electronic signals from entering or exiting the bag.
Okay. And what is the danger by placing a phone in a Faraday bag? What is the danger you're trying to prevent?
We're attempting to prevent a remote wipe or remote destruction of the data on the device.
Once law enforcement takes a phone into evidence or custody, are there other ways to prevent a remote wipe?
Absolutely. Powering the phone down completely, not leaving it plugged to a charger, removing the SIM card, or the easiest is to place the phone in the airplane mode. It'll disable the cellular data and the Wi-Fi signal.
And you said that the danger is the phone could be remote wiped.
Yes, somebody with the account username and password could log into the iCloud account and set a remote signal. That signal will remain on the tower or on the network until the phone is reactivated. So yes, somebody would have to have the username and the password to log in and commit that offense.
Okay. And was the phone that you did an extraction of, was it wiped when you received it?
It was not.
Nothing further for the state for this.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. We will recess until till 2:15. Recess till 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, there we go. Okay, we've got recess. Hello. Okay, they're clicking something through there really loud. Okay. So, recess until 2:15. 1 hour and 15 minutes, everyone. So, we had quite a few things come up there. First of all, I need to know who that is speaking, who the gentleman is speaking for the prosecution, if anybody knows who that was. I do have the name of the other member of the defense team. That is Phillip Barber. Um, and we do have all the witness names, but it does look like I'm missing a member of the prosecution. Well, anyway, how did you guys think the morning has gone so far? We've heard quite a bit of testimony, and now we're getting into technical things in regards to the phones and messages. I do find it rather odd that in Alex Murdaugh's interview, he said he had been speaking. He didn't say, I phoned Maggie. He said, I spoke with Maggie several times. We called back and forth. But everything went to voicemail. There does seem to be some holes. You can kind of see why the prosecution was leading, and the investigators were leaning towards Alex Murdaugh. A lot of the misstatements that he's making, where something else contradictory comes up. This I didn't know about. That's all was all new today, that testimony. Also, we see that Creighton Waters earlier this morning definitely had his Wheaties for breakfast, and he was not letting any of those seeds of doubt sit very long anywhere to sprout roots. He was pushing back strongly today. No, now I do have one thing I wanted to show you. Some of the stuff that we were talking about this morning had to do with the video that had come up on a Twitter feed. Some of the questions of some of the statements that were made.
His cell phone popped out of his pocket. Started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
At 8:44 and 55 seconds, Paul recorded a video. 3 minutes after that video has the defendant at the murder scene with the two victims, Paul's flip phone goes silent forever.
You said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
So, and just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that I wanted to play because that was some of the some of the statements that were made that they're questioning now because they're contradictory to other evidence that is coming forward. If someone took that clips from the evidence that's already been submitted, that is not evidence the way that it is. That's all been just clipped together by somebody just to show the different statements that they were looking at. But I found it interesting, not trying to cause any kind of confusion or anything like that, but they're the same things that I was looking at, some of the statements that were said. Like he said also that he was in the house snapping and that he last saw Maggie and Paul at dinner. That's when everyone left. But then there is the video that has him on it. They said that the audio is there, but that still has to be presented to evidence so we can hear it ourselves. But that's what they say. They said it in the opening statement. Creighton Waters said he has, from Paul's phone, a video that he was sending to his friend. He was taking care of his friend's dog. He was sending him a picture. He was sending him a video of the dog and the injury. And it said in the opening statements that you can hear the voices of Paul, of Maggie, and of Alex Murdaugh. So if he didn't see them since dinner, how is he on that audio? You know, there are questions. I do admit that there's some sloppy things that have been come out that, you know, Dick Harpootlian has pushed back on the state, on the prosecution case, and on the evidence collection, and on certain agents and things that were done. And there's always going to be something somewhere. You know, just think of the amount of evidence and things that comes forward. This is all reasonable doubt. It's going to be in the jury's hands. You know, what they find credible. They did even push really hard for that two-shooter theory, but they didn't really say how they believed it or why they believed it. They just dropped it like okay, you know, like, you know, could it be possibly? Yeah, well, that's a plausible, reasonable thing to think that it could be. They left it there. It's going to be a long 2 hours. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the opening statements again. Unless you guys have some questions and things like that, but let me find that. Hold on one moment. Oh. I know it makes like no sense tomorrow, kiddo. I kind of agree. Like, I'm trying to figure out like why they would say that, you know. Now, we had left it like 25 minutes into Creighton Waters talk about the video. I'm going to go there, and we're going to start there, and we're going to play through. Okay, for a little bit. Oh, hold on. Hi, Kim. Thanks for
Hi,
coming up.
Claire.
How are you?
I'm
Yeah.
doing okay.
Yeah, good. Before I put up a video or anything, like what are you thinking about this so far? Especially today. Let's just start with today. Forget the other days so far. Well, like this morning, there was a lot, right? Like,
That was
is
a
it
lot.
just me? But there was a
No,
lot,
it
and
was a whole lot.
I was bored yesterday, like to tears.
Yes,
But today, I'm like, they all had their Wheaties, like everybody.
I
Everybody ate a
know.
good breakfast.
They
Yeah.
have me jumping. Like, it's crazy. I'm trying to keep up with that. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to do other things. And sorry, everyone, if you hear my puppy in the background. He
Aw.
hears me talking and he's jealous.
Hey, let her talk. It's okay, buddy. Like, come on. Like, you get her all the time. We only get her for a few minutes.
Well, and you know,
Yeah.
he's become a true snuggle bug lately. So,
Oh, that's true. Pets are amazing, amazing comfort animals. I remember when I
yes.
got my rescue pets, but yeah, so like they were on fire today, especially when you woke me up with BCE this morning, like big Creighton energy. I'm like, I'm gonna remember that forever. I'm
I
like,
know.
BCE, what BCE? What's BCE? And then I'm like, I remember the opening statement, and it definitely fits.
It
BCE
does.
for
As
Creighton
soon as I
Water.
saw that, I was like, I have to send that to Claire.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was. Well, and it was good to see him, but I don't know the other prosecutors' names. The gentleman with the bald head, I feel terrible. I
I
don't know
don't
his name.
either, and I
I know
cannot find it.
I found Savannah Good. I found somebody else. I can't get his name. Like I know the other young gentleman with the dark hair. I have his name if
Right.
he does anything. But now, who is he? And it's
Yeah.
not Alan. It's not Alan Worcester. It's not the AG. Although
No,
the AG is in the house watching
he's in
everybody.
the house.
Maybe that's why the team is fired up. Like boss is in there, like checking everything.
Maybe he gave them a little pep talk yesterday.
He took him out for a nice dinner. He should have. They've been doing a decent job.
Right.
But like today, there was direct pushback from the prosecution anytime the defense tried to sow seeds of doubt on anything. There
Oh,
was,
definitely.
yeah,
They were pushing back hard.
yeah. What do you think the key points were so far today?
Well, definitely the I and they, and I am from the South. You can hear the difference. I, they. Don't sound that much alike to me.
And it's funny because everyone who listens to it, like, it's very divided. It's definitely a blue gold dress thing.
It
Because
definitely
some
is.
people hear I, some people hear they. And so it's going to be a jury issue for sure. And I guess the judge is making the right call by leaving that there like that.
I think so.
Yeah, let the jury. They will be able to play it. They will be able to hear it. And they can decide what they hear. Mhm.
Right.
But it was interesting how the defense said, well, if he said that, why didn't you arrest him? And they was like, because he wasn't the only suspect at the time. We were talking to many people of interest.
That is true. And
I
that
made a
could
mental
have,
note.
right. That could have so many different connotations also.
Mm-hmm. And they wanted to find out what he meant by it and see if there was anything else,
Right.
Do you want me to play that clip for you again? I have to go, I have to go find it because
Play
it's on my
whatever you
live
like.
feed. But if I go back, like I'm not going to be able to. Let me just
Correct. Play whatever
if
you
I
would like, Claire.
if I can find it, I will play it for you, Beck. I promise. And if I can't, we'll be playing it tomorrow, definitely during the breaks and all. Usually, what happens at the end of the day, everybody releases the clips of audio evidence from the trial that
They
they're allowed
do.
to. They do have to get it cleared. Let me remind you that there's a visual and audio gag on the evidence for the media. It has to be cleared. Oh no, never mind. We will find it, love. I just won't be able to get it now. Not never mind. No, it's on my list. If you find it, though, send it to me.
I will.
Yeah,
Have I
no.
not been sending you things all morning?
Oh no, you have. Yeah, and I have to thank everyone who does. I mean, just like when I was on the Johnny Depp trial, and the people that they knew I was up here, and I could only do so much, so they were like keeping me informed of every little thing that dropped. It was very
Right.
good. Morning, I woke up to like lots of things to say during the breaks and everything because they would fill me in on everything that happened overnight all over the world while I was sleeping.
I know.
It was good. It was good. I met a lot of good friends that stayed with me after that trial. Like I'm really happy of
Definitely.
all the people I met. And it was a great experience. But on this one's also a good experience. I didn't know I was going to do this until I did it. Like I
This was
didn't.
a last minute decision for you.
It was, and it was. I don't regret it. I really like doing it.
Good.
But wasn't as prepared as I normally am for anything. I can tell you that. But during the jury process, I just like something. The opening statement of
Right.
Creighton Waters lit me on fire. That was it.
I
That was the
agree.
deciding moment. And that's why I only have, like, from that day, I have their opening statements that I recorded. But that's all I had. And I decided to cover it from the next day with testimony and end of story. Like, I was all in. I knew I was going to be watching it every day anyway after
Right.
that opening statement. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. It lit a
Mm-hmm.
fire in me also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I knew it would you.
Mm-hmm.
So I was not surprised at your decision.
Mm-mm. But so far we've heard from, like, the Verizon technician. He was a bit of a he's kind of, like, very precise about his information. But
He was.
it was so frustrating when he was speaking with the defense back and forth. When they were trying to get him to look at something and he was just, like, pushing back. But I don't know what they were trying to get him, but, like, it was very argumentative. Like, it had to be very frustrating for the jury. I
I
don't think
felt that way too.
I don't know if the information they were trying to get out got out at all in that.
I'm
I
not
don't know
sure.
what were they trying to say. I mean, he was saying that the calls that were placed from Alex's phone to Maggie's phone went unanswered. They went to voicemail.
Right.
That's what he was saying. And I don't know what the counterpoint was, like what they were trying to figure out. That maybe they only went to voicemail because she just didn't answer it, or because, like, there was a signal problem. Like, what do you think he was trying to prove there?
Yeah, I never did understand what he was trying to accomplish with all of that.
Yep.
I didn't understand what information he was wanting.
You know what? The more I think about it, I'm thinking because he doesn't want it to interfere with the time of death
Right.
notations. He wants to keep that as tight as he can.
He
That it
does.
was
And
impossible that Alex could have done it because he couldn't have been there at that time. But if they extend it to where she wasn't taking calls and stuff like that, and it goes early, they add more time to it. Maybe that's what it was.
right, because they had that timeline so tight
It
yesterday.
is. And you know what? That is a concern of mine because, like, come on, really. I know you've got, like, can I talk about your theory? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So everybody's like, well, if he touched the bodies, and I say if, because we've already caught him in several lies today. So he
Correct.
could be lying about touching the body or misremembering. I hate calling people liars, but he may be misstating the fact that he touched the bodies because it's
Correct.
clean. He's in that interview car.
He's almost spotless.
Clean. He's spotless, and he didn't have time for a shower. I don't care what anybody says. He did not.
No,
Even
he
if
did
he
not.
hosed himself off there at the kennel with the hose they kept talking about and all the water they kept talking about, he still wouldn't be that clean.
No.
Okay. He was pristine, and he's a duck hunter. And
Yes.
Kim and I were talking about waders and the raincoat they say they found in the opening statement. Like, we didn't see it yet. It's not in evidence yet. But didn't he talk about a raincoat or some kind of
Right. They
tarpon?
thought at first it was a blue tarp,
But it
and
was
they discovered later it was more like a rain jacket.
like a rain jacket. That's also the one they found some residue on, some gunshot
Correct.
residue.
Yes.
Okay, so they have a rain jacket with gunshot residue. And we're thinking, how do you keep your clothes pristine if you're going to go blow somebody up? Well, you wear duck waders that come up way higher, right?
They come up.
Totally rubber,
Yeah.
totally washable, right?
Correct. Heavy
Yup.
boots on the bottom.
Yep. All built in. And then you put that rain jacket over you, and instantly
You pull the hood up.
you are not going to have any mess
You're
on
covered.
you. Mm-hmm.
You're
No mess at
completely
all.
covered.
Right? And then maybe that's why the hose is so important with the water, because it would just take a little spritz of the
All it
waterproof
would take
attire
is
that he's wearing to
spray
wash
those
off.
waders down.
Exactly. And that might be why the gunshot residue is minimal, but it's still there, but it's not
Mhm.
extensive, right?
Right.
MC Records. I'm going to put that up. Like, okay, hold on. You want to read it in your Southern accent? This sounds Southern to me. Go ahead. You read this one. Read this one. Can you see it? Yeah.
I can see it.
Oh, do you-
The defense lawyer was a prick, saying it's very hard to understand, and then saying it was hard for the phone guy to understand too, even though it was a lawyer who wasn't understanding it at all.
Exactly. He had to try to throw the tech under the bus the best way he could, which he didn't because that tech knew his columns. He knew his business. Like he knew
He
what he was
really
talking
did.
about. He really did. And he was so proud to be there representing his company. Like he was all in. He was all in. And you're right, Ricker. He just like tossed it out there like, well, yeah, you don't understand it either. Yeah, just like I said, seeds of doubt. They're pretty good with that. And thank you for that. And thank you for reading it, Kim, because in your accent, with your Southern accent, that didn't sound as bad as if I said it in Jersey. If I said it in Jersey, everybody'd be going, oh.
That was
like,
my very overdone
Yeah.
Southern accent.
Yeah. Why is that with a Southern accent? You guys can say the most horrible stuff and it sounds like you're being polite. Like, what's that?
Like bless your heart.
Like, yeah, and I know what that
Bless
means.
your heart.
No, don't bless me. Don't bless me like that. That's no way. We're friends. Don't do that.
We are friends.
Like, don't do that.
I would never tell you bless your heart.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is. That's like fresh. That's like, yeah. But it is. Thank you for that record. We agree because that shotting part, like that parting shot is what I meant to say. I messed it up.
Right.
He just had to give him one and just throw that out there because it was such mangled testimony right there. Like whatever he was trying to ask, it just didn't come over. It just didn't. It was all messed up. It was really just a waste of time.
It was.
Yeah. So back to the waiters. Like I want to hear what the chat has to say. I realize we're speculating here. This has nothing
We
to do with
are.
the evidence. We're just, when it comes to true crime, part of the fun is the what ifs and the
Yes.
speculations. Now I know this is serious. It's a murder trial, and I'm not messing with the evidence or trying to say that anything like really happened or anything like that. That's all going to be for the jury. We all get that. But during lunch, it's fun to just speculate just a little
It
bit.
is.
Like I'm not even going to say like it's a plausible. We're going to just look for things that maybe, but they did mention in the opening statements that rain apparel.
They did.
And didn't they also go off in the beginning about that hose? And why would the defense get so
They
upset
did.
every time they mention the hose?
And they did get upset.
They did. Like he jumped up. Isn't that what he
Yes.
jumped up about and got
He
reprimanded?
did.
Mhm.
He did.
Okay, so I am
And it would have
remembering
been
it correctly.
it would have been
Yeah.
very easy to roll up those waiters, put inside that rain jacket for disposal.
And you reminded me, he's a duck hunter.
He
He's a duck
is.
hunter.
And duck hunting is very common
Right.
in that area.
Well, even fishing waders, any kind of waders.
Oh,
I mean,
any
on a
type of
farm, I'm
waiters.
sure they got waders. I mean, I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah.
they got waders. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And they wouldn't be that uncommon. And it's not that hard to get in and out of it. So when people say, how could he possibly have? I found one. Look, Kim came up with it could be possible. It
It could
definitely
be.
could. Mm-hmm.
It could be.
And
The
something
waders
else.
are very loose and roomy,
Mhm.
so they're easy to slip on and off over your clothing.
Mm-hmm. And then everyone's talking about, well, why two guns? Why two guns? Why, one shooter wouldn't use two guns. Maybe one of the guns was already there. Maybe Paul brought one
I
out
have
to do
seen
something.
that.
The
I have
dog
seen
was
that.
going nuts over the chickens. Okay, he was running
Yes.
around with a dead chicken. Maybe the dead chicken was from a coyote. Maybe Maggie was out there with her own gun going after the coyote because she was out there with the dogs in the chicken.
Right.
Okay, so it's a big gun family. We all know they all know how to use guns. They all carry guns. They all, whatever. Maybe either Paul or Maggie had already brought a gun out there. They didn't have
That
to
is
have
true.
it. They didn't
I
have to
have
be,
heard.
they didn't have it, on them, right?
Right.
But it was right there, maybe leaning up against one of the buildings, maybe, on the ground right near the kennel. Maybe one of the guns was already out there. And
You
then
know,
opportunistic, well, that would look
right.
like 2 shooters. Let me just switch. Why
Yeah.
not?
And I have heard that a lot of other people speculate that that could have been Paul's gun, one of Paul's guns. It's not unusual in that type of scenario. If you're going out and you're checking on dogs or you're checking on livestock,
Mhm.
you have some type of weapon with you because of coyotes or other predators.
Mhm.
So it would not be that far-fetched
Right,
that
right.
he would be in the possession of a gun.
Exactly, exactly. And then they say, well, okay, and then let's go back then. If you're going to say that maybe it was Paul's gun, then that would kind of make sense why he was going on and on about how careless Paul was with things
Exactly.
and
That
lost
was what I
things
was thinking yesterday.
and wasn't respectful for the guns and stuff.
Mhm.
Why would that be foremost in his mind like that for
I
that
know.
interview? Like you have to I know I watched too much Discovery ID. I get that, people.
Well, I do
I
too,
get that.
but
Okay. So I'm thinking, think about all the things he's saying that he really doesn't need to say. Okay,
right.
because that's the story he's trying to tell if he's trying to tell a story,
You
right?
know, it's almost
Mhm.
kind of like, is he protesting too much?
Yeah, something like
You
that.
know?
Like all that extra information in there. Like he went on and on about the people in the boat thing that was going on. Now I know that was going on at the time because, the indictment was coming forward. Paul was going to get
Right.
charged. That was it. Criminal charges were coming up. They were been dealing with the civil part of it for a while, but now criminal charges were going to come up. And that's very upsetting. I understand that's why it's foremost in his mind. But all the rest
Correct.
of it about he's the best kid ever. Everybody loves him, but he's also like, can't, misplaces his clothes, is like
He's
everything.
irresponsible.
He's irresponsible. But he's the best kid ever, but like, he loses all the rifles, like he loses the guns, he can't keep track of his clothes, this, that, and the other thing.
And,
Yeah, so
as a person who has handled firearms and, I've been around guns a lot. I started learning how to shoot at a very young age. And so I know about gun safety and all of that. Most of my shooting has been just competitive. I've never hunted, had no desire to. But even from a very young age, I knew the responsibility of gun care. And I feel
right.
like any gun owner, any gun handler knows you don't just leave a gun out in the field.
Mhm. This is true. This is true.
It's not like
Mhm.
guns are just cheap. It's not like you
Mm-mm.
can just go down and,
Yeah. But they were kind of lazy on cleaning up too. Like, Verilian was making comments earlier in the chat about the EPA coming out because of all the
all
spent
the brass.
casings that were everywhere. Everywhere on that property is around the door, like nobody cleaning up. Like they
I
just
know, and
wherever
you
it
can
drops, they left it.
you
Yeah.
can take the brass and have it recycled. So
Exactly, but nobody's cleaning up around there, yeah, it was like everywhere, which made so much of it, which is why so much of it's in evidence because they don't know which ones are the ones from the gun that was the murder and which ones aren't. They gotta get
correct,
them all. So
they
Tomorrow
do.
Kid says this is speculation, right? I think he killed them first, then blasted them to make it worse and to make it look like 2 shooters and something a father would never do. Why? Marital dispute, Paul an idiot's son, money for insurance. It's funny because after these murders, he still was trying to get money for Buster. He
He
actually
was.
hired someone to shoot him in the head so that he could get money for Buster because of the financial constraints that he had caused with all these problems that he has, these 100 other charges and 18 indictments that he has to
Right.
face. All of that.
Well,
Mhm.
because, his assets had already been frozen.
Oh, yes, yes, and that kind of does constrict
Hmm.
Buster. Buster did just lose out on his part of the inheritance of selling of the property because
Right.
that's the settlement for the boat civil suit on the death of Mallory Beach. The family
Hmm.
coming forward and suing all of the Murdaughs and the convenience store that sold them the alcohol, and even the it's like a branch store, right? It's like one of those, so it's got a
Correct.
conglomerate. So they sued the big corporation too,
Right. They
not
did.
even just the people in charge of the little part of it, but they went all the
No,
way up.
it was,
Yeah,
yeah, they went all the
yeah.
way.
And then they did release Buster after this, after the settlement for the money, and because Maggie is and Paul are gone, they took the settlement from Maggie and Paul's portion and from Buster's portion, and they removed them from the civil suit. But they left Alex. They left
Correct.
Alex. They left Alex there, and they left the convenience store that sold the alcohol to them.
Right.
Right. Not
And
while he was saying how wonderful this kid is, right? He's a great son. He's a great son. Then why did he let someone else take the rap for driving that boat? Why did he let other people
yeah,
get accused? There was another young man
there
whose life
was.
got tore up. He was like accused of the whole thing. Everybody knows what happened on that boat, but nobody stepped forward. Why did Paul let other people take the blame if he was the driver?
Right.
Yeah, he's such a
If he's
wonderful
such a
kid.
good kid.
And I don't want to speak ill of him,
No.
because he's not here. But for his father to say that, I thought that was like, what? And his father knows the truth, right?
Correct. And you would think
Yeah,
there would be some accountability felt
exactly.
on his part.
Yeah, you would hope so. I'm hoping that that's what was maybe that is also a pause to motive. Now, everyone says maybe this whole thing with Paul does have something to do with it. Maybe it does. Maybe Alex was going to be exposed even further as interfering with law enforcement and whether charges got filed on Paul in the beginning.
Right.
If he interfered with the investigation, if he committed obstruction, bribery, anything.
Anything.
Maybe that's it. Maybe Paul and his mom had come up with a plan for him to ask for leniency and just take his lumps
Exactly.
against the advice of his father, the lawyer, the
Right.
bad ex-lawyer who
Yeah.
really didn't use his head as far as good advice went and how he treated his clients and everyone and
No.
everybody else's money. But like maybe that's it. I've always thought it had something to do with it because of the timing.
Oh, I think it did too. The timing is just almost too perfect for that.
Mm-hmm.
To not have it be an issue.
Okay, wait a minute. Paul wasn't hit with the BLK 300, so I don't think that's too plausible. What part isn't too plausible of that? Because we're not talking about which gun he did. Whichever one was used, we're talking about the fact that one of those weapons, there was a rifle, was probably already out there, and they could have came out with the other one. Well,
Mhm.
one was hit with one type of ammunition and gun, and the other one was murdered with another one. They're saying there were definitely two guns used.
Right.
And so we're just saying, how is it possible for one person to use both guns?
Yeah.
And and just like also with Paul, like that statement, everybody was freaking out because they said like dead bodies don't move. Excuse me. But they weren't talking about a dead body moving. They were talking about him getting shot in the shoulder, very,
Right.
terribly bleeding like that. They were his footprints in the blood. He moved. He
Mhm.
walked in his
He
own
did.
blood, which means
He did.
he didn't go down with the first shot. Okay.
No.
And he was shot. Of course, the second shot was quite horrendous. And of course, he went down with that one. But he did move. Because the reason they mentioned the "do people move" comment was because Harpootlian the day before had said, why are his feet in this direction and why is his head over there? Like, how did he get in this position? And Agent Worley said, I do not know, sir. Because she was not the one who did the analysis on how the body fell or anything like
Correct.
that. We still have to hear from them on that, don't we?
We
But
do. And, a shotgun blast is huge.
mhm.
And especially at close range. I could see a person already in a weakened physical state from the first shot
Mhm.
being spun around or something.
Mhm. Well, here's another question that I have though. What do you think the receipt with the circled Gucci means? Are they trying to say marital dispute? Yo, woman, you're spending too much money on pretty things?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
right.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
he's like, hey, we have no money.
Mm.
I did hear something that she had been notified, and I forget where I saw this. I'm going to have to go try to find it now.
There are so many Reddits, and there's been a podcast called the
Yes,
Murdaugh Murders that is like she's excellent, right? She's
Mandy
from the
Mandy.
Mandy, yep.
Yes,
And yeah, you're gonna link me to that. I'm gonna put that down there for them. It's quite she's really good. And she gets into all of this stuff.
she
Like it's been
does.
going
She
on
has
for quite a
she
while.
has covered this probably more in depth than anyone else.
Hmm.
She's always been my go-to for years on all of this. I mean, I started following all of this when all of the financial things started coming out. And that was years ago.
Yep.
But I
It is.
did read somewhere, I believe it was yesterday,
Hmm.
that Maggie had received a phone call from the bank that one of her checks had bounced,
Oh, well, that would be a problem.
which would mean also that I can't remember the guy's name right now, at the bank that Alec worked so closely with. Starts
True.
with an L. But that would mean that he was not either there or didn't see it in time to
Hmm.
cover it.
What do you mean, Lafitte? That guy? No, that's not his
Yes,
name. Okay.
Lafitte.
Yes, yeah, okay. So that trial's Russell, that's already done. Okay, and
Right.
they're all guilty. Yes, and there are bankers that are involved in all of this fraud with
Oh,
him that are all going on charges, and Alex is named in every single one of them. Okay, so
yes,
tomorrow, kiddo, this is quite a the horrible thought. The idea was the gun was lost, but not, and this whole thing was premeditated, and the gun was used was never found. That's right. Both guns have not been found yet, which means they were disposed of, or somebody walked off with them. Okay.
correct.
All right. Now, Tony says maybe there was stuff that Alex Murdaugh didn't want to come out during Paul's trial or during the reopening of the inquiry into the hit and run death, which is another thing because the poor young man Smith, his death
Smith.
has also been reopened based on
Yes.
all of this because a lot of the testimony of them just pushing it aside came from Murdaugh.
Well, and then,
Okay.
they had permission, what was it, a year or two ago, to exhume the body of Satterfield.
That's true. Yeah. Well, but they still haven't reopened that death case on her. They're
No.
they're, they're leaving that she fell down those stairs. She died from those injuries. How she fell down the stairs, they're saying the dog, you know.
Yeah, that she
But
tripped over the dog.
I think those children have been through enough, having to sue Alex
Oh,
Murdaugh to get
I
their
think
money
so
back,
too.
and having to do all of that. And then they finally got closure when the money that they did get from the settlement, they didn't keep it. They made a foundation in their mother's name to
They
help other
did.
people. They just it was such an ordeal. Like it was so horrible to have to lose your mother, go through all of that, and then have to sue the attorney to get everything back because like he's also doing wrong. And she died in his house. It was his housekeeper.
It was his
I was like,
housekeeper.
it's just horrible, horrible.
Yeah, it
Mm.
is just the saddest, I think.
Yep. Hello, my welcome. The head hits. I know this is specific, but get rid of what they know. Oh, you know what? Tomorrow, kiddo, you're thinking just like those documentaries and all that I watch, that they try to get into the mind of a killer, and they're like, "Yep, that's when we knew, when he blew their heads off so they couldn't talk." Yep,
That they
no,
knew
I
too
get it.
much.
Yeah, because they knew too much. Like, send a
Mhm.
message. Yeah, it's just,
Yeah,
look,
that's
we also
like
have to remember his state of mind. If I remember the timeline correctly, after the deaths, we found out, like, when he ordered the hit on himself from his friend, his drug friend, by the way, he was still dallying with his drug problem, was he not? Like, this was
he was.
right. So there's also that. Now, I don't know how much of that's going to come into the trial. I haven't heard anything yet, but we found all this out in articles afterwards, that he went into rehab and everything, and he was selling drugs with this man who's also been on trial. That guy's last name was Smith, was it? I don't remember.
I believe it was because
Hmm.
I got confused. I was like, okay, we're getting too many similar names here.
Yeah, we had Smith and Lafitte, and which I remember because he was in the banking fraud part. He was another partner
Correct.
in this whole thing,
And he
moving
was
money
the
around.
one, he was the one that Blanca number 1 was working with.
Mm-hmm.
Blanca
And
number 2 was the housekeeper.
And then there is all of the bank officials who were just going by his word and moving money around and stuff like that. They're all in trouble. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm
they
saying.
are.
Yep.
And then you have all of the PMPED attorneys.
They are no longer them anymore, right? They
No, they're
changed the
not.
name. That's the
They did.
partnership. That's
That
Alex
was the
Murdaugh's
partnership.
family
Yes.
partnership and friends, who actually just kicked him. He's getting disbarred. They kicked him out, like,
Yeah.
even before he lost it. Like, that's it. And they changed the name. They want nothing to associate with him.
But
Like,
they
that's
were also in the gun room
mm-hmm.
during that body cam footage.
And I thought that interesting. And that's why we couldn't see the video, isn't it? Because of all of the people not involved in the trial that were in that room.
Mhm.
That's why we couldn't see it.
Did you see the
And
link I sent you?
no, did you send it today? I don't have.
I
I
sent it
do.
to you in Discord.
I don't have it up on the computer because I was changing
You want me to
resources.
send it in Twitter?
No, let me see. Let me see what I can do.
It was from Brian Enton.
Was that just like recently or early
I
this
sent
morning?
it probably mid-morning.
Okay. So I haven't checked. That's the problem, is I haven't gone in and looked. Oh, the body video from the day after Paul and Maggie were murdered. You can see South Carolina Law Enforcement Division special agents on the Murdaugh property looking for shell casings and weapons. Ooh.
I think that was the one you were looking for this morning. And you can see a wall of long guns in there.
Oh, see, I have Twitter up, so I can pull this up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. We'll show that. Let me. Let me find. What's his name? Brian. How do you spell his last name?
Entin.
Oh, it's it.
Antin.
And let me pull up that video.
In my best little Southern accent.
Oh, yeah?
That I try to cover as much as I can.
All right, so let me just make this a little bit bigger and then share the screen. And then go back to my feed. We got plenty of time. I can't lose the feed too long, right?
No. No, please don't lose the feed.
No, I won't lose the feed. Yeah. Like, oh, hold on. I gotta get it back. Hold on, like it just starts playing right away as soon as you
I
tap
know.
on it. Like as soon as you try to pull up the feed.
I had trouble with that this morning too.
Okay. Make sure it's up. Make sure you can't hear it on my phone, because you probably could for a second there. I apologize to anybody that was having a
Just a
problem.
little bit.
Yeah. There we go. All right. So it's a little smaller than I would like.
Yes.
Okay, but you'll be able to see what we're talking about anyway. I'm going to play it from here, okay, guys? And just let me know. I have the volume up. You should be able to hear it well. Oh, it's all the way up. Okay, here we go. It's only almost 7 minutes long. But let's watch what they have to say about this. This is from the body cam video from the day after Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were murdered. And you're going to be able to see everybody there picking up evidence and weapons. This is the gun room that they were talking about. Just a bit of interest. I mean, the beginning is silent. I do have the volume on. Okay. This is a nice gun room. Big.
Down on by your feet. I need to collect them. I saw one over here. There's two right there.
That's the extra spent.
We'll get a dynamic. All right, go ahead and pick that one up. There's two right there.
Yep.
They've been there a little while. Should be 300. There's one to your right.
Yeah, 300. Yep.
Yeah. And it was, I think it's 5 total I saw.
And this is where they found the shells all on the side of the stoop that they were talking about. You see them?
Right here.
Oh, that high-pitched whistling is terrible.
It's horrible.
Is that cicadas or is that just the feed?
I'm not sure.
I could have been wrong. I was just trying to discreetly just here to go. The orientation.
5. Yeah. 5.
You need to bag them separately. Don't rub them together too much.
Yeah.
Keep from scarring them.
Yep.
Cornmeal. Mm-hmm.
See if we can get one in each finger of this glove. It's a new glove.
There's 2. There's 3. Freddy in the hole.
I'm hot.
Mm-hmm.
4.
Out here. I'm sweating.
Oh no. And 5.
Not too long, rifle. All right. Ties all crooked.
So when autopsy is over, the funeral home, whoever
How you doing, sir?
decides to do, they will bring Paul and Miss Maggie back home, and then from there.
Wow, look at all those guns. See? What? Like
Yeah.
you said, not unusual, right?
No.
What's typical of the autopsy time?
So I'm not sure if it is scheduled for today. My guess. Do you know, Jeff, when the autopsy?
Not yet, I don't.
My guess.
I can find out and let you know. I'll step outside and call and see if they've already made.
Find out.
Yes, sir, in USC.
Yep, I'll step outside.
So I would imagine,
About a half hour ago, they have not started it yet, is what Rich Harvey, coroner, told me.
okay, so that means they are in the process of doing it. They're already there. So, and they will come back home to y'all tonight. So then from there, you can,
Some of the tests take longer as far as any kind of toxicology or gun stuff, anything like that.
I don't
That they
mean to
may.
be insensitive, but because there are two people, it will take a little bit longer. They will be able to return. They will be able to return the bodies to that, or to the funeral home. But there are other tests, toxicology, tissue samples, results like that, that will take at least a month. But that will not affect
No.
you making funeral arrangements at all.
Once
That's
they
why
get
they
the
take
sample,
it and return.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
so we tell Alex to give it a couple of days.
I'm gonna step out and call and see if the
So do you have an idea what funeral home you want to use? So you can go ahead and call Gordon and say, hey, this is.
All right, cool.
Hmm. Okay, so that was interesting. One thing I noticed is that the gun room is more like a rec room. They got a pool table and big leather chairs and hanging out
Right.
and paneling. Like that would be more like a rec room for us, and their recreation is guns. Like it was just
It
part of their
is.
lifestyle. That is not like they might maybe the room locks up, but did you see big gun case? Like I just saw them like in a
No.
regular rack. That was a regular display, like storage rack.
Correct.
No, in my state, you have to like if you want to have them like that, you should have them locked up. Like we have
Oh
to have
yeah.
them.
At least have a trigger lock or something.
Hmm. Yeah, but that's just the style. That's just the lifestyle there. Like it's
It
just
is.
the way it goes. And that was a lot of guns to look at. But actually, to see the casings littered there. Now, here's the thing: I
And
did
that
not
you can
picture
see how
such.
close we were to the house.
I know, but I didn't picture it to be like a house like that, and a little stoop like that. I was expecting that it was a port like a little bit bigger and that there would be so many more, Kim. Like it was like standard to just go out there and shoot. You know what I mean? And there would be so more. That
Right.
was not as many as I thought. And
No.
it did look like because of the back door where it was and everything, and the house is all I don't know, landscaped and nice and neat. It didn't look like you just walk out your back door and shoot up in the air at something.
Right.
It wasn't what, you know, I don't know. I just had a different picture. Like to
Yeah.
me, it no wonder they thought it was unusual that all of the casings were there.
Right. Before
Yeah.
I saw photos, I was picturing like, a hunting cabin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That
I
was
was too. But
kind of
it's
what I
just
was
the South.
thinking.
It's a beautiful South Carolina home.
It is.
The big rambling traditional style like that. Is gorgeous, and so it was like kind of odd to see all the brass hanging out like that.
Right there
And
by
and
the
they
house.
boy, the insects got me, whether the cicadas or whatever they are. But I knew it was like it's a sound I hear. We have them here in New Jersey, but they always like it makes me flinch. They hit me at such a pitch that
Right. They
it
do.
just sets me.
I don't even hear them really
Yeah.
anymore because I hear them so much.
Riker says that's not a safe gun room unless they have bulletproof glass, which
No.
I would guess they don't. Nope, it just looks like they live with their guns.
Yes.
Just live with them. And we wouldn't be able to do that too much here. But in other states, it's quite okay. And there they have them just like that, just like a lifestyle. That's a rec room, as far as I can see, when you got a pool table and you got like hanging
That's
out.
like a
I
room
wonder if
where
there was a bar on one end of it or
I
something. Because
know. It's
like
like a
we have
room
a wet
where,
bar with a
yeah,
refrigerator for softer. I mean, not all hard liquor. Like, don't get
right.
crazy, people. I'm just talking like a wet bar area, like when you got the pool table going and you got the big leather chairs for sitting around and talking, and yeah, it was like a hangout room. And
Yeah,
with
that's
grown
like
boys,
a room
I
where you
mean, it
watch
was
the
probably
game.
yeah. You watch, probably has a big TV on one wall for the football. Yep. Now you know. Yeah. Now we're talking the same language, Kim. So definitely, but not safe for gun room. And just one
No.
wall is just full of guns and stuff, and that's where we keep the ammo. It's just like,
Right. And I believe most
yeah.
of the gentlemen that were sitting in those chairs were
Mhm.
the attorneys, the partners.
Did you see Alex? I thought I saw his white hair. Was one of them him?
I'm
Or
not sure. I'll have to go back and look at it.
yeah, I'll have to look at it again,
I need
but
to
yeah.
slow it down
Mhm.
some, I think.
But because of attorney-client privilege, and if they're not involved with the case anymore, that might be why the video was not like entered like that way or
Okay.
whatever.
And can we talk about that attorney-client privilege? What was the thing
I don't know.
where
I
he was
didn't
like,
understand it.
"Oh, it's no big deal."
It's not no
When they're
for
like,
him,
"We
it
will
wasn't a
take
big deal.
care," because they asked him, "Do you have things on here which would affect attorney-client privilege?" He said, "Yeah." And they're like, "Okay, we will make sure to take care of that."
Mhm.
"Oh, it's no big deal." Excuse
It
me?
I know, it's just no big deal, but yeah, and he's a lawyer. Like that's what surprised me. Mandy's serious. So she's like, yeah, we got guns by the front door, by the back door, by the side door, in a laundry room, in a drawer, in most
Yeah,
vehicles. It just is a lifestyle when you were in the country, and I get that. And I'm not
yeah.
making fun of it. It's just different than me, like totally. It's just different than what I know, but I recognize it as normal there. Like that's what
Well,
I'm saying.
and
That's
now
just
that
normal. There's
yeah,
nothing wrong with that room being like
right.
that,
Now
you
that
know?
I live alone, I have one right by my bed.
Yep.
And it is one that I can shoot and hit something in the dark. I'm that
Mhm.
comfortable with it.
And Turtle Move says, if it was planned for a while, could the brass have been left to confuse things? Yeah, you could have tossed it there. You
Mhm.
could have tossed it there
Could have picked up
to,
some old brass laying somewhere else.
yep, could have. Sorry, I meant to remove that and it went up instead. StreamYard sometimes does the opposite of whatever I want. I
It
don't know what that
does.
is. It's like you push the right button and it still does whatever it wants.
It's like,
Okay.
no, we don't want to do that right now.
Exactly. It just we have rooms just like that in Australia without the guns. Yeah, like I have rec room like that too. My whole basement was like that. It had a wet bar and and the whole thing, and it had like the big Art Deco like bar stools and stuff like that. And it had a big TV area. I didn't have a pool table because it was the basement. I didn't want to have a pool table built down there. I couldn't get it down those long basement
Right?
stairs. But I would have. I love pool. I don't know, old fashioned. I love the game of pool.
It
I
is
have fond
fun.
memories of my youth, being on pool teams and stuff like that. It was something fun to do on the shore. But
Mhm.
hey, so then Mandy says the casings did not surprise her because there's probably casings off the porch on our property. There's coyotes and all sorts of animals that need to be scared of. Yup, we talked about that.
That's
I
true.
think if it was not yesterday, then it was the end of last week, and we was like, that's pretty normal for the country because you're gonna have to go out there and shoot up in the air to get rid of an animal or whatever, or scare things away, or you hear a
Right.
noise and you just want to let people know I'm home and I'm armed. So think twice, whatever,
Exactly.
and that it's very commonplace, very, very common. Um,
Yeah.
Record. They could have a bunch of bullet traps in the back room that they can take outside for target practice. They could.
They probably do.
Absolutely. It's probably a real rec room. They probably do all kinds of.
Mhm.
I think Mandy was talking about doing the clay things. She shoot the
Right.
clay
The
discs.
clay pigeons.
Mm-hmm. And that's very, very common here in the United States. Like we've got competitions for them. People do it for
Right.
hobby. We do still have hunting. We have hunting clubs and everything else. Duck, quail, deer. you know, a lot of
Right.
deer, because we have a lot of deer in the United States, and in certain areas we have like an overpopulation. They
Yes.
actually run a deer hunt for a certain time of year that you can go and get yourself a buck or go shooting, in certain areas.
Right. We have an
Yep.
overpopulation down here of feral hogs.
Feral hog, like wild hogs. I heard they're
Yes,
hard to put down. Like wild,
they are
they
real
are.
thick skin.
Yeah, they were talking about we were looking at guns yesterday and on Friday that seemed so over the top, and then someone reminded me that, hey, a wild boar or a wild animal like that is hard to put down.
It's
Like
very
you
hard.
need you need something more than just the average in most cases. I was like, oh,
Right.
okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yep.
And, if you just barely injure them, they can charge.
Mhm. Yeah, they just keep coming. Protect the
Mhm.
cows, man, he says. We gotta protect the cows.
That's why you have a donkey.
No,
You get
we
a
should.
donkey to protect the cows.
I gotta protect the cows. I love cheese, so protect
I
those
know.
cows, all you people in the country with your cows. I mean, we have a lot of cows here in Jersey too, but still, yeah, protect them. You know what we
Uh-huh.
have more of though? We have now emu farms.
Ah,
Why? I don't know. I live here in Jersey. I've not eaten or had anything to do with an emu yet. Yet we got these farms with emus all over them.
I
And I'm
don't
like,
think I've had an
why?
emu.
I'm surrounded. Even at the orchard, they got this little place where they have the animals, and they've got like a pair of emus over there. And the farm down the road has a couple of emus. And the one that I go visit for the canned goods, like the jams and stuff, they have emus. I'm like, what? Why? Like
Why?
what's the big thing in America with the emus? Like, are
I
they for
know.
killing the bugs or something or eating worm? I don't know. Are they, like, cheaper than getting a landscaper to cut your grass? Like, what's going on
I
with
I
the emus?
I don't know.
I do know a farm that has sheep just so they don't have to plow the fields.
I know that geese and peacocks make good security.
Because they're noisy. I
They're
heard that.
noisy and they will chase off things.
And peacocks are screamers. Like, if somebody
Yes.
comes anywhere near them, they're screamers, that
It
blood
sounds like they
curdling.
yell help.
It's blood curdling sometimes
Yeah.
too in the middle of the night when a peacock scream. Oh, no.
Hmm.
How'd we get on that? Like,
I
from
don't
Alex
know.
Murdaugh to screaming peacocks. Yeah. Bush people have guns on farms and large properties for wild pigs too. Yeah, I believe it.
Hmm.
Everyone has permits, locks them up, and has to have a license. Tomorrow, kiddo, like I was learning about that Australian gun laws on Sunday. We did a show on Cold Fall over on the Shills, and we were talking about gun control. It was meant to only be part of the topic for the night, and it ended up being the whole night. There's such a difference in every country in the gun laws. Like we were going over to UK and Australia because we had
Right.
people from the panels. And then we were going on the lack of gun control laws that we have here in the United States. And
Yeah.
yeah. Jersey is also a breed of cow, hawk skull, and we have a lot of them here. It's a
Yes.
popular cow here in Jersey, actually.
My great grandfather was a breeder of jerseys.
Yeah, they have a different kind of jaw and face, don't they? Like there
They
was like,
do.
yeah.
They
Well,
do. All right, Claire. Well, I have got to jump off. I
nope,
have
you
to
go. We got only
actually get
15
back
minutes
to
left.
work and fight
Thank
with
you.
insurance companies.
Yeah. You go fight with the insurance companies. Thank you for joining me. That was always pleasant.
Thank you. Thank you
I'll
for
put
having
I'll put
me.
your link down there when I do my timestamp. But that was fun. I
Thank
like
you.
talking the case with you too. So,
Yes.
yep. All
And
right.
I will try to jump on again this week.
Hey, whenever you're available, all of you, Beck, Mandy, yourself, like I send you links, like whoever's free, because anyone who's a true crime buff, because it's interesting to talk about the
It
case.
is. It
It
is.
is, and what we see. It's what I like about the live chat. Like it makes it more entertaining. I'm gonna watch it anyway. I might as well join you guys.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, thank
Have
you for
fun this
having me.
afternoon. Oh, of
Yes,
course.
I will be in
Anytime.
chat. So,
Yep. Okay. All
all
right.
right. Thank
That's
you.
easy. You're
Bye,
welcome.
everyone.
Yep. Yes, Beck. Jersey cows are great for milk. Mandy says a lot of the farms where I am turning from animals to hemp and cannabis. More money in the cannabis industry. Gee, I believe that. I do believe that. They definitely using the fields and everything, the greenhouses. Yeah. Animal farming is actually more expensive now, especially with the regulations with the environment controls and things like that. You know, so I get it. You know, cannabis, you don't have to feed it chicken feed or water. Well, you do have to water it, but you don't have to feed it too much. I don't know. When anyone from America talks about it, it's called gun control, whereas here we would say gun laws and responsible ownership. The onus is on the gun owner. We try that, believe me. Even saying the words gun control, I'm going to get stuff for it tomorrow, kiddo, from both sides. But that's what it is. We're trying to call the control is the control of the violence that's been happening in the United States because of guns. I think that's where it's coming from. Like, I don't want to take everybody's guns away. I want to legislate responsible ownership and legislation that protects the innocent. Mm. Bullet traps are great for practice because they are engineered so you could theoretically shoot it inside your house with a decently powerful gun and have it be safe. That's kind of cool. So, like, yeah, I'm going to have to look that up to see what those look like. Bullet traps. It's sound exactly what it is. Just something that keeps them like all thing. Tony's tagging me here. Talking on the gun control stream, I found out in 1 year an estimated 380,000 guns are stolen from private individuals. Most of these guns end up used in crimes. Exactly. That's why we need stricter registration, legislation, and law. And we need the penalties for those crimes using weapons to be stronger, stiffer, no leniency. If seriously, definitely. There are multiple steps that have to be taken, and they have to all be taken at the same time and in unison with every state, which I know is impossible, and with a federal regulation to back it up if it's going to work. Because we see that when we try to do it in one state or just one part of a state or a city, it's not as successful. Milk directly from I agree with this because you know why? It has all the fat still in it. Even though the cream rises to the top, even if you take that out, the milk itself is richer. Okay, it has much more flavor character than pasteurized stuff you buy in the store. Let's face it, the pasteurized stuff you buy in the store is like watered down. It's like a watered down version of what milk is really like right from the cow. So if you live anywhere near a farm and you have the opportunity to try fresh milk, do it. It's an experience you don't want to miss in your lifetime before it disappears. Yeah, totally. Just remember, the U.S. is the only more developed country where schools have active shooter dolls. Yes, this is true. This is true. And the percentage, when I look at the percentage in, like, say, Canada was 7%, was 5%, okay? And the UK was 0.7, not even 1%. It was 0.7%. And yet the rate here was 33%. That was just astounding, you know. Yeah, I get it tomorrow, kiddo. That might be part of the problem that we have is that the word gun control rubs gun owners the wrong way, like we're trying to take them away. We just had a massively sobering incident and saw how close we were to having a major issue. So asked why you need a gun. That's what I've been asking. Oh, it was drills? Yes, it is. They do have the drills. And I was thinking, do they have shooter dolls? Like, do they tell them like how to do that by using a doll to tell them where to go and where to hide? Well, I get what you mean, Hawk Skull. Thank you. I would imagine it is beautiful. Mandy Mandy likes driving by those big farms that have all the cannabis plants. It is beautiful. It is. Mm. It's unfortunate but too true. I had read recently that the lowest demographic of people who commit crimes with firearms are registered gun owners. That's right. The ones that want to do it the right way. Exactly. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew. We kind of veered off a little bit into the guns. We started talking about the guns, and we saw a video about the gun room at the Murdaugh home. Okay. And we just veered from there. We started talking about cows and guns and cannabis plants. Just your regular afternoon over on Bear's channel, how the conversation goes. I'm going to set up so we don't miss our live feed. I'm going to make sure that we still have it all going on here. I see the feed is not active yet. They should be back in another 8 minutes, but I'm going to get it ready so we don't miss anything. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. That's the one I want. They should be back in about 8 minutes. Did you miss any major revelation? No, not really. We did a lot of speculating, if you'd like to hear about that. There was a theory that the reason Alex Murdaugh was so clean in the interview is that he wore duck waders and that raincoat apparatus while he committed the murders. And then he used the hose from the kennels to just wash the rubber-proofed attire off. And that might have been why Dick Harpootlian had a fit when they mentioned the hose and jumped up and ejected. It was quite the entertaining thought, but it did make sense because it does like really quick. He could put that on and take it off. All right. We talked about the misstatements from yesterday in all the audio that we heard in what he said about he was inside the house, but then he said that he went back to the kennels, but then he said he wasn't. Then he said he didn't see Maggie or Paul after dinner until he found them dead. Okay. Then he said he was in the house taking a nap, but then again, his alibi says he went to visit his mother. It was a little confusing. I don't understand the timeline here. He could have done all of it in that time. Okay. There were some misspeaks, and they talked about that, things that you said. And then we talked about what may have been motive as far as the boating accident, civil case going criminal, the indictment coming forward on Paul. The receipt that they talked about today, that they didn't really say why, but they found a receipt in the garbage with the circled amount for a Gucci purchase over $1,000. And maybe that was marital discourse, like there could have been an argument. We also talked about the fact that maybe one of the guns was already outside by the kennels, brought out there by either Maggie or Paul to handle something with the dogs or the chickens or something, or for whatever reason, just to practice shooting. And that's why there's two guns. Opportunistic to make it look like there were multiple people and it couldn't possibly be him. Recker says he actually did have those shooters drills at his school in New Zealand, but no one really took it that seriously. That's because you don't have that many mass shootings like we do here. Here we have to take it quite seriously. It's kind of sad that children have to be taught that. It all goes into how Alex Murdaugh and folk think. It's nothing for guns and shells to just lie around. People get shot. It's a thing. I remember nuclear drills tomorrow, kiddo. And then talked about having to eat roaches one day. Peer support, year 7. Oh, yuck. And Mandy says, Wrecker, I have to admit, it's terrifying to have a child in school. We did have a shooting recently at a local grocery store. Multiple fatalities. Yes, I hear we had them here on the shore too, and it's just, oh, it's terrible. To think that children aren't safe while they're in school is just heartbreaking. Well, you know what? Let's put up a poll. Let's do that. Let me put up a poll. Okay. Wait, can I put up a poll? Let me see what's going on here with my stuff. I don't know if I can if I don't have the stream open. Let's see. And I don't. So I don't think it's going to All right, we'll just do a 1 and 2 poll in the chat then until I get these sorted out. Okay, but Answer asks, at this point, do we think he did it? If there was no more evidence presented, just what you know now, only what's been presented in trial, not that other stuff that's out there. If there was no more evidence presented, is he guilty or no? And remember, like, pretend you're on the jury, just what you saw so far. Put a 1 for yes. And a no. Oh, we can't. Uh-oh, hold on. That's them talking, and it's not for the trial. I might have to get another feed. It looks like the people that I normally use are going to be talking during the feed, and I don't like that. So I'm going to have to look for another one. Okay. I have another one. Once it comes back, if they're still on it, I will use the second feed. But let's go. Okay. All right. Here, forget the 1 and the 2. Type guilty or not guilty, if you don't mind. 3. Does that mean I don't know? That means I don't know. Okay. You could type guilty, not guilty, or undecided. I think Beck means undecided. I think tomorrow kiddo means undecided. Not guilty for Anna. That's what she thinks is going to come through. I think that's what the jury would come through right now. I think enough holes have been pushed in the evidence and they don't have a gun. I'm leaning towards shady. I don't know about guilty, but I definitely know shady. I just don't know if the evidence is going to prove it. That's my doubt. You know? So, Tony, I agree with you. I think he's either guilty or he knows more than he's saying. He knows who did it and he's covering because he's contradicting stories. The way he's throwing in additional information that doesn't need to be there. It's frustrating. Very. Tomorrow Kiddo says, I don't usually call people idiots, but sus. I get it. Like, very sus. I totally hear you. It's about as sus as it gets. Okay. I'm just getting the live feeds ready. I'm sorry I was quiet for a minute there, but I'm reading the chat. What if Buster did it and Alex Murdaugh is trying to cover for him? Tony, I've been wondering that myself, if Buster has anything to do with it. We don't hear a lot from him, do we? Do you think Buster has it in him? Do you think anybody does but Beck? Like, what makes a murderer? Do they look different? They walk different? When I cover these trials, I'm always amazed at the difference from one murderer to the next. Tomorrow Kiddo says, he rubs me as a guy who thinks very highly of himself and entitled. I do think it's likely the case too. I don't think Alex Murdaugh would cover for anyone. I don't think he could successfully. He barely can cover for himself. You know? The, mhm. They did say they were coming back at 2:15, but I don't see them yet. Well, I'm going to put this other feed up. I'm going to put on the News 19 for a little while. Hopefully they won't have a problem with that, because the other one has people speaking, and the purpose of this is to not have anyone speaking on the screen when you're being shown. I want it to seen in its entirety, just as educational and just for what it is. You guys hear what we all hear? Okay. And so as soon as they come back, I'll put that up. Hopefully there's good sound on it today. Do I think he's a piece of shit addict who is money hungry and trying to cover other crimes? Yup. Do I think he blew his wife and son's brains out? Just not there. Mandy, I agree with you. That's a fair assessment. Ancher agrees with you too. It's hard to get there because he's a father and a mother and a husband. It is very difficult to think that someone could do that to their family. And he said that his dad is in the hospital and his mom has dementia. Yep. Yep. Yes, Mandy, I'm hoping fair use with the news. A lot of them were okay with it last time, but everybody, you know how they are. People try to do things, but it is, they try to pull it up. The problem is I don't talk like a lot of people do during the whole thing. Um, we'll see we'll see. If anything, they'd be entitled to the ad revenue, and that's just fine with me. They can have it as long as my stream stays up. Seriously, that's how I look at it. Ain't worried about that kind of stuff. Autistic Show says they do drills here in Canada too, and in high schools. They have cops stationed. My biggest fear is what happens to disabled children, like my autistic daughter who is heavy and stubborn. She drops to the floor and literally will melt to be dead weight. I get it. It is, and it's not going to understand either. And tomorrow, Kiddo says maybe to change his clothes. Mom, late stage Alzheimer's, and he washed his clothes there. Yeah, maybe. I'm still going with the waiter thing. I think that was like brilliant. You do miss a lot, Andrew. You don't get to see it the way you want to see it. They're like telling you how to see it, like from their perspective. And that's their right. It's their channel. They can do what they like. But I want you to see it from your perspective. I want to know what you see. I want to have conversations of all the differences that we all have. We've all heard in things differently. We've all thought things were presented differently. And I like that. That's why I do this. Yeah. Alex Murdaugh, I don't think he would if he could get away with it, but there is the possibility of him having to cover or risk additional retaliation, but that's just a thought. There is that threat there. We just don't know where he would go. We do know that from history, what we see after the fact, he kind of bungled up a couple of things that he did, trying to cover things up for other crimes. And we do see that he kind of made a mess of his life with all the other things he was doing. And he was an addict at the time, from what got reported. But this is all after the fact. Yep. I want to see if what they're going to put into evidence about all of that. And why are they so late coming back? I still don't hear anything from this feed. Okay, nothing. What about the other feed? Nothing on the other feed either. So there's that. I guess we just wait. Could be just a little late. Maybe they're sitting the jury before they turn the cameras on this time, before they turn the camera and the mic. You guys have good discussions about this stuff. I'm enjoying this very much, hearing what you think about it. Well, and we all kind of just don't think there's enough right now to convict him. And Colin's telling me I don't have to worry about copyright claims on the court fee because there was a court order by the judge that ensured that all fees from the court were free. Thank you very much, Colin. I wish I had that order. I might need it, but I'll be looking for it. Thank you for the information. You just took some tension off my shoulders. Thank you very much. Because often the straight news feed is a better one. And I don't want anybody talking over it. It could be held in chambers due to an issue. What a lawyerly thing to say there, Beck. Yes. Yes, they could be. It could be anything. They could be discussing evidence they don't want us to hear about. They just could be having technical difficulties too. Yep. All 3 feeds. No picture yet. Okay. Yep. Another tomorrow, kiddo. Here's another theory. Here we go. Okay. Another theory is that he was in deep with people and he knows him and his son are dead if he names names, drugs, debts, etc. True? Yeah, that could be a thing. Mandy says, lately, too many lawyers are speculating, and I don't like it. That's why I like Uncivil. He doesn't investigate the cases. He uses just the information provided. That's exactly, yes, yes. I so agree, Mandy. It's kind of disheartening because when people come at you for doing true crime as if you're gonna like affect the case, like I don't see how anything that I've ever put out there would affect the case. I'm only putting out exactly what they put out as far as from the case, from the investigators, from the state, from the defense, from the judge, from the witnesses. Like, I don't want to get into all of that media stuff that much. I think the media does a disservice on it. And I hate to see the legal channels acting like media sometimes. I know it's their channels. They can do what they're right. I don't really want to bash anybody for it. But when they start having those conversations about how does the media affect trials and things like that, that's how. When you're out there speculating on theories and things like that, well, yeah, I don't know. But then again, it's up to the jury, and the jury's supposed to not be out here watching all of this anyway. For me, it's more about you guys coming to your own conclusions. I don't want you to come to mine or theirs. I want you to come to yours by looking at everything, as straight out as you can. So I try to be unbiased, but it's certain things I can't. Like, I have my opinions. That's why I have a channel, so I can tell you about them. But still, I try to give you all the information so you too can have an opinion and you too can say how you feel about it. Okay, I'll go put this up just because you just tickled my funny bone. Tomorrow Kiddo says maybe he wanted to start an emu farm, and his wife said, "Don't be ridiculous." And Paul said, "Yeah, Dad," and he lost it. Okay, that makes more sense, especially like, what are you doing an emu farm? Like, seriously, this is a serious question. Okay, all right. After the gunman who Alex Murdaugh paid to shoot him in the head was caught, would anyone else take money from him to shoot someone? Exactly. See, here's the thing. Everybody that had anything to do with Alex Murdaugh, even professionally, lawyers, bankers, all kinds of people, insurance people, everybody's in trouble now. Who would deal with him for something like that? That was my point, Tony, when they said, well, maybe he just paid somebody to do it. I'm like, nah, nobody would trust him. Okay. And then they said, well, maybe people who are after him are trying to keep him quiet. I'm like, they wouldn't trust him to be quiet either. Look at he's got 100 charges, 18 indictments. He's not going to see daylight ever. If he decides he wants steak once a month, he'll make a deal. Period. Like anybody into anything like that, he would not be alive. It would not be the son and the mother. They were not shot to keep him quiet. Period. There's no way to keep a man in that situation quiet. It's the odds are against it. I did. I put it up there. It was the emu farm, and it was cute. I liked it. It tickled my funny bone. The murders came first, then the fake shooting. That I can tell you. I don't know. We could bring anybody into this case answer at this part, but it ain't gonna be up to us. It's gonna be up to the lawyers and the juror, you know. But why not? Okay, they're still not up. This is concerning. I'm refreshing feeds. Oh, right. Wait. Here we go. We are now coming in. He just asked everybody to be seated.
Yes, sir.
Please, Your Honor, before the jury brought in, I have a matter of law I'd like to deal with.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've been informed by the Attorney General, been very accommodating. He Colleton knew he was going to call this afternoon, this morning. One of the witnesses would be Brett Dove, and Brett Dove, I think they'll agree, is the person that did retrieve the extract from, you heard the Secret Service agent this morning, and did some analysis on it. I'd like to show the court. Is this working? Can I have the Elmo on? State's exhibit number 299. Where can I see that? Okay, and this is, which is, I'm gonna have you push it up in just a minute. You don't need that. That's a receipt of property for Paul Murdaugh's phone. And if you'll slide the thing down a little bit, no, the other way. You'll see that Bobby, what's his last name? Bancroft? Right. Received it from David Owens, who gave it to Bobby Bancroft, who then gave it to who? R. Kelly. Yeah. Right. And then Paul McManigle, we heard from this morning, gave it to, he was at the Charleston Sheriff's Office, gave it to, whose name is that? Looks like Brian Heddick, who gave it to, well, it got to Brian Heddick at Computer Crimes, I guess by Ryan Kelly. The point I'm trying to make, Judge, let me show you the second page, is there are a number of people in the chain of custody on this phone who haven't testified yet. As a result, if Mr. Dove is allowed to testify about the contents of the phone, which he received from Secret Service, we believe that breaks, that would not complete the chain of custody. All we're saying is call these other people, and I mean, they're not going to be long witnesses, to complete the chain, to authenticate that what exactly came out of that phone was the phone that was found at the scene on Paul Murdaugh's body. I don't know if this is complicated or not, but it seems to me that they ought to have to do that.
Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very quickly, as we look at the chain and I'll take those things, on Paul's phone, and again, Mr. Conrad is going to call Lieutenant Dove here in a bit. We've had testimony from Jason Chapman about David Owen securing that phone. We've had introduction into evidence, Your Honor, without objection of both of these chain sheets. There was no qualification or objection to the information on these chain sheets, no hearsay objection or anything like that on both of these, which carried the chain all the way through. And then, of course, but we have testimony about the collection of that phone. We have testimony from multiple witnesses about the manner in which agents secure phones and the likely and the rest of that. And then we have testimony about that phone going essentially through a couple of couriers to Paul McManigle, who just testified as to his involvement with that phone, as well as to his delivery of that back to Lieutenant Dove. And then you've had testimony from Agent VonHouten, who received that phone and analyzed it and then delivered that back to Lieutenant Dove. And Lieutenant Dove is going to be here to complete that chain. So if you look at the case law, and we do have some cases prepared if you need them. Where's the copies of those, please, Your Honor? This is not fungible evidence, and the case law is very clear, Your Honor, that chain, you don't have to call every single person that touched the evidence throughout the way, that it only needs to be established as much as is practicable. And I think we've done that in great detail. In any
critical question, is it fungible or non-fungible?
Non-fungible.
Fungible or non-fungible?
If you look at the exterior, it's fungible. You can't tell one iPhone 11 from any other one until you open it, okay? But is the phone that was at Paul, is that the same phone? And that's why you have the chain. It was cracked open and they got the material from, they want Dove to analyze. It is an iPhone 11, Your Honor. It's not Paul's.
And Your Honor, again.
Fungible or non-fungible?
I'd say that it's not fungible, Your Honor. And again, I think it's clearly not fungible. And there's been
clearly not fungible. You say clearly, what do you mean?
Well,
generally, when things are clear, then we don't have a debate.
Fair enough. That's kind of what. I strenuously object, Your Honor. I apologize. But anyway, Your Honor, when you look at something like cell phone evidence and you look at the class of types of evidence that are clearly fungible, those two are I think, different in the manner in which they exist and the manner in which they are. And I'm not aware of any case that's ever held a cell phone as to be fungible. It is a physical item. Additionally, this particular one, I'm sorry, John, what does that say? And additionally, this particular cell phone has a serial number and an IMEI that is specifically identifiable. The cell phones are not fungible. They are specific. They have specific identifying information like that. And so again, I think that given the weight of that and the weight of what we have established, we more than established the chain.
No. Chain of custody, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize. Your Honor, I note on this chain of custody, there's no serial number, there's no IME number, there's nothing on these documents. If you're happy, it's State's Exhibit 298 and 299. There's nothing on these indications. Matter of fact, the description is Paul's cell phone. There's no identifying data on this whatsoever. And by the way, I think we've been sort of lax. We should have asked all these witnesses how they know it was this cell phone. They never testified to serial numbers. That's water over the dam, under the bridge. But perhaps I should have asked that.
Well, and again, Your Honor, these came in without objection associated with testimony about that specific phone that people like McManigle and Agent VonHouten have specifically identified as associated with these chain sheets and with that specific phone. So again, I think that's a specific identification and they are not fungible in that regard.
Again, cases that you said you have.
Your Honor, and I've got a copy right here. This isn't specifically, may I hand it up to Your Honor?
Tell me about the case.
So again, Your Honor.
State v. Pulley, yes, sir.
All right. And again, this is just a general, this isn't related to cell phones in specific, but it does talk about, establishing the chain of custody as far as practicable. And again, it talks about where the evidence establishes the identity of those who have handled the evidence and reasonably demonstrates the manner of handling of the evidence, which we've had testimony as to both of those. Our courts have been willing to fill in gaps in the chain of custody due to an absent witness. Proof of the chain of custody need not negate all possibility of tampering so long as the chain of possession is complete. It goes on, Your Honor, and that, I apologize, that was from Head Notes 4, 5, and 6. It goes on to talk about a perfect chain of custody is not required. I think the evidence here on the whole has been more than sufficient to establish the chain. And additionally, even beyond that, I think that none of that precludes Lieutenant Dove to testifying about, given the foundation that's been laid, to testifying about the kinds of that extraction, pending any additional witnesses that will come in. I don't think that's precluded at this time either. He can still go forward and testify as to the extent of his testimony about that extraction, and certainly understanding that any additional witnesses are still forthcoming. So I don't think that precludes him from testifying as to the contents of that extraction.
Your Honor, with all due respect to the Attorney General, footnote says when establishing headnote 4, when establishing chain of custody, fungible, bolded, evidence where multiple people have handled or analyzed the substance, the identity of the individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. And there's nothing in any document we've heard or any witness that is specifically identified that I got cell phone M4381 and gave it to somebody else who says I got that same cell phone because it had the same serial number. If that's not conjecture, I don't know what is. And again, what's the big hurdle here? He's got 3 people he needs to call. Unless there's a problem with one of them, that signed this document that didn't have it. And I think that this is an important piece of evidence. And we ought to just require what's required by this case and every other case where there's a fungible item.
Your Honor, again, going back to headnotes 4 and 5, testimony from each custodian of fungible evidence, however, is not a prerequisite to establishing a chain of custody. Again, we've had testimony about collection, we've had testimony about the manner of collection, and we've had testimony from those who actually analyzed it in the interim to get to Lieutenant Dove, who will then complete that analysis. So we've got testimony about collection, we've got chain sheets supporting that, and then we'll have every person who actually analyzed it. And I think that's more than sufficient chain to establish its admissibility at this time.
Anything further? Last word.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
To the extent that this is a motion to exclude this testimony, the motion is denied. I do not believe that the portion of this case that State v. Pulley that says the identity individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. I believe that a cell phone is not a fungible item, but it is complicated to the degree that there was analysis done with the cell phone, but the testimony, particularly the testimony of VonHouten, sufficiently establishes that this phone was not tampered with, could not be tampered with, and I believe that the state has sufficiently established a chain. Cases have held that a perfect chain is not necessary, and I believe the state has sufficiently established the chain of custody to the degree necessary that the next witness can testify. So I deny the motion, and the objection is noted for the record.
Your Honor, make sure the record, with all due respect, we accept her.
I say it's noted for the record, yes.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Bring the jury.
Your Honor, to be clear, we do have one interim witness before that witness will testify.
Wow. That was fun. That's why I like to watch this. That. Remember, people, precedent. Bring the legal precedent for the judge to rule on your favor. Don't just talk about your complaints. Show him how he can prove it and be with you. That always wins.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call John Bedingfield.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again, Caboose. For the record, spell your last name, please.
John Bedingfield, Bedingfield.
Mr. Bedingfield, how you doing today?
Doing good.
All right. Tell us where you live.
Barnwell.
All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You go up there or?
Grew up there, born and raised in Barnwell. Worked there my entire career, 28 years with the Department of Natural Resources.
Okay.
Still live in Barnwell.
Where do you work now?
I'm the Region 3 captain, which is the Midlands region, Lake Murray, Lake Marion.
Okay. And is that a law enforcement position?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you a class 1 officer?
I am.
And you said you've been with DNR how long?
28.
Been the extent of your law enforcement career?
Yes, sir.
Are you still employed there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other businesses or any other economic stuff you're associated with?
I do. Back in 2016, I got a federal firearms license to sell and manufacture firearms.
And tell me how you got into that. What led you to develop that? Is that like a side business?
Side business is just a passion I had of working on guns and building guns, decided to turn it into business.
All right. And you mentioned federal firearms license. Is that what people know as an FFL?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just tell me very quickly what it takes. What does it mean to have an FFL?
It means you can transfer firearms to individuals. You do a background check upon that sale or transfer.
Okay. If you're engaged in sort of the commercial sale of firearms or as a business, do you need an FFL to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's different from private sales back and forth. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And with an FFL, does it come with an obligation to keep certain paperwork with regard to the firearms that you're involved in selling?
Yes, sir, it does.
And explain to me some of the paperwork that you have to get and some of the paperwork you have to keep when you're selling firearms with an FFL.
When a firearm comes in to me, it gets logged into a log. Upon its sale or transfer out, it gets logged out with the 4473 background check.
All right. And tell me what the 4473 is, please.
It's person's personal information, gun information. It gets called into the ATF and it gets approved or disapproved for transfer to that individual.
Is that like a federal form?
Is there instant background check? Yes, sir.
Like every federal form's got a number on it?
Yeah.
And that's what's the number?
4473.
4473. We have to take the form saying I'm not a drug user and I'm not a part of a terrorist organization and all that
Yes, sir.
stuff. All right, but you have to ensure that those are filled out with people that you have.
Yes.
Firearms too, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What type of firearms are you selling? I mean, are you manufacturing from scratch or how do you do that?
Early on, I did. Wasn't lucrative enough, so I was just buying and selling.
Right.
So I would buy a gun, configure it, or buy parts, configure it as an individual wanted, and provide it to them.
Okay. And so where would you buy parts from? What's a big source of parts?
I've had numerous, but primarily Palmetto State Armory for AR-15 parts, but I've used 20 or 30 other vendors throughout the course of me having the license.
When people think about an AR-15 style weapon, can that just fire like one caliber of bullet, or can multiple calibers of bullets be configured with an AR-15 style weapon?
As long as they're compatible with the magazine system and the bolt carrier, many different calibers can be configured.
Like what? What's the most common AR-15 calibers?
223, 5.56, which are more or less interchangeable. 300 blackout, 6.5 Grendel.
Okay. All right. And the most common one you said was 223 and 5.56?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then 300 blackout is one you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you at all related to the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I am.
All right. And what's the relation?
Our grandmothers were sisters. We're grown up with the Murdaughs as cousins.
All right. So you've known him your entire life for a
Yes,
long
sir.
time? At any point in time, did the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, approach you about perhaps assembling or making some firearms for him?
He did.
All right. And do you remember roughly when that was?
Would have been around Christmas of 16.
Okay. And what was your conversation with the defendant over there about what he wanted you to put together?
He was looking for a couple of guns for the boys to hunt pigs with.
Okay. And did y'all have a discussion about what type of gun, what caliber, and that sort of thing?
We did. I kind of steered him towards the 300 blackout just because of its effectiveness on hogs versus a 223 or 5.56.
All right. And just very quickly, between a blackout and a 223 or 5.56, why did you suggest a blackout as a more effective round than those?
Larger caliber, larger diameter bullet, a little more knockdown power for pigs. A 223 at that time, there weren't many larger or heavier grain bullets that were effective.
All right. So you suggested the blackout. Did he agree to that?
He did.
And again, he wanted these for the boys to hunt pigs.
That's right.
Or hogs. All right. Was there a particular holiday coming up that he wanted them for?
It would have been Christmas of that 16 Christmas.
2016? Okay. Did you ultimately assemble some firearms for him?
I did.
All right. And describe those firearms for us, how they were configured, what was on them. Give us some detail about them, please.
Initial conversation, and part of why the 300 blackout was chosen was its ability to shoot subsonic ammo, and we had talked about possibly some suppressors for the same guns.
Let me slow you down real quick. Tell the jury what a suppressor is.
A silencer or a sound suppression device for a firearm.
So a subsonic round, you have to have a subsonic round for the suppressor to work. Is that
efficient? It makes it most efficient.
Okay. All right, keep going if you would, please.
That was kind of where I steered that way, but it was a pair of Palmetto State Armory lowers that I built some 300 blackout uppers for, and one was configured in all black as he requested, and the other was Cerakoted, which is a paint finish, a ceramic paint finish in a tan.
Okay. And when you say Cerakote, is that a service or that you're providing?
It does. It is. Yes.
All right, and just very quickly, tell the jury what you mean by that. What is Cerakoting?
It's a refinishing. It's a paint job on a firearm. A lot of items can be Cerakoted, plastic, wood, whatever. But you blast the finish, original finish, degrease it, put a 2-part finish on, and bake it on. It's a coloring.
So the black one you don't have to treat.
So I'm sorry.
The black one you didn't have to treat, like
correct.
But the tan one you had to Cerakote.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant request any sort of optics or scope on these guns?
Did. We put a pair of ATN thermal scopes on the rifles.
And what specifically, why are the thermal scopes good for hunting hogs, or why were they put on there?
Hog hunting in South Carolina is legal to hunt at night with the proper permitting, and it allows you to night hunt the pigs.
All right, Mr. Bedenfield, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 302 for identification at this time, and see if you recognize that image right there.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
Those are the two 300 blackout rifles I sold Alex.
All right, those are the exact two in Christmas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Christmas of
Those would be
2016?
the original two, yes, sir.
Okay, and all right, let me, Your Honor, this time I would move stakes 302 in the evidence, please.
Did it?
Let me put this on the Elmo real quick. All right, can you see that on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just real quick, if we look down at the end of the barrel of these, what are those things right there?
Those would be the suppressors.
All right, and tell me about this image. How do you recognize this image? What was going on when this image was taken?
That was the day I took the guns to Alex. I showed him, that's how I presented them to him. Again, with the suppressors are still in my possession. We never did the paperwork on the suppressors.
And let's unpack that a little bit. Where did you take those guns to him? Do you recall?
His office.
All right, and they're in some sort of case. Do you recall that case?
Yes, sir. That's my hard case.
All right, so you brought him in that case?
Yes, sir.
Did you leave the case with him, or did you take that back with you?
I have the case.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that we see the suppressors are on there. Did you ever deliver those suppressors to Alex Murdaugh?
I did not.
All right, now explain that to the jury. Why were you unable to do that?
To possess an NFA item, a National Firearms Act restricted item where the federal government restricted the possession of short-barreled rifles, machine guns, suppressors, and short-barrel shotguns, you have to apply for a tax stamp through the federal government. It's a background check system that allows for the possession once you pass the background check.
Okay, and had Alec completed that additional paperwork?
No, we never completed it.
Is that for the suppressor? Is that additional paperwork in addition to what it takes to normally get the
Yes.
rifle?
Yes.
Okay. What was y'all's discussion, if any, about that paperwork and completing it and all the rest of it?
We had some random discussions. I'd egg him from time to time. Hey, man, let's get the paperwork going. And he was going to put them in a trust, which is an entity which would own the items. And we never got it all put together.
Because of the special legality about suppressors, is it common for people to set up a trust, a legal trust that actually owns those suppressors?
Yes, it is.
And that was the paperwork that needed to be completed?
That and the application side of it, but that was the biggest portion.
He was like, I'm gonna get back to you, I'll do it, and just never did. Did he pay for those suppressors?
He did.
All right, he just never received them.
Correct.
Where are those suppressors to this day?
They're in my inventory at my business.
At some point in time, did you ever have another conversation with Alec about making another blackout?
I did.
And when roughly was that? Do you recall?
It would have been around April of 2018.
April of 2018. All right. And what did Alec tell you? What was your conversation with him about making a third blackout?
That Paul had lost or misplaced his rifle and he wanted to replace it.
Okay. And did you ultimately make him a third blackout?
I did.
Did this particular rifle, did you put any optic on it?
I did not.
All right. Did Alex say, don't put an optic on it because they already lost the other one?
Yes.
Those optics are fairly expensive?
They can be, yes, sir.
All right. And roughly how much were the thermal optics that we see on this particular picture that's on the screen, the exhibit I previously had admitted?
$1,500 to $1,800 each.
All right. So the third one did not have an optic on it?
Correct.
And did you ultimately provide that weapon?
I did.
All right. Well, tell me how you provided that. Did Alec pick it up or did somebody else pick it up?
He did not. When I let him know it was ready, he said he was unavailable and Maggie would come pick it up.
Okay. And is that what happened?
It is.
All right. And so tell me about that. Tell me about your interaction with Maggie when she picked that weapon up.
She came to town. We met, did some paperwork, and she handed me a check and drove back to Hampton.
And you gave the weapon, the
Yes,
third
sir.
weapon.
Yep. She would have completed the 4473 with me.
All right. So you made 3 blackouts, excluding the optic, roughly in the same configuration. Maggie picked up that third one, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you some exhibits real quick. Show them counsel. All right, let me show you what's been previously marked for identification with states 247, and I'm gonna have you flip through those and just first tell me, generally, if you recognize the documents in states 247.
I do.
All right, tell me what those are.
The first would be the original check from Alex for the first 2 firearms, cancel check to me. Second would have been the third from Maggie, cancel check to me. The third and fourth page would be the firearm log.
We'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's part of your firearm log, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
All right, and then I'm gonna show you what's been marked as, hold on, I'm gonna staple this. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 245 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
It is the original 4473 from the first two firearms. Let's see this back real quick.
Your Honor, this time we would move states 245, 247 into evidence.
Admitted.
All right. Put these up on the screen. All right, this is State's Exhibit 247, and we're looking now at the first page. Describe to the jury what that is, please.
That is the canceled check from Alex for the original two firearms.
For the original two?
Yes, sir.
And what's the price on that, please? I can bring it to you if you can.
I got it. $9,100.
All right, and what's the date on that, please?
I'm sorry?
What's the date on that?
12/23/16.
And is this a record that you kept in accordance with your FFL obligations?
The check, no, sir. We retrieved that from my bank.
Got it. All right. Go to the second page of this exhibit. You recognize that? Tell me what that is, please.
That is the check for the third replacement 300 blackout to Maggie Murdaugh. That's the check she wrote to me.
All right, and what's the amount on that one?
$875.
All right, so the first one for two of them was $9,188, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second one is only $875, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is the difference between those that the second one didn't have the optic and didn't have the suppressor?
Sling.
Is that part of the difference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, before we get to the rest of that exhibit, let me go to 245, and I'm gonna show you this. This is what now?
That is the 4473 for the first two 300 blackouts.
All right, and if we see down here in little letters, it says Form 4473, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And these are all the questions that you have to answer to buy a firearm?
Correct.
Okay. And whose name do we have on this?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And then right here, what are these two things right there?
That would be the serial numbers from each of the firearms.
All right. And let me ask you this real quick. With an AR style platform, is every part of it serialized, have a serial number, or if not, what parts are?
Only the lower receiver is serialized.
All right. And you talk about the lower receiver. Let me take this back up. Point to me what we're talking about on this picture.
This portion of the firearm.
Okay. And I'm going to put it back on the screen. I'm going to point to what you just did and tell me we got it right. Okay. All right. So this portion right here is the lower receiver.
Yes, sir.
And that's the serialized portion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And finally down here, what do we have right there?
The date,
All right. What's the date on that?
January 10th, 2017.
After these murders happened, did you ever get a call from SLED agent Jeff Croft?
I did.
Is that somebody you knew prior to this?
Yes.
Knowing him from growing up in Barnwell or living in Barnwell?
Through my law enforcement career, him at the county and our kids were in school together.
Did you have a conversation with Jeff Croft?
Yes,
Did Jeff Croft ask you to provide him anything?
he did.
And what did he ask you to provide him?
The paperwork you've just submitted, the 4473 and the canceled checks.
When you initially responded, did you send him the paperwork for all three blackouts that you made for the defendant? Or
Not,
just the
not
fir-
initially, I don't think so. I don't recall exactly.
Just the first
Just
two?
the first two, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a subsequent conversation with him some point later in time?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
That there was a third and through an audit, I was able to backtrack and provide what I did on the third.
All right. So there was an inquiry made as to where there was a third one, and you said, yes, there was a third one.
Correct.
Do you have all your paperwork for that third one?
No, sir. The 4473 is unaccounted for.
All right. So you went back looking and you couldn't find it.
Correct.
All right. How did you make any efforts though to determine which one that gun must have been?
Based on the canceled check, the date of it, and the only missing exit in my log, it would have been 111, I believe. Is that?
All right. I'm going to take you back Exhibit 247 and have you look at the last 2 pages of that exhibit and explain to me what you're talking about.
So each firearm that comes in is numbered and described. It's a receipt and disposition form.
Then what was different about 111?
It was blank.
Okay. So did you do some process of elimination here?
I did.
You looked at the date of that check in April of 2018 for the third blackout
Correct, yes, sir.
and looked in your log, and this was the one that didn't have any other information.
Only one of many years that it could have even been.
I'm gonna put this up on the screen. And is this 111 right there that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we go over to the second page, and if they were laying next to each other, it's like a logbook.
Correct.
And if these pages were laying next to each other, this was the blank one, correct?
Yes, sir.
After you received that second communication with Jeff Croft, did you provide him that log paperwork that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Have you amended your federal firearms license forms to reflect that now?
Yes. It was just a missing form. I reflected it that it was sold to Maggie Murdaugh on 4/14/2018.
All right. How many blackouts, AR style rifles, did you make for Alex Murdaugh?
3.
And when was that last one made?
2018.
April?
April 2018.
Hold on for me 1 second. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bedenfield. Answer any questions the defense may have, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bedingfield. My name is Jim Griffin. I represent Alex Murdaugh. Can I have Elmo back? Did I lose Elmo? No, I just need Elmo activated. No, I don't have Elmo. Did they turn Elmo on? Still on. Elmo's still on. Thank you. It is. Mr. Bedingfield, these were the 2 300 blackouts that were sold to Alec for Christmas in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one was black and one was tan, right?
Correct.
And and do you know which gun went to which son?
I don't recall.
All right. And then you built a replacement 300 blackout sometime, I believe you said in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tan one or a black one that
It would have been black.
excuse me?
It was black.
So
The second one was, the third one, I'm sorry, was black.
the third one was black.
Yes, sir.
So if the tan one was lost in this, then Mr. Murdaugh would have had, or his boys would have had 2 black 300 blackouts
Yes, sir. I assume so.
after 2018. Okay. Now, the original price was $9,188 for the 2 firearms that Buster and Paul got for Christmas in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that included the cost of the basic weapon, the AR, modified AR to 300 blackout, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it included the cost of the thermal night scope.
Yes, sir.
And you said that's about $1,500 each?
I'm guessing at that, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then so that's like 3,000, but for 2 ballparking, right? And then the suppressors, how much are the suppressors?
They typically, I don't remember on those, but they around 1,000 a piece.
So that's another 2,000. So, but Mr. Murdaugh never took possession of the suppressors because it required some trust or some
More paperwork.
more paperwork. for it. And but now the replacement that was purchased in 2018 was only $875. Did you build the replacement?
Yes, sir.
Did the price go down in 2018?
Well, the lack of accessories and the Cerakoting was included in that as well. Slings on this rifle, on the ones we're looking at here, were included in the first one.
So the stripped down model of was the replacement 2018 just stripped down model as basic as you could buy?
Pretty much, yes, sir. Similar configuration. As far as I remember, it was a free floated 16-inch, 300 blackout.
And you assembled the ones in 2016 and the one in 2018, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you get the component parts from Palmetto State Armory?
I'm not sure exactly where they would have come from. The lower receiver would have been, yes, sir, but the upper components, I would source those out from different vendors. I'm not sure where they would have come from.
And when you, well, let me ask you about the, I guess the ejector. Do you know what that is?
Ejector? Yes, sir.
And is that upper portion, lower portion?
Upper.
And is it housed in a, would you put the ejectors in separately, or does that come?
In a bulk carrier group. They would be already pre-assembled in a bulk carrier group.
Okay. And you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2016?
No, sir.
Do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2018?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you keep ejectors in stock?
I wouldn't, no, sir, that they would typically be already pre-assembled in the bulk carrier groups on AR-15 style guns.
Right, but do you buy in bulk the pre-assembled?
No, sir. As someone requests something, I'll source it out, see where I can find it and build it. Order parts to put together.
Are 300 blackouts sold without having to have someone like yourself build it?
Yes.
Okay, and who carries 300 blackout if I wanted to leave here, go buy one this afternoon?
The most common in the state of South Carolina is Palmetto State Armory.
So they assemble
That's
them
where
themselves?
I was a dealer for them, and I was buying parts for them on a lot of builds as well.
And how long have you been selling or building 300 blackouts?
So I've been in the business since 2016, so there's a lot of other guns I've built as well.
And this list that you had, I'm not going to go through it, but it is Exhibit 247. I'll just put it up on Elmo right quick so I don't mess it up. Thanks. And we don't need to publish anybody's name there, but are all those 300 blackouts or just various?
Various. 45 caliber 9mm multi for the lower, 410 shotguns, 243 rifles.
Okay. Take that up. And you said these are used in, that you recommended that these 300 blackouts be used for hog hunting?
Yes, sir.
And is that, I mean, in this part of the state, are wild hogs kind of a nuisance to game management, property management?
A severe nuisance, yes, sir.
And explain that, please, sir.
They do a tremendous amount of damage to property and crops in this part of the state.
How so?
They root, as pigs do, they root up crops and woodlands and yards. They're very destructive.
And is that a common problem throughout the Low Country?
Yes, sir.
And have you recommended to a number of customers to 300 blackout to root out the nuisance?
Yes,
hogs?
I have.
Do you have any estimate how many 300 blackouts you've sold over the last 4 or 5 years?
No, sir. I wouldn't. I've a little over 600 firearm transfers. I wouldn't know.
Think it's more than 100?
I don't know. It's a lot, but I don't know how many.
All right. The okay. You mentioned that you and Alex Murdaugh are related. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
How are you related?
Our grandmothers were sisters.
Okay, and does that make And your,
I'll call a second cousins. We're cousins.
your fathers were first cousins, right?
Correct.
Okay. And over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have. Not a lot with Alec, mostly with John Marvin.
And have you been camping with Alec and the boys I think that Dad used to host a big camp every year?
I have.
And you've been fishing with them?
Not much.
Been hunting with them?
No, sir, not Alec.
Okay.
I have with John.
You've known Alec for quite some time?
My entire life.
Are you, well, a gift of some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for two boys, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe Alec around his sons? What kind of relationship they had?
I have.
And how would you describe their relationship?
It was always good. When he called me, he was excited about getting these for his boys.
And it was a big Christmas for them. I
Yes,
take it. Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor. Is it less expensive to buy a 300 blackout directly from Palmetto State Armory rather than have you build one?
It can be, depending on configuration.
And all
any accessories that get added. And
okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Very quickly, Your Honor. You mentioned that one of the services that you provide is the Cerakoting on the tin one. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of a painting process, painting and then bake it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if someone has a gun, and is it just tan you Cerakote it, or are there multiple colors you could potentially
multiple colors?
Multiple colors. So if you want to customize your firearm, you can take it to somebody and get them to Cerakote it.
Yes, sir.
And I can have a gun I've owned for 10 years, and I decide that I want to get it Cerakoted, and I can take it to somebody who can put it in the color that I desire.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't have to happen right at the beginning.
No.
Okay. All right. And looking at right here on the third page of State's Exhibit 247, we have right here multiple calibers of gauge. Is that correct? We have caliber of gauge listed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have a number of different ones right here. That's 45.
Yes, sir.
Is that 45 ACP?
Yes, sir.
All right. 9, is that 9mm?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then we have, what does that say right there?
Multi. Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The lower receivers are stamped multi-caliber when they're sold as bare receivers.
Caliber. That's a shotgun round?
Yes, sir.
All right. 243, that would be?
A 243 center fire rifle.
All right. 223 right there?
Yes, sir.
And the 9mm right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're in the business of assembling multiple different calibers. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but most of what is on this page are entire firearms that were shipped to me.
Gotcha. All right. Stand by for me 1 second. All right, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further? Thanks, sir. Call your next witness.
State calls Lieutenant Britt Dove for SLED.
And this is the witness that Harpootlian just tried to get suppressed. And also the USSS guy's testimony stricken, but this should be good.
I do.
Did your name and unless you took the witness stand? Spell your last name for the record, please.
Britt Dove, D-O-V-E. I go by Britt. I'm known as David Britton Dove.
Okay.
And Lieutenant Dove, where are you currently employed, sir?
For the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, in the Computer Crime Center.
What's your rank?
I am a lieutenant in the unit.
So you're in a supervisory capacity over the computer crimes unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how long have you worked at SLED?
I began my career at SLED in June of 2008.
Did you have law enforcement experience prior to working at SLED?
Yes, sir, I did. I began my law enforcement career in December of 1999 with the West Columbia Police Department. I served as a patrol officer and a school resource officer with them. I also was with the Richland County Sheriff's Department for several years as a resource officer. And then I came back to West Columbia as an investigator, handling family violence, elder abuse, child abuse, sexual assault investigations before coming to SLED.
And since you've been in SLED, I believe did you just say it was 2008 when you started SLED?
Yes, sir.
What roles have you filled at SLED since 2008?
When I began at SLED, I began as the undercover chat specialist dealing with internet crimes against children and also doing digital forensics, whether it be computers, cell phones, tablets, at the time, systems. From there, I moved into the role of working with file-to-file trading of child pornography and dealt with that. And then from there, I moved into the role of doing general investigations while continuing to do digital forensics before I became a supervisor.
All right. You're a supervisor over computer crimes, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And just briefly, what exactly does computer crimes do at SLED?
Computer crimes at SLED, they do several things. One, when local agencies submit digital evidence to us, whether it be a laptop, a tower, tablet, DVR, cell phone, servers, we will go and try to extract the information to look for anything that's relevant to the investigation. We also do handle some investigations. We also do internet and other kind of investigations, along with doing intrusion investigations on servers and ransomware.
Okay. Now, you've talked a little bit about computer and phone forensics, and that's something you have experience in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Give the jury a brief description, and we'll get into more details later as we go through some of the evidence, but what is computer forensics and what is phone forensics, and how are they different?
Computer forensics, when we receive a computer, whether it be a laptop or a tower, it's going to be treated the same way. We're going to attempt to remove the hard drive from it, connect the hard drive to a physical write blocker, which is a piece of hardware that we connect it to, which is a software write blocker. That way we can extract the information and get a bit-by-bit forensic copy of all the addressable area on the drive. And then that way, that's what we work off of, is that copy, so that we can then do not disturb the original evidence when we're looking to see what's on there. Cell phone forensics are a little bit different. You can't remove necessarily, especially with the newer ones, you can't go and remove a hard drive from the cell phone. So many times what we have to do is connect the cell phone to hardware devices, whether it be Celebrite, Gray Key, Axiom, or one of the other ones out there. Once we connect it, then we will extract the information from that and then work off that information that's extracted from that in order to do the examinations.
All right. And have you had training over the years in computer and phone forensics?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can you briefly describe to the jury some of the training you've had?
Yes, sir. If I may refer to my notes. I am currently a certified Celebrite operator. I'm a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm certified in advanced smartphone analyst with Celebrite. I'm certified with, used to be Black Bag, Mobilize operator. I'm certified as a blacklight examiner. And I've also received certification for Axon Investigative Certified Operator and Examiner. I'm currently a member of the Secret Service Task Force. I'm also a member of the FBI Cyber Working Task Force and also the FBI InfraGuard, along with the South Carolina Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I've received training from Celebrite to receive these certifications and been tested on those. I've also received training with the National White Collar Crime Center for basic data recovery and acquisition, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, metadata and EXIF tags, electronic law enforcement seminars, basic computer skills for law enforcement. network intrusion response program, introduction to cell phone investigations, virtual currency, blockchain tracing, and cryptocurrency anti-money laundering, and the future of preserving digital evidence. I've also attended the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service and received training in the basic computer evidence recovery, basic network investigative training, point of sale training, advanced forensics training, network intrusion response program, digital evidence investigations, MAC forensics training. I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FTK, and Internet Forensics. I've received training from Texas A&M, their School of Engineering Extension Services through FEMA for forensic or digital forensics basics, network assurance, information security for everyone, cyber incident analyst and response. Also received training from HIDA courses, Atlanta, Carolinas, the social media resource investigations, Black Bag as technology, where I received training to become a certified mobilized operator. Also with basic technology for autopsy 8-hour online training, which is a forensic tool to use for computers. Intro to DEFR, the divide and conquer process. I've attended magnet forensics virtual summits for pattern of life analysis, timeline user generated activities. Virtual summit, taking a bite out of a Chromebook analyst. Virtual summit, taking the first steps into Windows and memory forensics. Virtual summit, the evolution of ransomware, attack, investigation, response, and prevention services. That's just to name a few. I have several more pages of them if you'd like me to read them.
I think that should be sufficient for now, anyway. All right. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, sir, I have.
In what areas?
I've been qualified as a computer forensic expert and also as a cell phone forensic expert.
All right. Approximately how many times have you been qualified in court?
6 times total.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce Lieutenant Dove as an expert in cell phone forensics.
As a defense. He's so qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, Lieutenant Dove, a few minutes ago, you briefly kind of discussed the process of extracting data from cell phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, let's get into a little more detail of that process. First of all, when you receive a cell phone in a locked state, are you able to access the files on that phone?
No, sir. We're not able to access all the files on there.
Why is that?
Because with modern cell phones, when they are in a locked state, the files are encrypted on there. They usually use 256-bit encryption, and they're based with the Apple phone, for instance, they're based at a file level encryption so that you are not able to pull the file out and look at it until you decrypt it or unlock the file.
All right. And once the phone is unlocked, you're then able to access the data, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
What is a phone extraction, first of all, and then what's a phone extraction?
A phone extraction would be us retrieving as much information, user information off of that phone as possible. And then once we take that information, it's put into, depending on the software, a lot of times it's put into a zip file. And then we'll process that zip file with another piece of software to go through and decode and look at the information.
Okay. And what kinds of information can you get from a phone via an extraction?
There are several different types of extractions. One is an advanced logical extraction, which is kind of the surface level, what you would see on your phone if you looked at it. Then you have full file system extractions that go deeper, which you'll get hidden files that you may not see, like databases in there that are running in the background that you won't see, but yet it contains information. And then the ultimate is a physical extraction. Now, physical extraction involves things whether you're going to root a phone or you're going to jailbreak a phone. And what that means is basically I'm going in and removing all security features from your phone so that now it's wide open and something could happen to it, which we don't practice rooting or jailbreaking phones because it is a huge security risk for the owner.
And I think you kind of mentioned this, but there are different types of phone extractions, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And just name a few of them.
There's the advanced logical extraction, like I described, it's just kind of the surface level that you go through. It's what you see on your phone. If you look at it, you see the text messages, call logs, pictures, things like that. Then you have the file system, which are going to get you databases in there. They're going to get you things that you're not seeing, along with the surface level. And then, of course, you have the physical, which ultimately gives you programming ability to the phone.
So there's three general categories or types of extractions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And imagine in doing this in your computer lab, you have access to multiple types of software to help you extract and process this data off these phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what's some of the software you use to help you with these phones?
Some of the software we use, we'll use Celebrite, whether it's their UFED Touch, which is a hardware device to extract information. They have a 4PC version, which is, it sits on your laptop or your computer. We'll use that to extract. There's an Axon by Magnet Forensics that we'll use to extract stuff too. And then Celebrite also offers several other things. The one we'll use a lot is GrayKey, which we use to extract information from iOS devices or from Android devices.
Okay. And how do you decide what software to use on what device?
It really depends on what we're looking for and the state of the device when we receive it. If we receive a phone that we have a passcode to they're just looking for call logs and pictures, the investigator, sometimes we'll just use Celebrite for PC or physical analyzer, and we'll just do advanced logical extraction for them. Most of the time, though, we always try to get a full file system because there's additional stuff we can see and look at besides just that surface level stuff. So if it's an iOS and Android, sometimes we'll use GrayKey. If it's one of the other ones, sometimes we'll reach out to the Secret Service if we're not able to and use Celebrite Premium.
And we'll talk in more detail about each phone later, but in terms of your testimony today, we're going to focus on three different phones, and that's Maggie's, Alex's, and Paul's. And you've been able to process all those phones in your lab, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Just for Maggie's phone, what types of software did you use to process her phone?
For Maggie's phone, I used several different softwares. I did the extraction with GrayKey in order to get the full file system, like I described. That way it gets more of the databases, more of the surface level stuff. From that, I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go in and do the decoding and to analyze and look at the phone and the information on there. I also used Axon Forensics. I used their tool to help validate what I was seeing with the Celebrite stuff.
And why do you use the three different types of software in this? Why did you use three different types of software on Maggie's phone?
GrayKey is primarily just an extraction device. It's a piece of hardware like a box that you would connect to, and it helps to extract the information. It doesn't do any of the decoding or any of the analyzing of it. I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go through to decode and do the analyzing. What I was finding on that, I want to validate that what I was seeing was being decoded properly and was right, so I ran through a separate piece of software so that I could see, and if it's getting the same information, then I know that both are decoding properly.
So for example, if you find a particular text or photo that has a certain timestamp on using Celebrite, you want to check on Axiom to see if it has the same timestamp. Is that something you'd look for?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what would that tell you if you saw they had the same timestamp?
If it told me it had the same thing, they would have validated each other, that both were working properly and decoding the information properly.
All right, and you received a phone that's been identified, that you identified as Alex's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
We'll get into the details of you receiving it a little later. What pieces of software did you use to analyze Alex's phone?
Alex's phone, I used GrayKey to do the full file system extraction. At first, I didn't have the password for that phone, and then I was able to obtain that password. So I used it to the full file system, and then I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then turned around and used Axon to validate my results to make sure they were decoding properly.
Okay. And Paul's phone, which you've had an opportunity to process as well, correct?
When I received Paul's phone, it had a lock passcode that I was not able to bypass with Great Key. At the time, the software version that was running on the phone, the model of phone, it would not get a full file system and would not obtain the passcode. So I reached out to the Secret Service because they had additional resources to see if we could use their resources to obtain the passcode and the extraction.
And ultimately that was successful, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was John VonHouten with the Secret Service?
Yes, sir. That was my point of contact. That's who I took the phone to and signed over to. And then I received the phone back along with a hard drive containing the extraction he'd performed.
All right. And circling back to Maggie and Alex's phone, you provided passcodes for those two phones, is that correct?
Originally, I was provided a passcode for Maggie's phone. For Alex's phone, I received two phones at the same time on that case, or within a day or two apart. One was from him, had a passcode. The other one did not have a passcode with it. But I attempted, because we were creatures of habit, to use the same passcode on both, and it worked.
Okay. All right, let's, you've already referenced this, but let's go back and talk about the kinds of information you pull off these phones. And there's user accessible information that would normally be accessible by a user of the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's run through real quick again. What are some examples of that type of information?
That would be call logs, voicemails, photos. If you wanted to pull up and see things you had saved, like your alarms that you had on your clock setting, if you'd set any of those kind of things you would see on there.
And in a nutshell, that kind of information, if you just open up the phone itself, that's kind of the information you could go and see for yourself if you just went through the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But there's other types of information on the phone as well.
Yes, sir, there is.
And that's information that a simple user can't necessarily access. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And tell us more about that information. First of all, where is it stored? How is it stored? And how is it accessed by in your lab?
Phones use many times SQLite databases to store information. They will go in, and inside those SQLite databases are things we're able to obtain by doing the full file system extraction. And things you may see in that from a big one's called Knowledge C database. You can see if the phone has been turned, if it's in mode straight up and down, or it's been turned to vertical in landscape mode. You can see if the power goes out on a phone from the power log database, and what kind of battery percentage you may have. It also will have things in there in the encrypted databases. It'll have geolocation stuff from GPS stuff. It'll contain things like Bluetooth connections, where you can see if your phone connected to a Bluetooth device previously and when was the last time it connected to it. And those are some of the things you can find in the different databases.
All right. You just used a few words there. First of all, I think you said SQLite, right?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and what does that mean?
The SQLite database is a database that's contained, the best way to think of it is think of just one solid file. All the information is contained inside that file. That file will go through, and once it fills up, it will delete out the oldest stuff and keep the newest stuff. If you think about your phones, you use your phones a lot. Usually what's going to start filling up on your phones are photos, videos, music, apps when you put those on there, those kind of things. And you'll start losing size on your phone. Well, the SQLite database, because it's a file, it's not going to continuously grow and eat into all of that space. It's going to take up a certain amount to begin with because it's an operating system, but it stays within that contained file. And that's where the information is. And it's also set up by tables too. So you would have to go in and look at the different tables to be able to interpret the information.
Okay. Now, those types of databases, I think you just said, are typically self-contained.
Yes, sir.
And they don't just keep writing to cover the entire phone memory, do they?
No, sir. If you had a SQLite database like Knowledge C, for example, it's not, if you just continuously took your phone and went and changed the orientation of it, or you went and started doing things like plugging it into an outlet to charge up or unplugging it, doing different things like that, it's not going to eat up all your memory in the phone. Your memory is going to be mainly eaten up usually by photos, videos, apps that you download, things like that.
Is there a shelf life of this type of database information on a phone? Does it does it override itself after a period of time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how often is that type of database stored on a phone? How long is this for, I should say?
It depends. Depends on how much you're using that database. Some databases will do, it may overwrite information if you're using a lot within 2 days. If it's a location, like an encrypted cache database, it may hold it for 45 days. It's just going to depend how much, because it's self-contained, it needs that room. So it's always the newest in, the oldest out on that database. And it goes through constantly doing that. So it depends, it really depends on how much you're using that database, whether you may see something that's 45 days old in there, or you may see something that's 2 days old or 2 weeks old.
All right. And you mentioned a knowledge C database. Is that a type of SQLite database?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are some of the things you would expect to find in a knowledge C database?
Many times in the knowledge C database, you'll see different things where you may see orientation changes. You may see if somebody pushes a button on their phone, like a power button, or it used to be a home button in the older model of iPhones. You could see different things like that. You can also see things that it will also talk with the power log database, where it'll show you the percent of battery life you have left. If you plug it in, you start charging it. It'll go through and look at all those kind of different things to see, or just a few of the things it'll look at.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned location storage, and that's a type of knowledge C database, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unlimited storage for location points on a phone, correct?
Well, let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge C, you have a separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just to name a few that will save location information.
All right. And so phones, depending on how the user has their settings, will store location data, correct?
Yes, sir. A user can make a selection on their phones whether they want to always give out their location only while using an app or never. It's a setting that a user gets to choose if they want, or it sets by default.
Sorry. And what are the different types of location data that a phone can store?
A phone can store many things. It can store cell towers that it's seen, depending on the database it comes out of. If it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life, it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database. Many times it'll go through and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just, again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location information?
Yes, sir, it would be.
All right. And again, speaking generally, Lieutenant Dove, when you do a phone extraction, are you altering the data that you're pulling off the phone in any significant way?
No, sir, we're not.
And how do you tell that? How can you know that for sure?
For example, if we use a phone and you use Key to do the extraction on it, it'll produce a report, and in the report it'll tell us if it was successfully pulling it. It also will give us an MD5 value at the end, which is a mathematical algorithm that goes through and computes a very long number with letters and numbers. We can then take the extraction and run our own hash against it for an MD5 and compare it with another tool to make sure those two numbers match, and that means that no data has been altered.
Okay. And have you performed these MD5 comparisons for the three phones we're going to talk about today?
Yes, sir.
And you're confident in telling this jury that nothing you did significantly any of the data that you're going to tell them about today?
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you real quick, what is a Faraday bag?
A Faraday bag is a bag that's used to put items in that can receive cell phone, Bluetooth connections, Wi-Fi connections, GPS things. It helps to block those items from being received on the device.
Okay. And are there other ways to block a cell phone from receiving those types of signals?
Yes, sir.
And what are some of those ways?
You can also place the phone in airplane mode. In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers. You can also remove the SIM card. It's another way of ensuring that you're not receiving those things. The difference in airplane mode versus a Faraday bag is the phone will still be able to receive GPS coordinates.
Okay. All right. And what danger are we concerned about when we talk about putting a phone in a Faraday bag or in airplane mode?
That somebody could wipe the phone remotely.
Okay. And specifically, when you say somebody, who?
Anybody that would have, take an iPhone, for instance, if somebody knows a user's iCloud name and password, they could get on, say the iPhone's lost or stolen, and it will wipe that phone.
And so somebody has to have the Apple credentials if it's an iPhone. It would have to be that person who could wipe that phone remotely, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way for someone to remotely alter the phone in any way short than just a full wipe?
You could do it by connecting a phone and doing an iCloud backup, for instance, with an iPhone. And then you would have to go through and remove whatever you wanted to. And then you would restore that phone to the previous iCloud backup you did. And then that way the phone would only go back to that previous state, and that's what it would show you.
Okay. But is there a way to remotely, other than the process you just talked about, is there a way to remotely access a phone and say alter a call log, for instance?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Or any other piece of singular data on a phone? Is there a way to alter remotely?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
And in terms of policy, is for SLED, is a SLED policy to collect phones and put them in Faraday bag?
No, sir.
Is there a SLED policy that governs how to collect cell phones from a crime scene or otherwhere or from elsewhere?
The manual for evidence collection through the forensic lab discusses taking a phone and place it into airplane mode if available and removing the SIM card.
All right, let's talk about time real quick. How does a cell phone time, how is it set? Let me ask you that. The time you see on a cell phone, how is it set?
Cell phone time is set through the provider. Most of the times the phones will come default, that they will auto set to whatever time zone you're in, along with your provider, whether it be T-Mobile, Verizon, it sets through their servers. That way they know how to bill people, and they can also check it for usage time too.
Okay. And is a cell phone kind of like my oven where I set the time and a year later it's like 10 minutes off?
No, sir, not usually, unless you went in and removed the auto times on it. But then you would see traces of that when you look at it, that somebody's changed the time zone. It will go back to the original time zone. Whereas if you drove from South Carolina to Alabama, for instance, right after you cross that state line, within a minute, your phone's going to update to that current time zone, which is an hour behind us automatically.
All right. And so when we compare two phones and we compare events on two different phones that occur, either at the same or similar times, are those time references the same?
Yes.
And how are those time references synced?
They're synced through the server. Each phone's going to be synced through the server individually. And then when you look at them, you can see what time zone they were set in, along with the reports, along with looking to see. And then you can always confirm if you needed to through like call detail records or something else if you want to go another step into validating the call logs versus what it's seeing from the cell phone provider.
Okay. I'm going to show you, it's in evidence as States Exhibit 204. 204. It's not ideal. It was introduced yesterday.
Stand for a moment. Okay.
Please go ahead. All right, I'm going to show you it's been, this is in evidence, it's State's Exhibit 204. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that item?
This is an iPhone that we received in case 7021-004. It was item 1 that went after being processed belonged to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And you received that phone. Do you recall when you received that phone?
I would have to check my notes on the actual date. It was in June, I believe it was June of 2021. I received the phone from our evidence intake at SLED.
And what did you do when you first received the phone and you went to examine it?
When I received the phone, I returned to our unit where our evidence vault is held. I logged the item in to evidence. One of the processes we have when we log items in is we take photos of the item as it comes in. If it's got a cracked screen to it, we'll photograph that. If it doesn't have it, we'll photograph that. Once the item then is photographed, we'll go through, we'll process the phone as far as for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card I had it pulled out, we'll check the IMEI number, we'll log it into our system, we'll place stickers on the phone and on the bag itself. Once that's done, then we'll take it to our evidence vault and sign it into a shelf in our evidence vault.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a photo I took when I examined this item.
And that item being?
Item 1, the iPhone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh.
And at this time, State will move to introduce Exhibit 277 to evidence.
Admitted.
And I'm going to show this. Are we up on the other? Okay, what is this picture of? What do we see on this picture?
This is a picture of her settings on her iPhone. I opened the settings. I went in, pulled up. It shows the name of Maggie Murdaugh has been entered as a name for the phone. It also shows that the phone has been placed in airplane mode, that the Wi-Fi connection is off, Bluetooth connection is on, cell connection is placed in airplane mode.
Okay. So this is a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And did you alter any of these settings yourself?
No,
when
sir.
you access this phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And we see the phone's in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the condition you received the phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recall if it was powered off when you received it?
It was powered on when I received it.
But it was in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 276. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a picture you took?
Yes, sir, it is. It's one I took during our examination of the phone.
All right. And that's, again, Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 276 in evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
All right. And real quick, briefly, what is that picture of?
This is a picture of Green's phone that shows the different apps on there. It also shows on there that there has been notifications received to those apps, such as CVS Pharmacy. It shows the little number 1 there that has been received a notification to that app.
All right, and when you see a notification like that, what does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
That they have been, one, that they have their notifications turned on. Because if you go through and set your apps not to notify you, then you won't receive them or see them. That a notification has been turned on for that CVS app, for instance, and that she has received a notification on there.
All right, I'm going to show you, it's been marked as States Exhibit 275. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is the location service from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. During my examination, I pulled this up and it shows whether apps and different things, if one, location service was turned on, but then two, if it was always running, if it was only while the app was being used, or it was set to never.
And at this time, state would move to introduce Exhibit 275 in evidence.
Consider without objection.
Okay, can you read that, Lieutenant Dove, on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and at the top, what is that? What do we see there?
At the top of it, on the left-hand side, you see the time of 12:30 with a little triangle next to it for location services. Then on the right-hand side, you see the little airplane to indicate the phone's in airplane mode. Then you see the battery, and it's hard to tell on the screen, but I believe it's yellow. It looks like on there that it's a low battery. Then it's the location services. It shows that location services are turned on. Then it goes down through several different apps, not all of them, but then shows like AccuWeather is set to never record locations. You got Amazon, Alexa, that's always, the App Store only while using the app, the Apple Store while using the app, Apple Watch faces while using, Apple Watch workout while using, and BCBS toolkit while using.
Okay. So these are user settings that presumably the owner of the phone would have set, correct?
Yes, sir. Majority of the time when you add a new app to your phone, it asks you, do you want to allow location services? Do you want to allow it all the time, only while using the app, or never? You can also go into your own settings and change those location services.
Okay. And for most of these apps we see on here, it seems to say that location services only be used while using. What does while using mean?
Indicate when you pull the app up and the app is in use, that's when it's recording the location that you're at. Whether it's running in the background or you pull it up and then close it completely out.
So if no one is actively using a particular app, the phone's not going to record location data, correct?
Correct, for that app, yes, sir.
For those settings where it says while using, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you Exhibit 278. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of Maggie Murdaugh's phone I took while I was doing the examination of it, and it shows the recent call log.
At this time, I would move to introduce State Exhibit 278.
Submit it.
And this is the recent call log from Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And we see some entries that are red and some are black. What does that mean?
The red entries on there indicate missed calls, calls that have been received by the phone but were not answered.
And we see the word Alex followed by a numeral 5. What does that mean?
That would indicate the phone is recorded that there were 5 missed calls from the person identified as Alex in that contact list.
And in addition, we see a missed call from Buster, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And 2 missed calls from John Marvin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And can we see the times or dates on this screen right now?
It shows the date on there as far as the day of the week. It does not show the calendar date or the times.
Okay. And Finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 279. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone. When I was doing the examination, one of the other things I did was open the messages to look at it and take a photo of that.
And that's a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, I took that photo.
And at this time, state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 279 today.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right. And this is those recent messages from Maggie, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And what types of messages would show up in this inbox?
In this inbox, you would receive SMS messages, a regular text message, and also MMS messages, which ones may also have a photo attached to them, would show up.
Okay. All right. And I see to the left of most of these a dot. What does that dot indicate?
That dot indicates messages that have not been read or opened.
Okay. Okay. So after you took those processing pictures of Maggie's phone, what did you do?
I continued to process the phone. I took the gray key extraction I did with the phone. I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, went through it, looked for information relevant that may help the investigators, also to see what kind of things were going on the day of June 7th, 2021. And then from there, after I finished that one, that's when I ran the extraction through Axon to try to see if I could validate what I was seeing.
Okay. And you mentioned it, but this was a full physical extraction on Maggie's phone?
It was a full file system extraction.
Okay, full file system. Okay. And you processed it in Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
And does Cellbrite produce a full file system report?
Yes, sir, it will.
All right. And explain to the jury what that is and what it does.
A full file system from Celebrite is going to have everything that it can decode and then put in a readable format for you. It's going to give you things like your health database stuff, like to show you your steps that you're taking, your calls that you've made or missed or received, your emails, your text messages. It's going to tell you if you connect to a Bluetooth device. It's going to tell you if you went and were in a certain area and you have geolocation information, such as GPS information. It's also going to tell you if you have mobile payments in there, where you can look and see what cards you had in your mobile payments. Just to name a few, it will pull thousands of pages of information if you ran a full one and pulled it. It'll also give you the configurations of apps, also give you the databases too in that report.
Okay. And you just mentioned it, but a full Cellbrite report is rather large, correct?
Yes, sir. Depending on the size of the phone and how much information is on the phone, I have seen them run over 148 gigs in size for one report.
What is a gig?
A gig is a measurement that is used for data. Most phones nowadays, when you get them, are going to go 64 gigs as your smaller end, and they go up from there to 128 or 256 or even a terabyte now. It's how much data it'll hold.
In phones, let's say just new models the phones that Apple's selling, what's a common size that's sold by Apple today?
Most of the time, people will acquire a 126 or 28 gig size. Then the next size up is the 256.
This full size Cellbrite report that you produced for Maggie's phone, do you recall how large it is?
No, sir, not the full file system.
But it's large, correct?
Yes, sir. It's, if I remember correctly, it's probably about 68 gigs in total size.
And if you wanted to print everything in that report, could you approximate how many pages it would take?
No, sir. I would be venturing to guess. Looking at the timeline, for instance, in a report like that, you're probably talking about 9,000 pages just for the timeline section of that report.
All right, I'm going to show you a box. I think the marker's on the inside, so you might need to open it up, but it's a State's Exhibit 280. You can open it up and take a look at it. All right, and what is the contents of that box? Sir?
The contents of this box is a portable solid state external hard drive.
And is that something you've had access to before?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that external hard drive?
On this external hard drive, I provided a copy of the file system report from Celebrite. I placed it on this hard drive.
And for whose phone?
This is for Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you estimated it was in the neighborhood of about 60 gigabytes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus or minus?
Yes, sir. It could be plus, probably plus that.
And that represents the full file system that you pulled off of Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir. In a report format.
And the phone's in evidence sitting right there in front of you. Is there any significant difference in the data that's contained on that phone and contained on that hard drive, other than the ability to access it?
That's the only difference.
Your Honor, at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 280 into evidence. All right, let's end up. We just talked about if we printed all that, it'd be thousands of pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for today, you've printed shorter reports that we can look at and discuss for Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
But those reports are pulled from that full Celebrite report on that hard drive. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, I'm gonna show you something that's marked at the State's Exhibit 281. Take a look at that, sir. And you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a report, a Celebrite report from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that was pulled just for call logs with a filter established for just June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 as parameters for this phone.
And so those are call logs that were stored on Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
And explain to the jury real quick. They heard from a Verizon representative this morning. What's the difference between call logs stored on that phone and call logs that might be stored by a company like Verizon?
When call logs are stored on the phone, one of this on this report, for instance, it'll have network unknown. It's not pulling network information. So it doesn't matter whether you're using T-Mobile or Verizon for your phone, it's still going to pull the call logs. Even if you were to go and switch carriers from Verizon to T-Mobile, it would still pull the call logs from the database. One of the other things it'll do is it'll record times that the phone's receiving the call along with the amount of time that you spend on the call. It'll show if it was answered or missed on there.
Okay.
Conrad, we're going to take a break.
Yes, sir.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to the jury room, we'll take a 15-minute break.
Oh, they muted the sound while they stretched today. Conferencing. This is getting exciting today. Like, this is much better than yesterday. I was falling asleep at this time. I'm so energized at 4 o'clock in the afternoon with an hour still to go or more. Yep, 4. So we're going to think. Did anybody catch how long he said? Did he say 10 or 15? Because I missed it. But I was looking at something on my phone. Yeah. It is getting very interesting, Beck. I agree. Can you just imagine if it gets interesting every day what tomorrow is going to be like? 15 minutes? Oh boy. Okay, so we have 15 minutes. I can bring it down then for a few minutes. And let me mark my calendar for the 15-minute break. Wow. So he wants a nice stretch then, the judge. I guess we're going to get another big testimony. What do you think? What are we going to go out with next? Like, this has been big stuff. What I'm starting to see, though, is that a lot of the case that's being built right now is actually building the circumstance evidence on how Alex Murdaugh tried to cover up his crime. They don't have the murder weapon. But what they do have is misstatements in his oral in interviews. The interviews that he gave on 2 separate indications that cross-indicate what his alibi says and what he had been saying. We also see how he tried to put in information there about how Paul's so bad with his guns and this and that, and he loses things. Like, I pay attention to the stuff he's adding to the conversation instead of what he's being asked. And I'm sure the investigators did too, because it's making them wonder why. Why was he giving us all this extra information? Because he was leading them. Okay. Let's not forget who touched their phones first. Alex did. He said, I touched the body. Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. Popped out of his pocket. And then I just put it back on his, leg. And Maggie's too. Okay. I do believe, did he not say, could you guys help me out? But was there not testimony where he had said that in the car that he spoke to Maggie several times, that he had been calling her back and forth and that they were in contact? But he never said it all went to voicemail. Let's say everything kind of did go to voicemail, didn't it? He didn't actually speak with her. But he may have said that. He may have said he called, but she didn't pick up. And he wasn't worried about it. It wasn't unusual. Yep. Bathroom breaks, I guess, ain't it? And lots of stretching today. Judge is on his game. Getting everybody to stretch. Yep. Okay, yes. Reasonable doubt in his story. And then motive. Love to everyone. 8 a.m. now. I'm crashing and we'll watch the replay. Have a great sleep tomorrow, kiddo. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Aaron says they're also bulletproofing the phone evidence against the defense. Yes, they are, because that video because there are statements from Alex Murdaugh, several, that say that he was somewhere else or doing somewhere else at the time that video was created by his son, and it's on that phone, and it proves that he was there. Different, and it kind of throws shade on some of the things he's been saying. Now, we all know that the timeline was really, really tight, really tight. So it's there's a lot. I'm not, I'm just enjoying the back and forth immensely. Liam Wakefield says groundwork on the data collection and analysis methods, which will show the veracity of data they present later. Absolutely. Foundation. 5 missed calls. That's right. 5. Does that make you think that she was already gone? I do. They say he couldn't have did it in that hour. What if he did it before he left? See, nobody's saying that. I'm going to say that. What if he did it before he says he left the farm to go visit his mom? What if the going to visit his mom was laying the foundation for the alibi and everything else? What if they were already gone? What if after that video was taken, something happened, or he just decided then they were already gone? What if what he says are the tracks that are leaving or that are arriving there are leaving there, and then he came back? Like, what if that? He tried to call her before going to his mom's, but he was there, Mandy, because the video shows that he was there. The video has his voice on it, is what they said in the opening statement. I mean, I guess we'll have to hear it ourselves. But they said he was there with Maggie and Paul, awake, not post dinner, over there by the kennels. The video is from the kennels. Paul is taking a picture of the dog he's taking care of for his friend who he was sending the video to, and he's taking this video of the dog, and you can hear Maggie and Alex in the background, and they are talking about the dog running around with the chicken in its mouth, the dead chicken, and it's all three of them. So they have to explain how come he's there when he said he wasn't there at that time. He did try to call her before going to the mom's 5 times. Oh, that's terrible, Aaron. Yep, he mentioned the phone specifically several times, didn't he? So that if there were prints on it, because maybe he was trying to get rid of that video, or maybe he was trying to make sure something else didn't happen. I don't know. I don't know why he touched it. When he couldn't get her, he left to go to his mom's. No, that's not how that works. If I was a third of a mile away and my husband was trying to reach me 5 times and I didn't answer, he would come find me exactly to make sure that you're okay. See? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem to fit anymore. That part anyway. A lot of things stick out at me, but they stick out at me both ways. Between 8:45 and 10:05. Yup. Sometimes a falsely constructed alibi is the best evidence against the defendant. I would agree. Sometimes, in trying to cover it up, you leave the most evidence. Sometimes, in trying to just not own up to what happened and get away with it, you just dig yourself in deeper. Mm-hmm. I know. We're trying not to. I know. We want to look at the evidence that they bring in, but they do to bring the evidence of the timeline in, Mandy, and they are bringing in all of the phone calls. And remember, she had text message with a friend before that. She said Alex is acting suspicious. Like there's something up, but I'm gonna go and go visit anyway. Hmm. He didn't say he was the one who asked her to come, did he? I've got to go back and listen to that to see if he does admit that he was the one that asked her to come by there to see mom and dad, or dad at least. Yep. I think they might be going with that also in Mandy. I think the timeline is saying that they're trying to say that before he even left, where all this alibi is protecting him, that they were already dead, that he had done that prior. Hmm. A text message, no, it hasn't been admitted yet. There was, I think it was talked about before. She was messaging one of her friends before she left for the Moselle, and she said that Alex wanted her to go there. He was contacting her to go to Moselle, but that he was acting weird or something. Something was up, but she was just gonna go. Like there was something going on between the two of them at the time. That is what was inferred. I'll find it for you, Mandy. Oh, it's a yeah, okay. I know I've read a lot of Grisham too, Aaron, and yeah, if that's the standard, he's guilty. Also, he's tall. He's tall and he's lived a good life. Like he's got yeah. So, yeah. John Grisham, he lets it know. I do love his stuff though. I really do. I really do. Well, oh gosh. What do you think the defense is going to be? I don't know what's going to come next. They had no questions. Always says if I can't get in touch with someone where I know there could be predatory animals or they could have possibly fallen and injured themselves, I'm going to go out there and look for them. Yeah, 5 calls is a lot. It is a lot, see. And Anna, that's a good point. He's a lawyer. He knows better than to touch anything, but he says he did. Yep. True. True. Hmm. Can you believe we've had 14 witnesses in 4 days? That's a lot, and they prevented another 4 or 5 from traipsing through this afternoon just to prove the evidence when they already did the evidence trail, the oh, that oh boy, I hope not. I'm waiting till that comment comes up here. I know you've been saying that he did it it's how he cleaned up. I've been saying he did it before. It's how he cleaned up. Yup. And Aaron says, I think we're going to see a lot of character-based BS on top of whatever else the defense presents. Oh yes, because there was a big thing on Twitter with some of the lawyers from the area got a bit upset when Harpootlian said it was an honor to represent Alex Murdaugh. Now, it's okay to say that he deserves a fair trial. Everyone does. And they're in the law. But he said it was such an honor. Like, he was like, and they were like, all the legal crimes, all the people he threw under the bus, all of the businesses that have gone out under because of him, families that have suffered. Also, the banking people that he was invested, all the people he invested with, all the people he threw under the bus. And they were saying it was such an honor to represent him. Yeah, he took some heat for that one. He seems to have made a few dubious decisions based on what has come out so far. Yeah, you're kind of like second guessing what he's doing, Don't necessarily say guilty, but it does say sus. Like, dude, but the more you learn about him, the more you know it's a little, it's a little, you know. It's yeah. So we have only a couple more minutes to wait for them. As soon as I hear them, I will put it back up. Tragos are very outspoken about that remark. Oh, yes. You mean the lawyer, I kind of like him. Yeah, I watch him too, always. He's very kind of friendly in and down, like he's just smart. He's a lawyer, but he's like, kind of casual about it. Mandy, Alec has been formally charged. Is it manslaughter? What is it? What's the charge? Do you know the county? I'm sure it's in Los Angeles, right? Yeah, those files are all not open to the public. Tr- Trying to get them on Masterson was like pulling teeth. If it wasn't for Tony Ortega and him being such a kind soul. Oh shoot, I just lost my feed. I better get it back up. Aye. There we go. Okay, back to that. Oh. No, still nothing. We're waiting. Involuntary manslaughter. That means that he was doing an act that caused another one's death, but he did not intend and could not have consciously known that it would happen, but he is responsible. And that's because the gun was loaded, correct, Mandy? Is that what they're saying? Yeah, I think whoever loaded that gun is the one that should be charged. Alec was the actor, and he's not responsible for the props. It's kind of unfortunate. I mean, I see the law there. It was his hand that pulled the trigger. Yeah, Alice, I'm with you with those 5 calls. Like, yep, he kept just trying. He was making a record that they were in contact somehow. And you would think, why would a husband call a wife that he knows is dead, right? Yeah, it's kind of dubious, definitely. No, Aaron, I'm not. I don't understand why they're not going after everybody. They should all be maybe together. I don't know. The armor person was fired from another set for unsafe practices. Why aren't they being prosecuted? Oh, excuse me. Hmm. Really, Liam, Mandy, ooh, unintentional but preventable would have been the easiest way to explain it. I think it's bullshit, but I'm not a DA. You know what? Me either, Mandy, but it doesn't sound fair if the other person who is actually responsible for the prop, and loading it and putting blanks in it and all of that, if they are actually the person in control of that weapon at the time. I do understand that Alec pulled the trigger. I do understand that, but still. Mine? Go ahead. Mhm. Mhm. True. Here's the thing. When you think about it, people that handle guns all the time, they may actually support this little line of thought here with the district attorney because there's proper handling of a gun and checking, like if you're going to have it. I understand that Alec probably thought it was blanks, just like always in the things, but there is like, you put a weapon in somebody's hands and there's that double check thing kind of. You would, if it was any of us, would we not, if we're going to have it in our hands, make sure the safety's on, make sure this, make sure that, whatever. It's just a matter of being responsible when handling firearms and following what you would normally do with any firearm procedure. But then you've got to put the twist in it. It is the movie industry. Who would have thought that somebody was going to give them live ammo? Although actually these things happen because it has happened in other films before. You know, we've had unfortunate deaths because of it. And I'm glad, Liam, that the person responsible in prompts isn't in the film industry and again, or she wouldn't be. But I don't see why she's not on charges. I hope that she is. I'm going to have to research this now. I haven't really gone into that case, but now I'm curious because I see fault there. A lot of fault there. The noise in my background, like what kind of noise are you hearing? Is it the stream? Oh, here we go. It's the stream.
You may now be seated.
If you'll bring the jury, please.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we were discussing State's Exhibit 281 before the break. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what was that again?
This is a Celebrate report from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction. It has just call logs for the date range of 6/5/2021 to 6/7/2021. 2021.
Okay. And I believe you said it contains information, the date and time a call was made, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Whether it was outgoing or incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whether a call was answered or not, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, state will move to introduce State's Exhibit 281.
Submitted.
All right, Lieutenant, this report is 20 pages long, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through line by line every call, but I'm going to focus on, can I have the Elmo, please? Okay. Let's take a look at Maggie's call log from the night of June 7th. All right, can you read that from your screen up there, sir?
Yes, sir. I can read down to item 8 on that.
Okay, and actually, we're going to go back a little bit more in time. All right, and let's look at line 14 on this report. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And first of all, when I say line 14, what am I referring to on there?
On the left-hand side of the picture, there's a column, and when you build a report, it adds the numbers just to make it easier to keep track of in that report. If you added this report with another piece of item, whether it's text messaging or voicemails, it would change the numbers.
Okay. And on line 14, what is that data entry? What does that represent?
It represents a call that was outgoing on this phone.
All right. And we see a number. Don't read the number, but we see a number and a name below it in the second column there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what's that name?
Barbara.
Okay. And did you say that this is an outgoing call or an incoming call?
It shows the direction as an outgoing call.
Okay. Now, I look at line 13, and I see another entry that says Barbara. What is that?
That is the same call. It's entered in 2 different databases, and it pulls from both databases because it's both call logs.
All right. And so there's 2 databases for call logs on Maggie's phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And just briefly, what does that mean? There's 2 different logs.
There's several different SQLite databases in a phone, and it's going to contain the information in different places. One may be recent calls. One may be calls that are considered past the recent step that's set in the database, so that it's going to be in the call logs, but it's not going to be in the recent. Sometimes you'll see them in both databases, recent and the call logs.
Okay. All right. And so what time is that call that you see on the entry there, lines 13 and line 14?
At line 13, it's on 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 seconds PM -4 UTC.
Okay. So that's 7:50 p.m. Eastern time, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in the next column, we see a number, and it says 246. What does that mean?
That is the duration of the call.
Okay. So at 7:50 p.m., Maggie placed a call to Barbara. Is that correct? That lasted 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we see a slight time difference between line 13 and line 14. It's 4 seconds. And that's just simply the different way the different logs record the data.
Yes, sir, it's because they're going into different databases, so there is a lag in that.
But your testimony today is, what is the exact time that call was placed to Barbara?
That call was placed to Barber at 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 PM.
Okay. In your review of Maggie's call logs, was this the last answer, or excuse me, the last phone call that was either dialed or answered by someone on Maggie's phone?
I would have to check the logs again, but I believe so.
I'll let you know that. Take a look.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the last answered call or one that was shown in the direction of outgoing.
All right. No more outgoing calls that night, correct?
No, sir,
June 7th?
correct.
And no more answer calls the night of June 7th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we're going to look at lines 9 and 10. I don't know if you can see that on your. I got it reversed. My bad. There we go. Okay, let's look at lines 9. You can't quite see the line. You can see line 10, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
And there's a staple there, but above that should be line 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also see lines 11 and 12, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what do lines 11 and 12 show?
They show that the phone from Maggie Murdaugh received a phone call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 11, it has the name Alex associated with it. Shows the direction is incoming.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, we see 2 line entries for the same call. Is that correct?
Sir.
However, there's a difference. One line 11 says Alex and line 12 says PA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they're the same number though, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
And again, briefly explain why we see a Alex and a PA between those 2 lines.
Because they're 2 separate databases that these are entered into. And when you set up your contact list, you can go through and if you wanted to set a name for either a spouse, a child, or a good friend, you can set it how you want it to be. And that's going to show up from the contact side of it.
Okay. But it's the same call, correct?
Yes, sir. It's the same call, same phone number that it was received from.
Okay, let's look at line 10 and 9 directly above that. Again, the 9 is slightly obscured. But what do we see there? What activity do those 2 lines represent?
Those 2 lines show calls from 1-803-942-1227. Line 10 has it as PA. Direction shows an incoming call, and it shows it as a missed call.
Okay. And again, it's Alex and PA, but it's the same number ending in 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've had an opportunity to examine a phone associated with 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And whose phone is that?
That was Alex Murdaugh's.
And again, that time is what? All right, and the 2 times you see in line 10 and 9, can you read those times in those two blocks? And are they the same?
Yes, sir, they are the same. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:06:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And that's local time, 9:06, correct?
Yes, sir, that's local time.
And 14 seconds. correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. And let's read the times for line 11, 12. That's the first call from Alex. What are the times for the call that's associated with lines 11 and 12?
They are the same time. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:04:23 p.m. UTC -4.
we're gonna talk about a few more lines here. Let's talk about lines 7 and 8 on this report. I mean, what does this information show?
It shows a phone call of 1-803-942-1227. On line 7, it has the name of Alex. Direction shows incoming, and it shows there was a missed call received on 6/7/2021 at 9:06:51 p.m. UTC -4.
And again, those are two lines associated with the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just reviewing, within a space of about 2 minutes, you see 3 separate calls from Alex's phone incoming into Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And after that 9:06:51 call on line 7 and 8, what's the next call you see on this log?
Moving up the call log, the next call I see is from 1-803-942-1227. On line 5, it has the name of Alex. The time received on that call is at 9:45:32 p.m. UTC -4.
And that's lines 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And finally, let's talk about lines 3 and 4. What information do you see there?
On lines 3 and 4, they're the same call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 4, it shows it as PA. Direction is an incoming call, and it was received at 10:03:58 p.m. UTC -4 as a missed call.
And to clarify, these last 5 calls from Alex, were any of them answered?
No, sir.
And previously, we looked at when you took pictures of Maggie's phone, you took a picture of her call log, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and I'm showing you again, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. It's been admitted, Exhibit 278. And we saw that numeral 5 next to Alex's name, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that represents 5 missed calls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I don't know if you're doing math while we do that, and we can look at it again if you'd like, Lieutenant Dove. But did you count the calls from Alex that were missed in a row as we went through that call log?
Yes, sir, I came up with 5.
Okay. And since I had that picture up there, when you access Maggie's phone to take these pictures and to go through some of these screens, did you change any settings?
No, sir. Extraction had already been done at the point I took these photos.
Okay, so the extraction actually was done before these pictures.
Yes, sir.
All right. Even after, did you change any settings or open up any calls to make any difference on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And just looking at Maggie's call log on the phone itself again, this is still 278. We talked about calls with Barbara that were 7:50 p.m. on the call log, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this screen, we see a call before that, before Barbara, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that name on that call?
Marianne?
Okay. And was that a completed call?
Yes, sir. It shows as a completed call, not a missed call.
Okay. And can you look at the screen and maybe you can't, can you tell from this screen itself whether it was an incoming or outgoing call?
No, sir. I cannot tell for sure from the
Before-
screen.
If we looked at it on the call log we just talked about with, on Exhibit 281, you'd be able to tell that information, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, So let's move on. Let's talk about Maggie's text message report. I'm going to show you something that's marked as Exhibit 282. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that has text messages with a report filter that was set from June 7th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 for just a daytime, 1 day's worth of text messaging.
And what kind of information does that report have on it?
General information it has on the beginning of the report is going to have information about the device as far as the Apple ID and what the name is that's associated with the phone, the type of phone, just general data as far as device information. On the other pages, you'll see text messaging that's on the phone, who they were from, the text message, the dates, and also show the status if it was read or an unread message.
And when you look to see if it was read or unread, if a message had been read, would the phone record that time and date the message was read?
Yes, sir, it does.
At this point, the state's going to move to introduce State's Exhibit 282.
Submitted.
Thank you. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about how the text messages are organized in this report. Is it strictly chronological through?
No, sir, not always. Sometimes they can get a little order depending on when the text messaging and the filters you set on the report.
Okay, and how did you set that up on this form? I can get back to you to look at.
On this report, it appears to pull chronologically, but it's also pulling instant messages versus chat messages, and they are coming from different databases.
Okay. So if it came from a different database, it's separate, but but all the SMSs should be in chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's look at a few texts here. Okay. This is page 31 of this report. All right. Can you read that at the bottom then? Is that readable?
Just part of the bottom is readable.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. And what is this?
This is appears to be a group text message that was received on this phone from one individual to several other individuals.
Let's not read numbers, but there's most of these have names next to them. So who's the message?
It appears it has it down as John Marvin.
Okay. And who else is in this text group?
Maggie Murdaugh appears in this, but it has her user account name, which is a Yahoo email address.
Okay.
It has Alex, Christy, Lynn, Alan, Liz, and it has one phone number that does not have a name associated with it.
Okay. All right. And what time did this text message arrive on Maggie's phone?
It appears that the text message was received 6/7/2021 at 8:31 seconds PM UTC -4.
I think without defensive objection, the state's going to move to seal this as per the evidence per the previous protocol.
Your Honor, and I understand that to protect the phone numbers, email addresses of the other folks on here. We have no objection.
Is that correct?
No objection to sealing the phone numbers.
Okay. All right, now real quick, again, what time did that text arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows at the bottom of it at 6/7/2021 at 8:31 PM, UTC -4.
Okay. All right. And was that text message read?
Yes, it shows it as red.
Okay. And what time was it read?
It shows it as red on 6/7/2021 at 8:31:16 PM, UTC -4.
So about 16 seconds later. correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you read this text message, please?
Yes, sir. It says, I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
All right. And that's from John Marvin, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go back and look at the previous text in this thread, but what is the general topic that they're discussing, just for context for the jury?
It appears that they are talking about going to visit Dad tomorrow and trying to find out if anybody else plans to go over with them at any time.
And this is a response to a series of texts about Randolph, Alex's dad, and his health, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to turn over to page 32, and we see another text. And this is that same text group, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is another text that arrived on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Who sent that text?
It looks like Lynn G.
All right. And what does it say?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
Okay. All right. Was this text read?
Yes, sir. It shows it as red at 8:49:27 PM, UTC -4 on 6/7/2021.
I'm going to hand this report back to you. Have you help me find. I believe Maggie receives a text later, and it might be from Rogan. Could you find that text in there for me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've located it.
Okay, what time did that text arrive on her phone?
That text arrived on 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 PM, UTC -4.
Let me see. All right, and that text is from who?
That text, it says it's from Rogan.
And that's at least what the call or the apps, or excuse me, the contact list says.
Yes, sir. That's the name that was entered in the contact list associated with that phone number.
And that arrived on Maggie's phone when?
On 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 PM, UTC -4.
And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It appears as a status of unread.
Now, let's be clear about something, Lieutenant Dove. When we say a text is read or a call was answered, can you know for certain from your forensic analysis of who the actual person was who answered a call or made a call or read a text?
No, sir. I cannot tell you who did it. I can tell you that the phone has the information. The phone recorded certain information, but I can't tell you who's actually touching the screen or pushing the buttons on it.
Okay. But in order to place a call or to place a text or to read a text, what condition has to be satisfied? All right, we'll continue for now. Where was I? What condition has to be satisfied in order for someone to make a call on a phone?
Unless you're making an emergency call, like a 911 call, you would need to know the passcode to be able to unlock the phone to get to it, to the contact list, or either to the number pad to dial the number.
All right. So you need to know A, the passcode, correct?
Yes, sir.
To unlock the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are there other ways to lock these phones or unlock these phones?
There's also too with iPhones, which this one was, there's the biometric way of doing it. If you set a face unlock, where instead of having to enter your passcode every time, you can look at it, the camera will activate, and then it'll unlock via your face.
All right. So that was 282. Can I see 283 again? I'm going to show you, I believe there's some texts from Alex that Maggie received that night. Can you find those in that report, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I found the text thread.
Okay. All right.
What's the beginning?
All right, let's look at page 16. And can you read that, sir?
Are you referring to the bottom text on that one?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. All right, and who's that text from?
It's from Alex.
All right, and it was sent to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
At what time did that arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows 6/7/2021 at 9:08:58 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
All right. And I can hand you back the report if you need to refer to it again. But we previously discussed a text at 8:49 and 27 that from Lynn G, I believe, that was read, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any texts that arrived on Maggie's phone after that time that were read?
No, sir, there was not.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report that I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It has on there device events from her phone with a date range filter placed on it for the day of 6/7/2021.
Okay. All right. And what kind of information is contained in that report?
In this report, it's going to have different information in there as far as activity. It'll have location information in there. It'll also have whether the phone was unlocked, if it was locked, if there's orientation changes. It'll also pull if it was plugged in, whether to a car or to the wall to charge.
And these are all, most of this is information that's stored in those databases we discussed previously, correct?
Yes, most of this information is in the Knowledge C database.
Okay. Beg court's indulgence. And how many pages is this report?
I don't remember offhand. I think it could be 87. I can't remember if that's the 87-page report that I produced for that one.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if you can read that. to line 4336. Do you see that at the bottom, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what information is contained on line 4336?
It has, the first column has the number, then it has device events. The next column that's populated has a date of 6/7/2021, 8:17:15 PM, UTC -4, start time. Then the column, two columns over, it has unplugged, and this information was obtained from the knowledge C data.
What does unplugged mean?
It would indicate that the phone was unplugged, whether from a vehicle or from a wall or a computer that it was charging.
And I'm going to show you again, states 283. And you previously explained that as a report you prepared off of Maggie's Cellbright phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's a timeline report, correct?
Yes, sir, the device events.
And at this time, state would move to introduce Exhibit 283 into evidence.
Get it?
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to line 4354. Can you see line 4534?
Yes, sir, I can see 4354.
And what's the date and time associated with that log?
4354, the date associated is 6/7/2021 at 8:30:23 PM, UTC -4.
And what is that data entry?
That entry shows Poshmark buy and sell fashions.
Would that be a website?
Yes, sir.
And what does that indicate to you was occurring on his phone at that time?
That it was possibly running in the background.
Okay. Would this be a website that had been previously accessed on his phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of entries starting at 4404 here. I want to see if you can read that up there. Can you read 4404?
Yes, sir.
All right. And above that is 4403, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is that line entry we see at 4403?
It shows that the display was on, and that was obtained from the knowledge base.
Okay. And then, and that, this is all June 7, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. And the time on that one is at 8:49:20 PM, UTC -4. It shows as a start time.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Display on, what does that mean?
It's when your screen lights up. It's the easiest way I can describe it. And there can be a variety of reasons why it would light up.
All right. Well, let's talk about some reasons. Why don't you listen, please?
If you receive a notification, whether it's a call, a text message, if you have it set to receive notifications from an app, like the CVS app that was previously on there, you receive those notifications, your screen, if it's your phone sitting down and not being used, it'll light up to let you know that you received the notification. It can also it can light up if you have too much vibration sometimes. If you're walking around tossing your phone up and down, sometimes it can light up. There's various reasons what could cause it to light up.
Could bumping the phone light up the screen?
Yes, sir, it could.
Could picking a phone up light up the screen?
Yes, sir.
So of those reasons you gave, some of them sound like there could be human caused, correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of them sound like it could be processes that are on the phone itself and requires no external human interaction, correct?
Correct.
All right. So bumping a phone, that's a human interaction. If someone physically bumps a phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if a notification comes in and the screen lights up, is that something necessarily the user caused?
No, sir.
So it could happen on its own.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's look at line 4404, the line below that. And I think we've got the date established, but what time is that line at on line 4404?
It shows a time of 8:49:26 p.m. UTC -4 as a start time.
Okay, what kind of data entry is that?
It appears to be an SMS or a text message that the phone was processing.
Okay. And then below that, on line 4405, we see a device event, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does this say?
It says that that was the 8:49:06 p.m. is an end time, and it shows device locked.
Okay, well, let's look at 4406 below it. What kind of event is that?
That shows an event of the device unlocked.
Okay, so the phone's unlocked at 8:49:26, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at line below that, 4407, we see the display is back on, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows display on.
Well, what did we just previously talk about that happened at 8:49:27?
That's when a text message was received.
Was it received or read at that point?
I would have to go back and look at the report. I believe it was read.
It was read?
Yes, sir.
And so when you see this sequence of events on this timeline log, what would you associate that, knowing back that there was a text message read at that time?
That a text message was received on the phone, that the phone was unlocked to read the text message.
Okay. And I think I might find that report again, which is, just to refresh your memory, 279. That's the wrong one, sorry. 282, my apologies, 282. Just to refresh your memory, why don't you go back and look at that event at 8:49:27. I believe it was the text thread from the family members.
Yes, sir. I found it.
And what time did that text message arrive on the phone?
It arrived at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right. And what time is it read?
It's read at 8:49:27 p.m.
Okay. And so just so we don't get things confused or mixed up, that text message had been on the phone for a few minutes anyway, by that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't read until 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's keep going here for a minute. All right, let's look at line 4409. You see that line on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is this line? What does this represent?
This is a line that indicates the start of an orientation change of the phone.
Okay, and what is an orientation change?
An orientation change would be if you take your phone, it's considered portrait if you're holding it straight up. If you turn it to the side, it's considered landscape, and that would be changing the orientation of it from straight up to sideways.
So what can cause an orientation change?
It would have to be somebody moving the phone. As far as if I'm holding my phone up to talk to somebody or to look at something on the scrolling, and then I hold it down by my side, it's going to cause it to change orientation. or if I rotate it in my hand to watch a video, it's going to cause an orientation change.
So could picking up a phone to read a text message cause an orientation change?
Yes, depending on where we're holding it to start with.
And can you think of any process on a phone that will cause an orientation change to log other than a human holding the phone?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
Well, one possibility I'm going to ask you about is if, say, a phone's dropped, could that cause an orientation change?
It would have to tumble end over end, like down steps, for instance, and it would have to be on to be able to record that orientation change.
Okay. All right. Let's go down to line 4412. Do you see that, sir? I'll screw you up.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what does that line show?
That line shows the start time of the device being locked.
Okay. What time is it?
It's at 8:49:31 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And I can hand this phone to you, or excuse me, this report back to you. We'll come back to this, that line again in a minute. But I'm having you look through this report. So the phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you look in that report and determine if at any point later that night the phone was unlocked?
I do see on here where it does show that the lock stage ended on 6/8/2021 at 1:10:35 p.m. UTC -4.
And that's the next day, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the next afternoon at 1:10 p.m.
Okay, so that phone was locked between 8:49:31 and 1:10 p.m. the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to go right back to look at line 4414. Excuse me, 4413. We just discussed 4412, which is the phone being locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any entries? What time is the next entry on this report?
Could you repeat which number you're looking at?
On line 4412, we see the phone is locked at 8:49:31, which is what you just testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time is the next event on this log?
The next event on the log shows the display off at 8:53:08 p.m.
Okay. Is there anything that occurred on this report between those two times on this phone?
Not on the device report or the device event report.
And at 8:53:08, what do we see?
We see that it's the end time for the display off.
Okay, and that's line 4413.
Yes, sir.
And then we see at 4414, what happened?
It's an orientation change.
Okay. And then 4415, what happens?
The display comes on.
Okay. You just said it was an orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that, from your expert opinion, tell you is going on with this phone?
It's an end time for an orientation change from landscape. In my opinion, the phone's going from being landscaped, being held like this in a position like this, to going into the portrait position, which is up.
And you previously testified that there's only a very small number of things that can cause an orientation change, correct?
Correct.
And it's most likely that that's a human caused event, correct?
Correct.
However, you can't testify to today as to who held that phone at that time, correct?
Correct.
All right, and let's keep going here for a little bit. We're at 8:53:12 and, excuse me, 8:53:24. That's line 4417. What do you see again?
It shows an end time for orientation change from portrait.
And then we see lines 4418 and 4419, we see the display come on and off, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows the end time of display on, and then it shows the start time of display off.
All right, we'll go to the bottom page and we'll look at lines 4428 and 4427. What do you see there? sir?
On 4428, it shows the start time at 8:54:40 p.m. of the orientation change to landscape. At 4429, it shows the end time, which is at 8:54:44 p.m. orientation change from landscape.
And my apologies, I meant to direct you to lines 4426 and 4427. What do you see in those lines?
On those lines, it shows at 8:54:34 p.m. It shows the start time of the camera and the phone.
All right. And how long is that camera on for that you can tell?
It appears to be on for 59 seconds. Or, yes, 59 seconds. I'm sorry, 1 second.
1 second.
I'm sorry, doing math sometimes gets me.
It's okay. All right, so that camera's on for 1 second. In your opinion, what does that tell you is happening on this phone?
It appears the phone's being moved and the camera's activating in the background to see if it would recognize somebody's face that would unlock it.
So the phone is attempting to face unlock, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it appears.
But you just specified that after 8:49:31, the phone never unlocked, correct?
Correct.
So with this camera entry, does the phone successfully unlock?
No, sir.
Now, can you tell us what that camera was looking at? Do you have any data that would suggest specifically what the camera was looking at?
No, sir, I don't know what the camera was being pointed at.
So it could be looking at the ground,
Yes, sir.
the sky,
Yes, sir.
somebody's face other than Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
But if that camera had seen Maggie Murdaugh's face, what would you expect to happen?
I would expect for it to unlock.
Okay, let's keep going. All right, let's look at line 4434. And this is at time 8:55:32. What do you see there, sir?
It shows the end time for orientation portrait, which means it was ending in that orientation.
Okay. So again, at that time, would it be your opinion that phone was held in somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's look real quick at the bottom of that page, and that's line 4441, and what is that information there?
And 4441 comes from the activity sensor data, and that's at 9 o'clock even PM, and it shows steps. It also shows distance traveled.
Okay. And let's talk about the steps for a minute. You've produced another report that specifically focused on steps that you pulled from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And that shows more granular data of when steps occurred than this report shows, correct?
Correct.
And so just because we see 9 o'clock on this report, does that mean that steps occurred exactly at 9 o'clock on this phone?
No, sir. It's the 2 after the 9 o'clock on that, which means it would be a range. As
Okay.
far as example would be like 9 to 10 for the total steps.
And you prepared another report that would show specific steps during a specific time range, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going. All right, let's look at line 4447. What do you see there?
4447 shows from the call log database an incoming call at 9:04:23 PM.
Okay, and who's that call from?
It's from phone number 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's the call that we discussed in Maggie's specific call log, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's at 9:04:23, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that call answered?
No, sir, it showed no time that call was answered.
All right, let's look at the bottom of that page, line 4454. At 9:06:12, what do we see there?
At 9:06:12 shows the start time of an orientation change to portrait.
And again, in your opinion, what does that tell you about whether this phone is in someone's hand?
In my opinion, it would be in somebody's hand that was changing it from landscape up to portrait, lifting it.
And that's at 9:06:12, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to line 4456. Can you read that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And line 4457. What
Yes,
is
sir.
line 4456 and 57 associated with?
They're associated with a phone call that was incoming to Maggie's phone.
Okay. And what is the time on that call?
It's at 9:06:14 PM.
2 seconds after that orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that call came after the orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you can't tell us whose phone, or your digital forensics can't tell us whose hand that phone was in at that point.
Correct.
All you can tell us was the phone was locked at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this back to you, and I want you to review this report. And I want to have you tell us if that is the final orientation change in 9:06:12 or not. See if you see any further orientation changes after that point.
I do see the end time for the orientation of portrait that it recorded.
Okay, what time was that?
It was at 9:06:20 p.m.
Okay. And when you say end time, what do you mean?
It's just the time that it recorded that it stopped in recording that portrait mode. It
So
does
you
not.
saw the orient, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. Please finish.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, I don't see any orientation change to landscape after that in this report.
Okay. So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation change, correct?
Correct.
All right, let me direct your attention. Excuse me. You talked about the 9:06:20 orientation change in time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we see at 9:44:61, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. And that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third phone call within about 2 minutes from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I see an entry at line 4464 at 9:07. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's a display on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed there could be a number of reasons for that display coming on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the data you see on the phone is not going to be able to tell you exactly why that screen came on, will it?
Correct.
All right, line 4466. What is this?
4466 shows an text message received incoming at 9:08:58 p.m. From the phone number 1-803-942-1227, Alex, to Maggie Murdaugh.
What does that text say?
It says, going to check on M, be right back.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. That call occurred at the last call from Alex occurred at 9:06:51, correct?
Yes.
And the text came from Alex at 9:08:58, correct?
Yes.
And this was a text that was never read, I believe you testified to in the previous report, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can you calculate the time between 9:06:51 and 9:08:58, please? Take your time. If you need a pen, we can get you.
It appears to be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
There's 2 minutes and 7 seconds between that call from Alex to that text from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at lines 4465 and above it, excuse me, 4468, and above that's obscured because it's stapled at 4467. Do you see those two entries?
Yes, sir.
And we see that's, mobile SMS at 9:08:58. Is that a data entry associated with that incoming text from Alex we just talked about?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what time is that again?
It's 9:08:58 p.m.
Okay. What's the next entry on that log?
The next entry on the log is at 9:31:44 PM, shows an end time of display off.
And I'm not going to ask you to do the precise math this time, but roughly how many minutes is that between 9:08:58 and 9:31:44?
Approximately 22 minutes.
For 22 minutes, nothing happens on that phone, correct?
Correct.
There's no orientation changes, the phone's not unlocked, there's no incoming calls, nothing happening.
Correct.
The phone just sits there for approximately 22 minutes.
Correct.
All right, and what do we see start happening at 9:31:44?
We see that the display comes on, is the start time of that.
And we've talked about this already. We see the display come on and off a few times in that short span of time at about 9:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's just a display coming on. Do you see anything associated with that display coming on?
No, sir, not until approximately the 9:34:14 PM.
We'll get to that in a second. But at least for this display coming on, there seems to be no cause for that, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified, the screen coming on doesn't tell you a whole lot, does it?
No, sir.
It could be the phone is being bumped or moved in some way, correct?
Yes, sir.
It could be the phone's just sitting there and there's some sort of automatic process that causes that phone to light up, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about, you start talking about it, but we see a instant message on line 4477, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at what time?
That's at 9:34:14 PM.
And which contact is that from?
It shows the contact of Rogan.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "Tell Paul to call me."
All right, and you previously testified about this in her text message log. Was that text message ever read?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to skip down a little bit. And I'm on line 4498. Yeah, 98. And we see there, it looks like an incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who's that from?
It is from PA with the phone number of 1-803-942-1227.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
And 4503, what time is that entry?
That entry is at 9:47:23 PM.
And what is that?
It is a text message that was received on that from Alex. It says, "Call me, babe."
And was that text ever read? I know that's referencing the previous report.
No, sir, that text was not read.
I'm gonna hand this report back to you, and I want to have you look at the next few pages. I don't want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in your expert opinion that would indicate that anybody actively used that phone after that last text call.
Not on 6/7/2021.
going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 284. Take a look at that and tell us what it is, please.
This is an Axiom report by Magnet Forensics that I prepared from Maggie's phone with health data information and steps.
Okay. So they include steps from Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State will move into
It's admitted.
I think I'm going to direct you to record 22. If I'm looking at the right thing. Nope. Record 23, excuse me. All right, record 23. What information does this record tell us?
This record tells us that 38 steps were recorded by this phone on 6/7/2021 at 8:17:41 p.m. was the start time, and the end time was 6/7/2021 at 8:18:29 p.m.
How many steps were taken at that time?
38 steps.
And this is a report that shows the precise time when the steps, at least the phone recorded the steps started and when they stopped, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that for a minute. Steps on the phone. How does the phone record steps? How does it decide that there are steps taking place?
It's several different ways it can record. It's depending on how the phone's carried as to how many steps it records. If you carry a phone in your hand and you walk, it's going to record more steps. If you carry it on your waist in a phone case, it's not going to record as many steps because it's not detecting the motion. It's not 100% accurate as far as the steps. There are ways that if you're trying to meet your fitness goal, for instance, you can try to trick a phone or a smartwatch into believing you did more activities and more steps than you actually did.
Okay. So, but at a more fundamental level, what is the phone using to determine where the steps are taking place?
It's a process running inside the phone that is recording the motion.
What does it use to record the motion?
As far as
Would it be the accelerometers?
Those are recording actually more than that as far as recording strides and things like that, the newer versions.
All right. And in your opinion, the steps that a phone records, is it always 100% accurate?
No.
And so this says 38 steps. Does that necessarily mean that whoever was holding his phone actually moved exactly 38 steps?
No, sir.
But what does it tell you in a more general sense?
In a more general sense, it tells me that this phone, somebody was holding this phone and took steps and it recorded steps.
All right. And let me reference back to the previous report. I believe you testified that at 8:17, Maggie's phone was unplugged, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And then at 8:17, we start to see steps again, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's look at record 25. All right, and what does this show, record 25?
This shows that 43 steps were recorded by the phone. At 8:30:40 p.m. was the beginning, and it ended at 8:33:28 p.m.
Okay. All right. And the entry above that, which is record. I don't think the record number associated with it, but It says 810. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I see an entry at 810:31 above that record 25. What is that entry at 810:31? You see that?
At 8:10:31,
Mhm.
it looks like it's part of a previous record. From the previous page, it shows the duration of in minutes 4.58.
Okay. And so some of these are a little bit out of chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the times that are recorded in each record is accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if some of these entries seem to have gotten out of order, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why that happened when you make this report?
I set it to produce in chronological order. Sometimes though, when the report goes through, it will do that. It's just an issue we've had with that report. We're in chronological order, but the information's still there and it's still accurate.
Okay, let's look at record 26. What do you see in record 26?
In record 26, I see that 59 steps were recorded by the phone at 8:53:15 p.m. Begin and end at 8:55:32 p.m.
Okay, and again, how many steps was that?
It was 50 steps.
Okay. And previously testified, we were looking at the timeline. It looked like someone was manipulating with that phone, correct?
Correct.
You saw some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
We saw the camera come on at approximately that time, correct?
Correct.
But the phone's off, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to give this back to you, report to have you look at it real quick. And you've also, I know, have studied this phone data in more detail than just in that report. Are you aware, after that 8:53 entry, of that phone ever recording any more steps?
No, sir. The next set of steps it shows it recorded was on 6/8/2021 at 3:12:22 p.m. Yes, sir.
And let's circle back to that real quick. I know you were not present for the collection of Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
But generally, the circumstances, as you understand them, are what and how it was collected?
The phone was collected from the side of the road. It was given to crime scene, who brought it back and logged it into our forensic lab, at which point I went over, logged it out of the forensic lab, and then took it over to our office to log it in.
And it was, but it was not collected till the next afternoon, correct? Or found
Correct.
Until the next afternoon, excuse me.
Correct. My understanding is it was found on 6/8/2021.
All right. Good stopping point? I think we're at a good stopping point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the evening and start back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
I'm on mute. Hello. Well, looks like we're adjourned for the day, but wow. Looks like tomorrow we will start again this witness. And it'll be the defense's turn. That's going to be a morning. That was data dense. I've dropped some links of places that were tracking the data as it was being released that can help you if you want to create your own timelines about that. There'll be a lot. I'm going to also timestamp the video so you get back to at least the person who testified on it if you want to make your own timelines on it. Basically, the witnesses are all timestamped in the videos as we go in all the live streams. I'm going to be fixing them at the end of every stream. This one will be up within the hour. Okay. I'm sorry, Beck, and I am sorry, Liam. I know what you went through. 8:55. The phone was moved. Yup. Lot to talk about, huh? So y'all come early tomorrow. We'll go over it, okay? But I think with a long day like this, I'm gonna head out for a while. Okay. And unless you have any questions, I'll stay for like a couple minutes. I'm just looking. Hopefully they will be able to create a summary for the jury. Hopefully, Liam, or some kind of timeline. What I posted in the chat was one article that went over the timeline testimony that this witness was giving in regards to the phone data and the text messages, and then another timeline data that the prosecution had released prior. Okay. Yeah, so that you can go, by those, Anyway. All right, guys. You all have a great night. Thank you all for being here and making this much more enjoyable for me. Don't forget to like, share, and comment. We'll be back tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. Court starts at 9:30, as you heard Judge Newman say. Clinton Newman, Nick, you're going to stretch, you're going to breathe, and you're going to be here at 9:30 for court, right? Okay. We'll see everybody tomorrow. I do love this judge. Okay. Good night, everybody.